when the what do you call those roosters in the hen house, or the fox, or the whatever, when they come
Foxes.
in, we don't realize it because we don't know how to properly, articulate certain points, as well as not knowing how to ask the right questions. Because if we ask a question and they, kind of change the question, we kind of accept that, and it trails off into another thing and another thing, just like it does in here. That's why I'm always talking about logical fallacies. Learn your logical fallacies, because that's the way that they get people. Everybody's functioning off of this operating system that only works within this system, and they don't know how to reprogram themselves. Well, you do that with trusting in the Most High, and trusting that you know what the fuck you're talking about when you're asking a question. Can't let somebody like a politician tell you that your question is not the right question. Those where you ask a question and they say the more important question is, and then they answer that question like that. That's how they've dealt with us for years. And I'm like, fam, if we can't raise consciousness behind, actually raising our you know uh ability to catch these liars in these forms of logic, or these illogic forms of illogic, we're just gonna get herded over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, and not realize that it's happening.
Elijah, that's expertly put, mate. And I think that's why flat Earth is so big to us, because to me, it's not about the shape of the Earth. It is about these logical fallacies that I had no idea I was doing to myself. Never mind, all my belief system was based on a bunch of logical fallacies. So, I stand by everything you've said there, and I'd argue even further that this is the point to this channel. The reason why we talk about fallacies more than flat Earth sometimes is because this is what flat Earth will lead you to, realizing the truth that you've been under these illusions, and we've been chasing our own tails, lying to ourselves, and how are we going to hear the Creator if we're just a bag of bullshit? I'll land there.
Yeah, it's a shame, because we live in a culture that accepts the premise that if you have more, someone has to have less. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. That's the most ridiculous thing. You ever heard you get in what you put out?
Yep.
That's true, but not always true. Because you can put out and put out and put out and not get in. 'Cause it depends on what vehicle you're on. Like, but most
Well,
people accept the vehicle that this culture has given them, whilst saying that they're against that system. It makes no sense. You're against the system that has created your worldview, and you got like there's the paper, and there's like, on page one, it's your life and the way you've lived, and all the lies that are told. Like, oh, if you do this, if you work hard, if you blah 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 blah, then you'll have this. Meanwhile, we all experience, oh shit, I went to college, I can't find a job. Oh shit, I'm in all this debt. Oh, like it, bam. That is not the way. You got on page two. It says, or you can do this. But we're taught to, get dissuaded from that, dissuaded from building a business, dissuaded from being out there on your own, and dissuaded from, what you do with your money. You got all this goofy shit on TikTok and everywhere else telling you a whole bunch of shit. And again, you're getting duped twice, three times over. When all you got to do is just read the fine print of what you already do. Figure out, do I want this or do I not want this?
Yeah, I agree with the premise of what you're saying, but at the same time, I do also believe that if you really want to be rich, you can do it. And I still think today, even in this world right now, as corrupt as it is, I think it's our choice to be lazy. It's our choice to have this entertainment and all this garbage food and all this, bullshit, really, because really that's what we do to our friends, right? We don't tell them the truth. We don't be honest with ourselves. We don't deal with our demons. So I think we're getting exactly what we're asked for and what we've signed up for.
I think we can be rich in society too, but I think you have to compromise moral value to do so. And if you're a person of high moral value, then that could pose some sort of conflict for an individual.
Yeah, 100%. Which is people like us who are not comfortable with the lies, not comfortable by being a bag of shit, and whether it's to do with God or whether it's to do with your purpose, whatever you call it, it's a calling. It's a calling that comes to you, I believe, and it attracts you to truth. Not everybody has that, but I do believe that the society right now is still it's achievable to you achieve your dreams, achieve what you want to do. Yeah,
I agree. It's achievable. I just think that it's much harder to do if you have strong moral value, right? If you're a person who says, well, I'm not going to sell garbage to kids, how are you going to open up a bodega, a successful bodega, right? Or a corner store in a lower income neighborhood, right? Because you know that's all they sell and that's all the kids could afford and that's all they buy. And so it's hard to do that if you're like one of these people who's like, I'm not selling garbage to kids, right? So that's not a viable idea for somebody with high moral values in that regard. And moral values come in different ways and in different levels and in different areas that people want to stick to their moral values on certain things. And so, yeah, you can become rich if you don't have high moral values. That's easy to do. But when you're a man of substance, you're a man of value, then yeah, it gets a little bit more tricky in the society.
Yeah, I hear you. But I've never, in the same way, I've never known somebody who's very determined, who does all the background work needed to do to achieve what they need to do and do it all properly and approach it in the genuine manner and not achieve what they set out to do. Whether it's the gym, whether it's for a promotion or whether it's to make a successful business. When those guys who do it big and they don't fuck about, they make it. They always do. And if they go broke, they make it again. I believe
the pathways, the different pathways. Yes, it can be done, but there are pathways that are easier to do it to achieve that goal.
Yeah. And trust me, it's not easy, and I know that, and I'm not saying it is, but what I'm saying is it's the stakes are higher because we've made them that way. The rewards are so much sweeter now than they were 100 years ago. You only have to be a bit rich to have extreme comfort. You know what I mean? And that's a luxury. The internet, all these technology, this is luxuries of the modern world. But what we have with all this is modern world problems. Where people can't find the motivation to make it happen. Bro, back in the day, yeah, we had more motivation just to survive. Now we've lost that motivation. What's the fucking point? Now we've got the welfare system. You got a safety net, everybody has. And we still fuck it up. And I'm not talking about individuals. The individuals is smart. It's the collective idea towards it is not good. I don't think. I think things are so easy now compared to how they used to be, and we just don't get it.
Accept the world that you're born into, right? The narrative is created before you exist, and you're indoctrinated on that narrative, and so your perspective is built for you, right? On certain issues, right? And what happens is you start to question some of those things if you're a person who wants to think bigger, think outside, think grander. But generally speaking, we all just accept the narrative and the parameters that are set before us. Nobody really challenges those. We're told not to challenge certain things as youth, as babies. Don't challenge authority, yada, 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 And so we accept a lot of things. That's what that's about.
It is also like difficult not to accept things when they come from a figure that you admire. So your parents or somebody you want to trust, they're a loving person that usually does not betray you in any way. So when they teach you things, you want to actually have an attachment to those things. So that's how it ends up. Like, it's very tough to let it go because the source of that is somebody that you love.
And this is true, but at some point, generally speaking, we generally outgrow that individual. Unfortunately, whether it's due to the progression in society, the times have changed, the eras have changed, technology has changed, we generally outgrow the knowledge that that person may have at the given time. Their knowledge might be very good for the era that they, lived in. And there may be some good, strong guidance. However, information, things change, technology change, the way things move change, methodologies change. And the youth are generally more advanced than the previous generation. And so the youth outgrows the parent. And then you start to question the information that was given. The student outgrows the teacher. And you start to question the information that was given. This is what happens with generations. And so you're supposed to start asking questions, but they keep you in this matrix where you don't have time to breathe, where you need a 2-parent income, where people don't want to procreate. It's a weird sort of civilization we're in right now.
It's also where they insert the science, right? They say things are progressing, and here's the explanation for it. The scientism, if you will show you the way. So trust us, go along with it. That's your new parent, essentially.
100%. Pseudoscience, scientism. Let's move from religion and go with the scientism, because that's the other dichotomy. There's no in between. There's no marriage of the two. It's either one or the other. And, we can't offer you no full explanation on this side 100%. We got good stories for you, though. But if you start to question them, that's how we on this flat earth right now. Because we didn't accept the bullshit. Sorry about that language.
Yeah, we just had this Michael fella in the lobby, so he kind of says, yeah, the scientists know, these things you're telling me, he has no rebuttal, but the scientists know better than I do, so I'm just gonna go with that. So that kind of person, it's tough to really change their mind because they're just giving in to the belief fully. Yeah.
So they're not smart enough to realize that they're spinning. Right? This is what they want to tell you when you start saying, well, I don't feel the rotation. Oh, look, you're just not smart enough because it does this and it does that, and because it doesn't change speed, you never feel it. Well, no, it actually does. It's actually curving, so there's always an acceleration at some point, right? And then it's also wobbling. So we should feel something at some point, no? No, you're not smart enough to get it. You just don't understand. You're not smart enough to understand why we rotate. Whatever.
Even if you wouldn't feel it, which you would, but how does all of the air get velcroed to the movement of the Earth, which is 430,000 miles speed? How does all of that remain sticking to the Earth? It just makes no sense.
You're not smart enough to understand Coriolis. If you're not smart enough to understand that you can't feel yourself spinning because you're spinning, then you're certainly not smart enough to understand why the atmosphere sticks to the curvature of the Earth as it moves through the, galaxies and all this other. Come on, you're not smart enough.
Of course. And that's just them giving away that they're not smart enough, so they're giving their brain away to the scientists who are smart enough, they assume. So that's what they're doing.
Exactly. I'm not going to question anything I'm going to stay with this ignorance is bliss. Has been working just fine for me. If somebody tells me that and everybody agrees with it, who am I to say that they're wrong? Who am I to question anything past that? And that's what most people are.
I think it's a combination of laziness for the most part, as well as just the inability to go outside of the societal norm because you're afraid to be ostracized and laughed at and all that.
100%. There are several different facets to help herd people in the right direction. And those are two of the most obvious, but there are subtle little hints, that you shouldn't go outside of the herd. So yes, and this is how to keep people in the herd mentality, not questioning authority, not questioning information, not questioning truth, because if you do, then you're ostracized, you're labeled, you're given a tin hat. Certain benefits may be taken from you if you're, a person who has a platform that could be stripped from you. So, it's a risky proposition going against, the machine.
The last couple of years, we saw perfectly how that plays out. You saw all these people who are conforming with the narrative, and as soon as you don't want to wear a certain thing on your face, the others want to ostracize you. They want to call you out on it because that's not what you're supposed to be doing, according to the others.
And all the information that they have is false, and they're basing it on these premises that have been given to them by people in white coats, and now they're attacking their brothers and sisters over these things, right? Yeah, I agree.
So you turn on the TV, you see this and that is supposed to be killing you, then you go and get a job as an enforcer in the supermarket without even really knowing what it's about. And now you're walking around, you're telling people, don't do this, don't do that, put this on your face. Like, that's how it goes. And essentially with the teachers and the people who learned all the globe stuff, it's like essentially an extension of that in the real world.
Powers that win, right? The powers that seem to squash out all of the lights that turns on from time to time. They went through attrition more than anything, not through facts, not through truth, not through any of those measures, but just through attrition. We're bigger, we're badder, and we're just going to keep shoveling stuff on top of you, and keep going on with our narrative. And we're just going to keep burying you, and you're going to keep digging out. And people get tired of not having progress, people start to question, and re-question things. It's a weird sort of situation that happens. And this is why, these movements, they have these big uprisings, and then it gets quiet again, and then, maybe again, they'll have another uprising, but then it'll get quiet again. They know how to work it.
Part of why it gets quiet is they insert their agent provocateurs in the revolts. So they kind of play the part as well, and they make it a different message than it was originally. So it kind of gets distorted from the original point of it all. And then the initial people that were in on it, they're kind of, okay, this isn't what I signed up for, and they also leave, so it just dissipates.
Infiltration, right? The COINTELPRO, absolutely. They're not going to, just roll over and let a few uprisers, spoil what they've done. So yeah, you gotta have the people that get into these organizations. Absolutely, 100%.
And people in the first place are very willing to do that sort of thing. You have all these globers coming in here just comically saying, oh, I am a flat earther and all that. Hello, fellow flat earthers. So there's an impulse there already to do that. But if you give somebody some money on top of it to do it, they're going to do it in a heartbeat.
You also got to remember there's a lot of kids who hear about it and, they haven't really explored it much. And they hear how stupid this idea is supposed to be. And they figure that they can come in here and say some sort of stuff and just knock us off, because we're all supposed to be stupid. And once they get in here and they see that that's not the case, then they want to, get emotional, and stuff like that, and have rants and, quit and, all that sort of stuff. Very few stay for the full education, but they can't refute anything. So there is that class of folk that come in here too, talking about I'm a flat earther, yada, 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 Oh, I'm just a young boy who's been this. Now, those people are probably, totally disingenuous when they come in with fake voices and stuff like that, and they've been here and they've explored the topic, and yeah, those could be, agents of, whatever, chaos, so I don't know.
Yeah, the little kids kind of like, they put their foot down. It's like, yeah, I see a puddle, I'm going to step on a puddle. It's nothing. It's not going to be anything. And they realize it's actually quicksand. My leg is getting disappeared in the sand. And I'm getting lost in this information. I can't really address it. I thought it's going to be an easy match here. I thought it was going to be a layup. It turns out it's a tough one. I can't really refute these claims they're telling me. I have nothing to stand on. I have no basis in my rationality. I just believe things. I mean, they don't even go as far as admitting that, but they probably realized it within themselves.
It's always funny to hear them concede to all of the math that is apparent, and then still want to stick to their beliefs. That's that's the part that I find really funny a lot of the time. The active cognitive dissonance, and you're not looking to resolve it.
I get it. It brings me back to how I was when I was a teenager. When I would say something with a conviction that I'm right, and I wouldn't be able to admit I'm wrong, even though I kind of feel that I'm wrong, but I can't do it because I'm just a stupid kid that can't admit he's wrong.
Exactly. So yeah, there is that.
I do sometimes see that in flat earthers, though. I kind of sometimes feel that, like, you don't entirely know what you're talking about, but like you're standing behind it with this armor as if it has some credence to it, which it might not actually have. So people willing to die on some hills which aren't entirely solid, something that they can really defend that well.
Well, you got here being open-minded, so you have to continue to be open-minded. That's my opinion of things. If you claim to know everything, then you can't learn anything because you know it all already. I'm not one of these people who's going to reject new information without parsing it and vetting it first. So if you bring new information that challenges anything that I might believe or know, I'm going to look into it. Period.
When you get into the virology and the cosmology thing, and you dive into it, you find out pretty quickly how much you don't know. And then the more you know, the more you find out how much you don't know. It's just the funniest thing. I keep putting these lists together going, hey, this is what I'm going to go forward with. I got this list, 10, 12 things. This is what I'm going to go forward with. And then I listen to Austin's podcast. And then Alan puts something out. And I hear something on here, 24/7 Discord. And it's just like, screw the 12 things I just put together. Now I got to come up with a new list because it just keeps changing all the time. So it's just the funniest thing. The more I find out, I don't know stuff.
The more you know, the more you don't know, yeah. Well, yes, a lot of flat earthers have this thing where they romanticize certain things and they get very married to things that they believe in also, and they just can't let it go sometimes. So, for example, some stuff like, okay, what's outside of the Antarctic wall? And then they make up some romantic idea of it, and then they stick to it. They can't let it go. They just keep saying the thing that they believe in. You're just kind of replacing the old lie with a new lie. It's like, I don't really dig that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, they the sorry to interrupt you. They fabricate the globe fabricates their whole existence and cosmology on a lie, and then we come along and we go, oh well, we know what the sun and the moon is, and we know what's above us, we know what's outside, what we think is the wall, and we know all these things, and we're going to tell people these things, and then we're going to talk about second suns and a black sun and all that stuff, and we're going to say how eclipses work, even though we really don't know, and we don't even know how the Selenelian eclipse works, which happened November 9th last year. I guess it's going to happen again in October. And I'm just fine not knowing what I don't know. I mean, I got, one thing, somebody who graduated from an Ivy League in physics in January told me, and I always remember this. I still have the notes from our talk. He was very nice to me, even though he was physics, and he was very respectful. And we talked for 2.5, 3 hours. And I still have the notes from him. And he said basically physics cannot say, I don't know. Physics cannot tell you they don't know, because that's something that it just can't be said. So they have to make it up. And that's why they call it relativity, special and general relativity, because it's all relative. There's no absolutes. So you can change things when you have to. But I don't know is not in their vocabulary. So that's why all these things they make up is just crazy. I mean, we think about it. So therefore, we have Speculation Sunday. We can talk about all the things we want to talk about. Great. But at the end of the day, we have to be able to prove what we say. And if we can't prove what we say, we shouldn't say it in front of other people. That's just my opinion.
And if you're going to say it, you should say it with the disclaimer that this is something that I'm speculating on.
Yes, it's my opinion. I have an opinion about what's above us. I have an opinion what the sun and the moon is. I have an opinion what the stars are. I have an opinion. I got an opinion, and I will tell people it's my opinion. But, when somebody assigns to me, because somebody else said it, that the sun is 3,000 miles away, I'm going, I want no part of that. None. I want no part of that. Because it may or may not be true, but I can't prove it. So I want nothing to do with it. And so I want nothing to do with the flat earth or stationary plane, whatever you want to call it, fairy tale. I want nothing to do with it, because I'm running away from the heliocentric fairy tale as fast as I possibly can. Like you said, I don't want to replace it with another fairy tale.
I think that's such a good point, Jim. And one of the reasons I appreciate this Discord here and the FED community is that, and again, Monday through Saturday, let's put it that way, right? That it's a very no nonsense, no BS. What can you prove? What do you know? What do you experience? What can you measure? What can we determine? And as someone who, like you just said, is running away from the heliocentric fairy tale, that's what I need, right? That's what I'm interested in. Ice walls and ether and whatever else. Hey, maybe all of those are true. Maybe. Who knows? But I don't need to know that, at least not right now. Maybe if I'm 5 years in, like some of you, maybe I'm then more interested in some of that speculation. But right now, I just need to know an elevation angle requires a baseline. That's what I need to know right now. You know what I mean? I need to know the basics. I need to be a little bit affirmed in that there's factual basis behind, yes, what I experience every day, but it's a deprogramming that's happening. Do you know what I mean? It's 40 years of bullshit indoctrination, excuse my language, of indoctrination that's been happening. That, right, you have to, like you say, run away from that fairy tale. So I don't want any fairy tales here. Now, do I love to indulge in that's the whole reason I'm here on Sunday today, is because I want to talk about the ether, right? And so I enjoy that stuff in its own separate compartmentalized area. Do you see what I'm saying? Versus when I'm seriously being inquisitive or looking into the claims of the flat earth, that's what I want to hear about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I absolutely. one thing that's fascinating about Michelson-Morley, and every interferometer experiment, Dayton Miller did tens of thousands of them because he believed in a lot of data. And every scientist who would be a globe believer has done, interferometer experiments, and interferometry just destroys the globe, the fake globe. We're told, you Google it, 30 kilometers per second around the sun in an elliptical orbit, not a circular. Why? Because the circular orbit in the math doesn't work, so they made an elliptical orbit. That's how we got the elliptical orbit. But 66,600 miles per hour, 30 kilometers per second. But every interferometer experiment, starting with Michelson-Morley, showed 3, 5, 6, or 8 kilometers per second. 3, 5, 6, or 8 kilometers, not 30, not even close. And that's why they called it a null result. So what could that 3, 5, 6, or 8 be? We think, maybe, possibly, it could be the sidereal rotation of the sky above us, which translates motion down to the Earth, which can explain a little bit of a Coriolis effect that we might get in the southern, latitudes. Is that a fact? No, that is a speculation, but that's an answer to what's possibly happening. Now, what is the medium that by which that motion is being translated? Because something has to translate that. Is it something called the ether? I don't know. You know what? I don't care. But something is translating that motion down to Earth from our sidereal rotation of the sky. But for me to come out and say it's the ether, I don't care, because I can't prove it. And the other thing that gets me about, and I tend to believe everything seeks its equilibrium, whether it's pressure, second law of thermodynamics, temperature, all those things, they all seek their equilibrium. And so one reason I kind of go with electrostatics to go along with the density and buoyancy is because everything is basically electrostatics. Everything has a little bit of an electrostatic potential. Great. But the only person who's ever come up with this 100 volts per meter as you go up, with two Gaussian surfaces, one at top, one at the top, and the one at the very bottom, is Feynman. 1957, published a paper, 100 volts per meter, and I'm going, okay, that's great. But he's the only one who's done it. And I've asked people who are in the know, is Feynman the only one who's ever done it? And they go, yeah. And then I talked to MacGyver on here when I first got back on the 24/7 Discord, and he explains it all. He says that it's rather difficult to prove 100 volts per meter. It might be something, but we haven't proved it because you have to be grounded on the ground. So if I go to Sears Tower, which is 1,450 feet tall, and I want to check on electrostatics at a higher height, I have to be grounded to the ground. It's like, can't do that. I mean, I'm sorry. And that's why we don't have all these experiments on YouTube proving electrostatics at 100 volts per meter, as you go up, or something less. We don't have it. So some people run around and go, yes, ether. Okay, that's great. That's great. Some people run around going 100 volts per meter. I said, that's great. That's great, but I can't prove it. But I can prove things seek with equilibrium. That's great. Second law of thermodynamics, things want to seek their equilibrium. That's great. I agree with that. Fine. Great. We see it in the second law of thermodynamics. We go up in the atmosphere. We end up at 10 to the negative 17 torr. If we're an open system, so if we were an open system, everything would rush out. It would seek with equilibrium. But they say gravity holds molecules, gases to the ground. Nice fairy tale. So it's just all fascinating to me. So I'll speculate on Sunday, and I'll keep my mouth shut the rest of the time, except when I'm with friends somewhere else. And we go, hey, isn't this cool, man? But I can't prove it.
Yeah, exactly. With the electrostatic, I found that idea very interesting, and I always kind of keep my ear to it, but I never go all in. So you can't go all in unless you actually do the work, as you said. You really can't.
I don't think you're the gentleman from Frisco, Colorado, are you? I don't think you're it.
No.
Okay, but the gentleman from Frisco, Colorado, lives at 9,100 feet. That's Frisco, Colorado, altitude 9,100 feet. We only have 6.5% of the population in the world, if you believe we have 8 billion people, that live at 5,000 feet or above. We only have 6.5 people that live at 5,000 feet or above. So, and then who knows how many live at 10,000 feet or above. And so, he tells us about being shocked by his TV at 9,100 feet. I can see that. But I don't live at 9,100 feet. I live at 1,000, 1,200, whatever. 550. Right now, I live at about 600. And so it's like, I don't know. I would love if I had $1 million and I didn't have to worry about, losing it, giving it up. I would do electrostatic testing. I would find out some way to get a field meter, to be able to ground myself, go up distances, and check out whether Feynman was correct at 100 volts per meter. I would love to do it if I had $1 million that I didn't have to worry about losing because I didn't need it in my life. But I don't, and somebody else is going to have to do that for me because I can't. So I got my P1000. I'm having fun with it. I'm learning about how the sun works. I'm learning about how the moon, looks and the sun works and what the sun does when it rises in the east and sets in the west. I love it. It's fantastic. Hopefully we get some Chicago shots. Maybe we can do some mirror flashes in the winter. But I don't know. I'll buy density. I'll buy buoyancy. Replace G with A in the buoyancy equation. But as far as 100 volts per meter, I got no clue because Feynman is the only one who did it in 1957.
Jim, do you got a 900 and a 1,000?
Just 1,000. No, just 1,000.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Cool. I do have a question. It might be silly to some of you seasoned professionals here, so bear with me. Excuse me. It's Speculation Sunday. And I was thinking about the orbits the other day. And if the orbit were at its apex, I don't even know if that's the right term for it, but at its furthest distance from the sun, do the globe believers claim that the sun changes size, angular size, when it's at its apex versus when it's at its closest through its elliptical orbit? Does anyone know that, or is that a dumb question? I don't even know.
No, it's a great question. In their fairy tale blind spot, they have July 1st to the first 2 weeks of July, which we're in right now, is the closest the sun is to the Earth in their fairy tale. A little bit over 91 million miles away. In January, first 2 weeks, it's the farthest, 94. Excuse me. July, it's the farthest. You had 94 million miles plus. In January, it's the closest at 91 million miles plus. I think I messed that up. Sorry. And
hang on. Sorry, Jim. And look, this might be a hemisphere issue, but I would assume that they would state that the sun is closest, at least for us northern hemispheres, in the summertime. No, or what? Am I missing something there? You're saying it's further away now?
You have 3 million miles in their fairy tale from the closest it is in January to the farthest it's away in July. 3 million miles. So if you use the tilt of the Earth, you're only talking about maybe, don't quote me on this, a couple hundred miles maybe. No
really?
More than
that's the whole reason for the axe. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Maybe no more than 1,000 miles. I know it's not even close to 3 million. It's a error. It's a mathematical error, whatever. And they'll come back and say, well, it's only 3% of 94 million, so we're not going to be able to measure that, blah, 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 blah. And so the thing is, people would rather believe a big lie than a little lie. If you tell the big lie often enough, sooner or later, people will come to believe it. This heliocentric thing isn't just a big lie. It is an entire word that we haven't even invented yet, because it goes beyond humongous, big, huge, whatever you want to use. I mean, the whole thing is a lie. The whole thing is pagan sun worship. That's how it started with Copernicus. That's how it started with Newton. And they took the doctors of divinity, the Jesuits and the Catholic Church, and turned them in from the doctors of divinity into the doctors of science. That's all they've done. And the person that kind of was right there in the middle of it was the George Lemaitre guy, who was a good buddy of Einstein's back in the 1927-28. And so, he took heliocentrism and from the doctors of divinity, because he was a Catholic priest, to the doctors of science. He kind of handed it off from, Lemaitre kind of handed it off to Einstein, and then Einstein ran with it until he died in 1955. And then the rest is kind of history. We have to see it today. So the whole thing, I tell you what, the nice thing about believing believing in stationary. I love the word stationary because stationary says heliocentrism, which is an elliptical orbit around the sun, which is a coordinate system. Stationary says no, we're not going around the sun. So stationary.
Let me jump in, Jim, real quick. I got two questions for you. Actually, you actually made me think of something else. But to your first point, and again, I just don't know this. I'm ignorant, so please educate me. So, and again, I'm legally blind, so I don't tend to be able to compare the size of the sun versus the moon very well at distance or whatever, even with the naked eye. So, what you would posit is that what we experience on Earth, and I'll take your word for it, is that ultimately the sun in January is no different in size than it is, let's say, in July. And the globe believers would say, well, that's because just margin of error, it's negligible anyways. But from experiential standpoint, there is no visible difference in size depending on the time of the year. Would that be an accurate statement?
In their fairy tale, yes, it would be an accurate statement. Now, what our sun does in our stationary plane, I can speculate. I'm not up there. I know the sun gives me heat and light. I think we can. No.
What I mean is when you look at it, and sorry for jumping on you here. When you look at it in January versus July, you, as even someone who's a flat Earth believer, you don't necessarily see with the naked eye a difference in size. It's still apparently equal to the size of the moon. Doesn't matter what it is or whatever, but I'm strictly speaking about size. We don't notice a difference between time of year. Is that an accurate statement?
I don't notice it, but I haven't experienced 2 full years of the cycle of the sun.
Fair enough.
In our stationary Earth. Now,
anyone else can feel free to jump in on that too. I was just curious about that.
Yeah, please. People who've been into this longer have experienced more time with it. I've just come to the realization, and I've said this before, I had no clue that when you put a video camera and set it on your tripod and put it on video with that P1000, that when the sun rises, sun moves up or moves closest to us in the morning, it moves up and it moves to the right. It almost moves as much to the right as it moves up. And then when it sets at night, moves away from us at night, it goes lower, but it moves to the right as well. And it almost moves as much to the right as it moves down. I had no clue about that. I had no clue. I'm serious. I put the moon, when the moon gets close to the horizon, I put it at 800 or 1,000 millimeter on my P1000, and I'll put the sun. I'll put the sun up there in the upper left hand corner where you can just barely see part of it, and I'll let it sit there. I won't touch it. And I'll wait till it actually, goes beyond the horizon or we can't see it anymore. I'm serious. Not only does it go down on my viewfinder, it goes over on my viewfinder, and it literally starts in the upper left hand corner. That's where I put it at.
It goes to the bottom right.
And it ends in the bottom right. I don't touch it. I just watch it, and I have video of it, and I just love it. It's just like I had no clue it did that. A few months ago.
My second question for you, Jim, is based on something you said last night. Actually, I think it was last night. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you had mentioned your daughter, and at the time, her fiance or boyfriend or whatever, she had asked you while you're driving somewhere and said, "What conspiracy theories do you believe in, Dad?" And you had mentioned JFK, right, as the only one that kind of popped into mind. And I've heard you mention this too before, that due to the events of recent years, that caused you to kind of question everything. And I'm just a little bit more curious about this. First of all, I love talking to you, Jim, and you're incredibly well researched, and you seem to be very well reasoned in your thought process as well, which is why I'm curious. And so yes, of course, the events of the last 3 years, definitely things that make you go, you know what I mean? And for sure you want to look into, but what was your next jumping off point? Did you go chronologically like 9/11, right? Or did you go things that have happened over the last 3 years, therefore everything's on the table? I'm just curious about that journey, I suppose, if you can maybe talk a little bit more about that.
Without getting too deep into it, it was virology first, and we won't get into that until we get off of YouTube and off the
for sure.
of Discord. But it was virology first, And then when I basically got bored looking at that. I'm not bored with it. I just got bored of doing that alone. I looked at what else I was lied to, and obviously cosmology came up, and then the things that go boom boom, that we're told to be scared of, came up, and then I realized, basically, seriously, when I say this, and I'm serious when I say this, I'm not joking, is the only thing I was really told when I was younger that was true was how to parallel park in driver's ed. I'm serious. That was the only thing that I was told that was true. Yeah, everything else of significance was a total lie, except how to parallel park.
I was telling my dad that the other day. It's like, because I've mentioned this topic as well as others. Now, listen, 9/11, I came onto that concept pretty early, that there was just something not right there, right? And I've always been, I'll say, a little bit predisposed to alternative ideas, and definitely an ingrained mistrust of government. Period. And so that probably lent to me moving here, so to speak. Although I will say, similar to you, Jim, that the last several years of situations definitely made me go, hang on a second. You know what I mean? And really, one of the first things I actually came across was geocentrism. And well, I should say that was piggybacked on evolution. So it went from evolution to geocentrism, to many other things, to now here. And so I'm just curious, right? It's interesting to me to hear other people's stories and their journeys to truth, ultimately. So thanks for sharing.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the back and forth. The thing about geocentrism was, a long time ago, 400 or 500 years ago, there wasn't a question about whether we lived on a stationary plane surface. It was a question whether it was geocentric, which meant we were a ball with the sun going around us, or whether we were heliocentric, with us going around the sun. That was the question back in Luther's day, Calvin's day, and things like that. And so, because Luther and Calvin never wrote about, the shape of what we consider the stationary plane, flat Earth, or whatever. And Luther was all over Copernicus, who probably didn't live, because Luther's in Germany and Copernicus is basically in Italy, so it's like, that was a long distance back then. And so the argument back then was Ptolemy and Plato versus what Copernicus came up with, and then later Newton and stuff like that. So that was that. Go ahead.
Did Copernicus and Luther overlap in time frame? Were they?
If you believe in time frames, again, I wasn't alive back then, but Copernicus supposedly was born in 1473, died in 1543.
So a little bit before Luther, then, yeah.
And Luther supposedly put his 95 Theses on a church in October 1517. Forgive me if the month is wrong. In October 1517, which was basically 95 things he didn't like about what the Catholic Church was preaching. One of them being that you had to pay the church to be relieved of your sins when you went
indulgences.
To
I'm very familiar.
Exactly. And indulgences. Thank you. And so so they overlap. Now what obviously Luther talks about this magician, or this person who's talent. He called him an astrologer. This astrologer called Copernicus, who's telling all these stories, and so it's like
And where was Galileo? Where was Galileo here? Do you know, time frame wise?
Galileo, and I might be completely wrong with this. I think Galileo's trial, if it happened, was early part of 1600. Now somebody will look that up and Jim, you're wrong. And
so it's post Copernicus, though, is
yes,
would be the narrative.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yes,
now I'm just curious.
Yeah, I haven't looked into. I kind of know about Newton's time frame, and I know about Copernicus' time frame, but I'm not real familiar on Descartes, Galileo, and I can always remember 4, but I can't remember 5. Descartes, Galileo, and
Tycho Brahe. No.
Well, Kepler's the other one that I think about. Okay. Yeah, and
look, I know Catholicism is not well received, obviously, and I don't want to say this community. It's the wrong phrase, but the sentiment that just due to the history of the heliocentric model, But there are champions of flat Earth within Catholicism as well, like Saint John Chrysostom, right, which is a church father, and probably more of an Eastern father than a Western Roman father. But there's definitely people that posited the flat Earth model. Even, obviously Aristotle, right? Eratosthenes, whatever you want to say, but Aristotle had already he had kind of given the idea of a ship, behind the horizon. Now, he didn't have access to the internet and didn't see the black swan, the poor guy. But yeah, there's just, I don't know. There's so much, like you said. I wasn't alive then, right? So we just have to believe X book written by Y guy, 1,500 years later, right? Or whatever the case might be. So it's history. Someone said earlier, history is probably the biggest mystery, which is probably an accurate statement.
History is written by those who own the gold, who own the money, who have the power. And the people that own the gold, have the power, have the money in this world we never see and never vote for. That's why there are 4 power pyramids that I'm familiar with in the world. One has the Windsors on top, another one has another, I'm not going to mention, another one has another, and there's 4 of them. They all have separate people at the top, very, very top. Then you have the triangle going down, power pyramid. The power pyramids have those organizations that we kind of know about. And then you get the TV, cable stations and stuff like that. At the very bottom of every power pyramid, there is no politician. None. There's no politician on any 4 of the power pyramids, but we vote for them. And
yeah, they're just paid with the gold. Yeah.
Yeah, and some of us, including myself, used to think that the President of the United States was the most powerful person in the world. Was I ever fooled?
Anyways, I'll mute for a bit. Let someone else chime in. But that was fun, Jim. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. I think we all have our different interpretations of what we see, and that's all. It's all great, and that's what Speculation Sunday is all about. It's nice to throw things out there. I think somebody was going to talk about a second sun or a black sun today, and it's just like, do I want to engage, with that conversation? It's like, I'm very much this way. I'm very much this. Genesis 1, 6, 16, and 17 says, and I have the scripture over here, but I'm just going to do it by my head. It says, God placed 2 great lights in the sky, the sun and the moon, one for day, one for night, and for seasons and stuff like that, and the stars. It could be as simple as that. It could be as simple as the sun is up there, the moon is up there, the moon is self-illuminating, the sun is self-illuminating, and the stars are up there. Wonderful. God placed them, what we call, today Jupiter, Saturn, whatever, and it's just a wonderful creation up there. But we're not going there, so we don't know. So we don't know exactly about Gaussian surfaces. We don't know about any protection called a dome or a firmament. Isaiah 40:22 calls it a tent. So and you can look up Egyptian tent, see what the picture looks like. 4 corners works on a tent. Bible talks about 4 corners. We don't know. It's all speculation. I don't care. And so it's just all very, very interesting to me. But I know for one thing, and people don't like this when I say it. Some people don't like this when I say it. If you want to invert or pervert God's word, that we live on a stationary plane, flat earth, whatever you want to call it, immovable foundations, pillars, 4 corners, ends of the earth, all things you can't find on a ball. If you want to invert or pervert God's word, you make a ball. You make a ball, you make it an oscillating spheroid, oblate spheroid, planet, globe, whatever you want to call it, and you teach it to the very young. You teach it to the very young. Propaganda, you get them young, you repeat the lie often, and you ridicule the opposition. That's what they do to us. That's what they do to our children. They literally lie to our children. Why 9 million people around the world every year starve to death, and 800 million have hunger issues every single day. Why 900,000 in the USA and the UK alone, which only account for 9% of the population, 5% of the population, 900,000 are homeless, while we could probably take care of hunger in the United States alone, but somewhere between $25 and $50 billion a year. while Space Force and NASA spends $50 billion a year, which is 135 or $132 million per day to not explore outer space. And we can get into other things that we waste money on fairy tales as well. We could easily take care of hunger in this world if we didn't live under all these lies.
I think the main thing there is not only do they lie to our children, they have convinced us to actually go and put our children in these buildings where they lie to them. We are willingly going there and placing our children in these facilities to be lied to.
I'm telling you,
it's a necessity, right? It's not you don't willingly do it. It's done by necessity now because you need to go out and work, and so does your wife because you need a two-income household.
That's it,
right?
there.
So they made it a necessity, by doing and changing the wage scale the way that they did once they incorporated women into the workforce in the 50s, really hard. So there's a lot of things going on. Let me not digress. Go on, guys.
No, this is a really good point because I moved to Texas 6 years ago, and in my neighborhood, starting home prices were 190 to 220, right? And now we're sitting at 300 to 330 for a starting home price. We moved here for the cost of living benefit, right? That's probably low compared to Vermont or Delaware or California or New York or wherever else around the U.S. anyways. And so starting home prices being 300, north of 300 for a single family home, you can't do that on 70 grand, right? Not easily. And so it's required to have a two-income household. And I mentioned this the other day, and maybe it's unpopular, I don't even know, but from the 1847 Seneca Falls Conference, where first wave feminism took hold, I just think that's a big part of the push is to confuse us, to confuse genders, to confuse people, to confuse relationship between man and woman, and to force this upon us, to make us, every single one of us, every last one of us, a worker bee, a wage slave, right, to feed into the tax machine. And it's Speculation Sunday, so I feel comfortable saying that.
It's interesting, Dallas-Fort Worth, we moved there in November 2018, and I just moved out of there February of this year. So for 7 years, the average rent price for a home, if you rented a home, went up 10% a year for 7 years, 10% a year. Home prices, a home that I tracked in Richardson, Texas, which is northwest of Dallas, went on Zillow from $479,000 to $749,000 in 4 years. $479 to $749 in 4 years. Now, at the same time, interest rates went up. I mean, my goodness, people. And I'm serious when I say this. There was a time that you put a house on the market in Dallas-Fort Worth at $600,000. You couldn't make an offer at $600,000 and get the home. You had to first go get pre-qualified at the bank, and then the agent would only take your offer once you showed that they were pre-qualified. And then there were times when you asked $600,000 and the home sold for $700,000. I'm serious. I don't think it's like that right now, but it was for a little while, where the pressure for people to get into a home was tremendous. And because interest rates were going up, and if you looked at a house for $600,000, you're going, I can afford that. But the person who actually bought it paid $700,000 for it. That happened, and
it's still, yeah. My brother-in-law this is up in Canada, so this just goes to show it's not a U.S. specific thing. Up in Canada, in Ontario, he sold a semi-detached, right? A semi, right? Like a 2.5 bedroom, whatever, maybe 3 bedroom, 2 bedroom or 3 bedroom semi, 1.5 bath, right? An above ground pool in the backyard that he put in or whatever. And sold it for he was selling right around 600. and he sold it sold for $750. Like his asking price was $600. You know what I mean? And then you hear that BlackRock is going around, and I'm sure it's
Yes.
Vanguard and State Street and everyone else going around buying up single family homes, right, in every neighborhood, offering cash, first of all, and cash above asking. Everyone's going to take it. You know what I mean? And what do? Then they just turn you into rent slaves at that point, right? Or turn the society into that. So it's man, there's something afoot, Jim, and I don't like it.
You will own nothing, and you will be happy. BlackRock went into.
You got to say that in a German accent. You got to say that in a German accent.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well.
You will own nothing, and you will like it.
So BlackRock went into a subdivision in Houston a couple years ago, 124 brand new homes, around 250, 275, 300,000, not big, but, nice new homes, and paid 25% above asking price, just bought the whole subdivision, bought the whole thing, and they're renting it out. And then in Dallas, there's a builder, I think in the northern part of Dallas area, not in Dallas, but northern part. And he's on TV bragging about the fact that him as a builder, he's building houses just to rent them out. Oh, you will own nothing and you will be happy.
Over here in the 1970s, around that time, we had these communal buildings where if you worked at a certain place, you would just get an apartment in the building for free, really. But it would be very weird, as you would have to probably share a toilet and different accommodations that would not be private for you, really. So people in this day and age, they got to keep those places that they actually got for free in the first place. So some of them are not communal. Some of them have actually the bathrooms in the apartment itself. So a lot of people from that time got to keep actual apartments that are decent. And essentially, they got them simply from showing up to work at a certain place and were just given an apartment.
Wasn't it like the Carnegies and the Rockefellers that did something similar? They almost built like cities near their like plants and their factories and shit, and basically had the housing for the workers there.
Mm-hmm. That's what they did.
That was kind of the plan to urbanize the population, to move them out of the village into these cities, kind of give them the free way to get there, not even have to pay for it, just get them in cities. And we're gonna have the big manufacturing happening over here now. Everybody's gonna live here. You don't get to have your family values in the village anymore. You get to have this overcrowded place where you're living on top of each other. It's basically what happened here in Europe for a lot of places.
Well, and I know in Europe it's far more common to share your home intergenerationally, right? So I was born in Germany and still have a lot of family there. And a lot of the homes there are built for intergenerational living, right? Where, right, the parents then become the grandparents and the kids still live there and then they become the great, right? And so on and so forth. And I think it's beautiful, actually, when I think about that, especially my family lives in a very small town in Germany, like 500 people. And it's a rural kind of farming community. That's where we came from. And I think it's a beautiful idea, right? And that's how we should be living. And like you said, the moral values of your community, your town, your village. But urbanization, industrialization, suburbanism has just destroyed, right? And now, I live in the Houston area, Jim, and you look around here and it's growing like a weed out here. And every new subdivision is just the cookie cutter repeat of the previous subdivision. And you get your Walmart, you get your Target, you get your gas station, right? It's all homogenous, right? It's the homogenization, the globalization, no pun intended, I suppose, right? Of the world. It's sad. It's too bad.
What's wonderful about cosmology and virology and breaking away from the lies that we've all been taught with is that we can not literally, but look at the world now from 30,000 feet up in the air, and we can look down and we can say, we used to believe in that world. We used to believe what they taught. And we're 30,000 feet up looking down at the world now. And we're going, I want no part of that. I want none of that. It's a total lie, except for parallel parking, right? It's a total lie. And when I have a chance to expose it either on the internet, social media, or out with people in the real world, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what they say to me. I'm going to be nice about it. Not necessarily on social media. I'm not going to be nice about it. But out in the real world, I'm going to be perfectly nice about it. And if I get any friction from somebody, I'm going to throw my wrist. I'm going to throw my wrist out there, and I'm going to say, "Hey, let's be friends. Let's bump wrists. So we know, we're not going to hate each other when we leave this, and we can be friends. We're just having a discussion among bros or whatever we're doing." And I'm getting more of that. I'm getting more people that are giving me a little bit more pushback because I'm talking about it everywhere. And so it's okay if I get a little pushback. I put my wrist out and we bump fists and we go, "Hey, it's okay, man. We're just having a conversation." And I know Sydney's in here and Flatsy, is part of this. This is one thing I would love to see, and I was thinking about this morning. I would love to see more women involved in this cosmology debate, because supposedly women are 53% of the world's population. I would love to see more Sydneys. I would love to see more Flatsies get involved. We need more women involved in this because it seems like the leadership of whatever you want to call this is men, and it's not necessarily like that on the virology side, but it's definitely like that on the cosmology side.
I agree 100%. Yeah, I talked to my wife about it, and she just doesn't care. Just doesn't care. She's like, whatever. It just really doesn't care, right? And not that she obviously doesn't believe what I'm telling her might be true or not. Just really is not interested whatsoever. You know what I mean? It's just not on her radar. And it's interesting.
And there is an example of men and women being different. Women have the ability to choose these things if they choose to. They have no interest. And they may have an interest in what Jim was saying because that's something that they're naturally inclined to choose. Healthcare, education, those sorts of institutions, women generally gravitate to. It's not because we're making them go towards it. They have the opportunity to choose whatever they like. And they still are not interested in what we're discussing here whatsoever. So you can give me every STEM program you want. It doesn't really matter. You're trying to socially engineer women to feel and do certain things, and by their own choice, they are rejecting these things.
Yeah, my wife and my mom both, I've kind of talked to them both, and they say, well, why does it matter, right? And I'm sure it's a common thing you guys hear here, right? And for me, and I was talking with my dad about this, is ultimately, and again, I think this is part of me being a man, per se, is that I need to know, period. I need to know. I don't even know why, but there's something within me that needs to know. Now, I can juxtaposition this against the idea that there's two models presented here. Let's put it that way. And I know my terminology might be off. Elijah, don't yell at me if you're listening. But number one model would be the heliocentric model, where we're on a spinning space ball, traveling 1,000 miles an hour, rotating, traveling 66,600 around the sun, 600 million miles through the galaxy, blah, blah, blah. And we're an insignificant speck of dust on an insignificant ball at the end of the universe. Carl Sagan, right? He was the one to first kind of posit that notion that we're just so pointless, right? Versus model 2, which would be stationary, flat plane, where the universe is rotating around us, right? Or the sky, we'll say, is rotating around us, where that tells me that the Creator put this place here for us. Why? Because he loves us and we're special. And I know that sounds cliche, but it's a true kind of love. And here's this beautiful terrarium, or whatever you want to call it, that is for you to flourish, you as humans, and to know, to love, to serve, and to grow in a relationship with me. So I state that as why. Now, when I tell that to my wife, she's like, "Yeah, okay, sounds good. Yeah, I'm gonna go do this. I'm gonna go bake something or whatever." Right? So, whatever she wants to do, right? So, for me, it strikes home. It hits me hard. You know what I mean? But for her, it just doesn't, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I have no problem with that, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, so my girlfriend, she gets it, all this stuff. She actually likes it. We talk about it. She has questions. She's interested, but at the end of the day, she's not gonna be a warrior in the trenches trying to spread the message. She has no interest in that. She just enjoys the subject. She's interested, but she's not gonna be there fighting the fight, right?
Did you say Flatsy and the other lady were like here currently? Like, are they on right now? I'd love to hear from them, I suppose.
Sydney's here. Flatsy's not. Flatsy talked quite a bit yesterday. She even got into quantum mechanics, which was really cool.
But I agree with you, Jim. It would be awesome to see more women in here too, just sharing their journeys, right, and why they're here and whatnot. And yeah, who knows?
Always find it fascinating when Austin says, how he met Kai. Kai was, quite a warrior for the stationary plane, the flat Earth. When they first met, it was like, what's the chances of that happening? It's just like, wow.
It's very unlikely. Yeah. My girl, she just likes to talk about it, but like, as far as like spreading it, she gets lazy. She doesn't want to invest her energy in that. She once tried to convince somebody about it, and halfway in, she was like, I don't care if they change their mind. I don't want to invest my energy in trying that. Because she just gets frustrated with people like being too silly. Like when they're brainwashed, she just can't deal with it. She gets emotional, and she just can't handle it.
Out in the real world, I enjoy it. I just, I don't care if somebody gives me that look, or they engage with me in a friendly way, or they get a little bit hostile, which is fine. I just find it interesting, and it's fun for me. And I just kind of sit back and go, after the conversation's over, I go, that was fun. And so I don't do that with the members of Globerville. Ville being town of Globers, estimated population 5,000 residents. Internet started relatively recently. The key members are Loon McToon, Weird FTFE Craig, and then Not Professor Dave. That they get their, the members of Globerville basically get their marching orders from those three. They don't get it from credentialed academics that we like to talk to. And so we have to put up with them, but I don't want to put up with them. So I just want to go out in the world and talk to people. I'm really sick and tired of Globerville. I did my thing on ADL, the Anti-Disinformation League and Tartaria, and I'm still doing it a little bit on TikTok. But I'm really tired of I'm really tired with the interactions with Globerville, whether they're paid, whether they're just dumb, or a combination of the both. I'm just really tired of that. So I just want to go out in the world and talk to people.
I served my time in Globerville.
Got that right, Sonny. Oh my goodness. Sonny, I spent a year in Globerville, and I'm done, man.
Oh, we all spent however many years, 58 years I spent in Globerville.
Yes. We were part of Globerville, but we thought we were the normal ones.
To get a good position or perspective on it, though, is I don't even care at this point, which is the part of the gifts that the Globers are all missing. these little trinkets, like every day there's something new where I realize I have more freedom, or I mean, I'm like learning more about my own mind, going through these logical sequences of like in the conversation. Then I look around and I go, am I doing things logically in all of my affairs? And there's a lot that can be improved upon in that area. For me, I'll just keep it on my side of the street. That's best if we do that and use my own experience. But so the logical sequence of event, like conversation that how we talk about things in here, with all the different people and the different personalities we all come in only having on our plate what we're able to have on our plate, right? Like we're never going to like break out and go like bring something to the table that's not us. So like everybody has their own separate input, and it is so unique. And when using it in a logical discussion that ends up to some sort of resolution of that topic, whatever it is, a question or an answer or whatever we're talking about, that logical sequence with all the different people that are using the logic and their own personality is helping all of us learn so much. Like I can't tell you, it's like coming to school every day and just being a sponge and soaking up something different every single day. It's just like I'm really, really, really enjoying what it can provide, and then not only that, but learning about what I can put into life instead of trying to take from life. Being grateful for one changes my whole perspective on like what's going on. And through the years, I've written many things down and have things up on my wall. Like I'll read this because it is Sunday. So this is called Attitude, and I would like to read it for all of you. Here you go. The longer I live, the more I realize the impact of attitude on life. Attitude to me is more important than the past, than education, than money, than circumstance, than failures, than successes, than what other people think or say or do. It is more important than appearance, giftedness, or skill. It will make or break a company, a church, a school, a home, period. The remarkable thing is we have a choice every day regarding the attitude we will embrace for that day. We cannot change our past. We cannot change the fact that people will act in a certain way. We cannot change the inevitable. The only thing we can do is play on the one string we have, and that is our attitude. I'm convinced that life is 10% what happens to me and 90% how I react to it. And so it is with you. We are in charge of our attitudes, by Charles Swindoll, last name Swindoll, Charles Swindoll. What a quote. Just what I'm talking about, right? And that's been on my refrigerator for years. And I literally just thought about it. I see it up there and I haven't read it in a while. And why is that? But like maybe I should read this every single day to get it. And then there's other ones. Hold on. I'm not done yet. And these are just little trinkets. Here's another one on my refrigerator. When your desire is to love others, you live with a great sense of purpose. When your desire is to love others, you live with a great sense of purpose. And then since I'm doing quotes, and hold on, I got some more. 1 second. All right, hold up. These are fabulous things, man. Like if I just could learn how to do all these. Okay, this is something I wrote. These are quotes. These are all quotes. Now you can go with Alfred Tennyson that said, "We can't change the wind, but we can adjust the sails." That's a great quote. Now here's one real quick. Thank you for letting me spend a little time. I think it's worthwhile. Here's this little note I wrote to myself. My my expectation of others create unhappiness and unbalance. When I'm feeling extreme emotions, identify what was the thought that preceded it. That's just a little note. So that's a question.
I like that one. I like that one. That's a cool one.
Now, one more. And
That applies to Globers, by the way, a lot. Identify why you're getting upset about the flat Earth. That's for Globers.
Right. What thought occurred before? So hold on, one more. And acceptance is the answer to all my problems today. When I am disturbed, it is because I find some person, place, thing, or situation, some fact in my life unacceptable to me. And I can find no serenity until I accept that person, place, thing, or situation as being exactly the way it is supposed to be at this moment. Nothing, absolutely nothing happens in God's world by mistake. Until I could accept my ism, I could not stay sober in life unless I accepted life completely on life's terms. I cannot be happy. I need to concentrate not so much on what needs to be changed in the world as on what needs to be changed in me and my attitudes. That is from page 417 of the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous.
Well, since we're doing dramatic readings, I'd like to share a little bit of Desiderata by Max Ehrman. I'm not sure if any of you guys are familiar with Desiderata, but I'll just read like the first two stanzas. It'll be really short.
Yes, that's an excellent one too.
Go placidly amid the noise and haste, and remember what peace there may be in silence. As far as possible without surrender, be on good terms with all persons. Speak your truth quietly and clearly and listen to others. Even the dull and the ignorant, they too have their story. Avoid loud and aggressive persons. They are vexatious to the spirit. If you compare yourself with others, you may become vain and bitter, for always there will be greater and lesser persons than yourself. Enjoy your achievements as well as your plans. So I'll just stop right there, because it's a pretty lengthy poem. But, it is one that I really appreciate.
Yeah, I like that. I wish I knew which proverb I'm thinking of right now, but it's almost too emotional to. But let me see. I don't know. Since I have everybody's ear, and I guess I do. I was going to read just a couple more, and then I'll stop in just a couple minutes. I have two other things that might be interesting for all of us. Now, you could take this with a grain of salt. I don't even care about the author or any of that appeal to, whatever. I'll just read it. You can decide for yourselves, just like I have to do. So, basic personal rights. 1, I have a right to ask for what I want. 2, I have a right to say no. 3, I have a right to feel and express my feelings, both positive and negative. 4, I have a right to make mistakes. 5, I have a right to have my own opinions and convictions. 6, I have a right to be treated with dignity and respect. 7, I have a right to change my mind or decide on a different course of action. 8, I have a right to protest unfair treatment or criticism. I have a right to expect honesty from others. I have a right to my own values and standards. I have a right to be angry at someone I love. I have a right to say, I don't know. I have the right to negotiate for change. 14, I have a right to be in a non-abusive environment. 15, I have a right to ask for help or emotional support. 16, I have a right to my own needs for personal space, time, even if others would prefer my company. 17, I have a right to not have to justify myself to others. 18, I have a right to not take responsibility for someone else's behaviors, feelings, or problems. 19, I have a right to not have to anticipate others' needs and wishes. 20, I have a right to not always worry about the goodwill of others. 21, I have a right to choose not to respond to a situation. That's heavy. Now I'll just read this last one. Bear with me. One second. This is a prayer of Saint Francis of Assisi. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. O divine Master, grant me that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive, it is in pardoning that we are pardoned, and it is in dying that we are reborn to the eternal life. Amen.
Who's that from, Sonny?
Excuse me.
Francis of Assisi?
Yes,
That's beautiful, dude.
Saint Francis.
1200s?
I don't know. I'm just vibrating all over right now. So yeah.
Yeah, no, dude, that was awesome. Thanks for sharing that. That's what a beautiful prayer.
When I read poetry from the 1800s, I find that they use the word ether quite often, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Like either we go this way or either we go that way. No, I'm just.
No, I mean ether.
Well, I know.
As
I
in-
know. Totally joking, dude.
You know what? Is that Bookfin? Is that Alberico? Is that you? You sound just like Alberico. Sometimes anyway.
Oh, me?
I don't know which one.
No, the other guy sounds like Christopher Walken with an accent.
That's funny. That's really
Yeah.
funny.
Sometimes you all sound like someone else, and it freaks me out every now and then, and it switches from person to person. But anyway, now on this basic personal rights, remember the numbered ones? I couldn't rule any of those out. Like all those seem to be true statements, about what I have a right to do and not to do, and I can still behave responsibly and go along with these guidelines. And sometimes I forget. And sometimes the abusive environment is right inside me. You know what I'm saying? It's really wild. Anyway, I digress. So
There's an INXS song about that. The devil inside, Sonny.
oh yeah, I think of it as characters because they really are characters, and I didn't put them there. They just are there. Like I think of it the Carl Jung, Myers-Briggs kind of like
Yeah,
way of
yeah.
thinking about it. It's not a model. I wouldn't call anything like that a model. You can't model like human behavior and the way our consciousness works and things like that. And talk about to have any kind of analogy. They use these exactly analogies to the hero's story to tell us basically through almost every story we've heard what our character's journey is. That it goes through stages, all of those stages in the hero's journey. Now there's a big circle of them, and it talks about that.
I think you raise a really good point there in that whether it be Jungian or Freudian or whatever psychology, I think humanity is so varied that you cannot frame a model around it. There's so much utter uniqueness, and I see it here when I talk to you, Sonny, versus when I talk to my neighbor or my colleagues at work or whatever. Right. Everyone is their own unique entity, beautifully created by God, and so I don't think you can just put us in a box. And I just don't ascribe to the Myers-Briggs stuff,
I like what you said about that, and so like I would just interject right there and say exactly. And so what I'm talking about with this idea or whatever it is, only as a tool for me myself uniquely to genuinely go inside with this tool and see if it fits and see if anything comes out through the process Not that there's any end result that's ever going to be definitive, even about our own minds or who we really are, like what that looks like, what that is constructed of. There's all these, like we talk about, there's a visible world and the invisible world, right? We talk about the invisible world all the time. Ether, electricity, plasma, like what is the sky, what is air, like all of those things, right? So it's very interesting, and I've used it as a tool to identify like what's going on inside, so I could get control of the freaking the zoo in between my ears.
The id. Yeah.
Yeah, like
For
there's
sure.
a bunch of characters that are vying for time, and the problem is they think they're me, and sometimes I forget and think that they are me also, and start doing what they're suggesting. I'm literally have to tell them, shut the fuck up, sit down. I put you in your room like 10 years ago. Go back in there. I love you. You're part of me, but you're not ruling the day. And they be the responsible adult, like, and that part of us that's there too. All these parts. Our shadow part is very interesting to talk about, and I'll let everybody do their own investigations within themselves, because what is said that, and this is what I see most prevalent, and I see it glaringly everywhere I go when there's human interactions. We all have a shadow individual that lives inside of us. Don't ever identify with that one completely. Unreasonable, ruthless, and doesn't give a fuck about you, even though it's part of your own character. It's a shadow part now. It's part of us. But if we ignore that exists and say I don't have no dark part. I mean, no, I'm gay and joyous, and I feel fine, and I feel great towards everybody. It's bullshit. And so what those people do is project that dark shadow individual out to the environment around them. And so all they see is a world of these nasty things outside of them. It's actually just a part of their own mind that they created themselves, or have not been able to tame that wild creature in a cage. Now, once, and who is it? People talk about him a lot. The guy was talking anyway. He says that once you are able to cage that animal, think of the power you have. You have the power, because if you are a wild animal, like literally ruthless, uncaged, dangerous, like if you're able to cage that, can you imagine what energy you can have? You cage it and put it in its own place where it's isolated away from your environment. You don't allow it to have the output into the world as you're traveling in there with it. It's in its own separate place. So once once I identified those, I'll be done quick. Once I identified those things in my own self, then I learned to cage it. And I became a very powerful individual in myself, confident, secure, and unflappable, literally anchored to the ground, solidly here. Like, to be secure within myself. That's the goal of life. That's the most difficult thing for us to do, especially knowing that we have all these different characters living inside of us, all of us. We have the archetypes inside of us. That's who we are, all of them. So we have to be, in my opinion, I have to learn to become whole, even with all the defects, and realize that I am created. There is a creator, there is a purpose, there is a design. It's not just haphazard. So that has to be included in what I'm saying.
Yeah, let me comment if you don't mind, Sonny. And I've only known you. No, this is so brilliant, right? Because I've only known you I say known you. I've only spoken with you, let's say, over the last 2 weeks now, just coming on to 24/7 here. And and correct me if I'm wrong, but I guess the way I would rephrase or paraphrase what you're kind of putting out there is, first of all, I guess when I think about Sonny right now, early on here, I think about someone who's incredibly introspective, right? Someone who's really done that deep dive searching, probably more so than most, put it that way, right? And I think a lot of what you say rings some truth, and it rings truth for everyone, but not everyone is quite aware of it as you are. And whether that be through circumstances through your life or whatever, right, that has brought you to that point. But you definitely have this deeper dive personal sentiment than most people do, myself included, right? But that doesn't mean that I don't, sit here and think whatever, right? I might think A, or I might think B, or I might think C, and I have those internal conversations with myself. I think we all do, right? That says, hey, no, I need to be following this path or this path, right? Or what is the correct path? What does God tell me is the right path, right? And that is that, and maybe that's even illuminated in my consciousness as far as, hey, that's what I should be doing right now. But you know what? Instead, I'm going to do X, right? And that is concupiscence, right? And the fall, if you will. At least that's my take on it, Sonny. But I really appreciate you sharing, because I think it does bring some of those topics to light that we don't always think about all that often intrapersonally, right? Or is it maybe intra-personally is probably a better phrase, right? And
yeah.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I just want to comment on that. I appreciate you sharing, because not everyone here shares the way you do, Sonny. You're a very unique individual, but I think it's important of what you're putting out there.
Yeah, it's important to me too, and it's important that other people hear my journey. And I'll tell you what, I don't take credit for any of this shit. I really don't. I don't know what that means, but here's the thing. I only got to where I am not out of like my skill or whatever you want, cleverness or whatever, my intellect or knowledge or anything like that. It was out of pure desperation. That's why I have a different take. Desperation. This shadow part of myself that I like, it was going to kill me. It was killing me. Like, I'm one of these people, I think I've suffered a spiritual death like multiple times in this life. So I don't know what that means. It now at this point in my 7th decade of life here that I can remember. Gosh.
Well, I think it often manifests in society from all of us. And I'm going to simplify what you're saying, Sonny, and tell me I'm wrong. I'm okay with that. But I feel like when we go out into public and we go interact with others, right? Inevitably, and we might say we don't, but everyone does this a little bit, and we put that front up, right? And that front, right? It's just this, I want to project to what you were saying, Sonny. I want to project maybe even who I want to be, or probably more so who you want me to be, right? And because I'm in this specific social situation, I'm going to project who you want me to be, right? Why? Because I want to be liked, right? And I want to be affirmed, right? Or whatever the case might be, whatever the underlying issue is mentally that I want to present that way, instead of just, and Jim, this is what's so beautiful about what you're saying. Look, dude, I set up my P900 or my P1000 on the sidewalk, and people walk up to me and ask me, what am I doing? And I say, I can see farther than I should. Damn it. Don't you? Right. And you can just be so upfront and real about it. And I think that's awesome. So
Yeah. That's great. So what I was saying about desperation. So yeah, like I don't take credit for knowing what I know, or really, other than having a lot of throughout my whole life. I still have a curiosity about what this place is. I always have. That's been my biggest question. Like
You're cutting out. You're cutting
as a
out.
child, like that's why I would go to the fields to figure out where I am. Like that's why school.
you're breaking up, Sonny. We can't hear you. Do you got your new phone? What's going on?
Sorry, school didn't fit me very well.
There you go. There
Is
you
that
go.
better?
Yeah. A little bit of roboting. Maybe drop and rejoin, maybe.
I
Yeah, you're breaking up bad.
was too far, probably.
No, try dropping and rejoining maybe.
Uh, other than uncomfortable. Fucking, sorry. Hold. Let me.
Who was the other gentleman that I said sounded like Christopher Walken with an accent? What was your name?
I guess it's me flying.
Fine. Yeah, dude, I meant no offense. I wanted to
No,
apologize.
I didn't take any offense. I didn't take any.
But honestly, all day long I've been listening to you like, man, he kind of sounds like Christopher Walken.
I just find it funny. Yeah.
Have you heard that before, flying? Because now that he said it, I can't unhear it.
No, I haven't. I actually don't even know how much he sounds like, but I mean, I guess.
Oh, you got to go look him up on YouTube, dude.
I'm sure
it's
you've seen it.
uncanny.
I kind of know it. I kind of heard comedians do impressions of him, so I kind of know it. But yeah, I guess I have to hear it more.
Is that better?
Yeah,
That
it's
is
better.
Sonny,
Okay,
flying. Just out of curiosity, where are you from? Where's the accent
I'm
from?
from Latvia.
Latvia. Wow.
Latvia.
Okay. Fantastic. Yeah. Congrats. Good stuff. Okay, Sonny, go ahead.
Well, that's cool. I was going to say Latvia. I learned a little bit about the Baltic states when I had first met Flying, and we started talking because I mentioned that most people in North America don't know very little about that little area, Estonia, Latvia, right?
Lithuania, yeah.
The Finnish state or whatever. And so I think it's very interesting, and it has a vast history, which, I probably would like to do more study about that history of that particular area. But where were we?
You were saying something about depression at one point. I think you were trying to elaborate on your point about.
Oh, I think about, just about like life catastrophes. Like where it gets built up, my life, like I've built things up, and sooner or later they all ended up in knot almost and crashed down upon my head. Now, a lot of those earlier events were because of my ego, because I had a big ego, and I didn't have control of that part. I was an angry young child, an angry adolescent, an angry young adult. I was very angry. I was fucking pissed at how I was treated as a child. Like all kinds of rude shit happened to me, like taken away from my mother at 7, like kidnapped by my father, racing out of Chicago 100 miles an hour in the station wagon. Like I remember these things. Like I remember them vividly. So I, what happened with me is through all of that angriness and just inward, like I literally had this like inner hatred towards myself. And in a lot of respects, I felt like I was a brilliant child and I have feelings and I have emotions and nobody cared about that. So I grew up with life like that, missing my mother for my entire life, a constant heartbreak, like heart just broken, and raised by a ruthless father that beat the shit out of me, like really spanked us with a belt on a bare bottom. And schools I went to actually spanked your ass with a belt, also with a paddle in front of like the whole classroom. It wasn't like there was race riots outside the school almost every day, like all over town. Like there was a very very violent era. I grew up in the suburbs of St. Louis from 1959 to 1973. And then we moved to California. Boom. So I have a whole different take on things. I've had different lives. I've seen everything. I learned, like, friends of mine were shot in the face by friends of theirs who took their father's gun. Like I was the third person that had just left the room. Things like that. I heard the gunshot. I heard Jody ran up to me and I saw his face that I can never forget these images. I have PTSD. from like living on the street pretty much. As a 13-year-old, I was already out on my own. I did whatever I wanted to pretty much. My father didn't care once I got that old. So I'm just going to go hang with my friends. So I got all of my moral standards and everything like that were all messed up sort of because, like young adolescents, young teenage boys together in groups of 10, 15, 20, whatever, roaming around at night because we were those kids that could do whatever we want is a very fucking dangerous place. I kid you not. We were jumping trains and going from a city to a city like we were rowdy. So it was like, I talk about it now, like here, tell you what a disaster was. Now that's only around the neighborhood. Now I have beautiful memories of my whole childhood, like wonderful, like riding my bike in the snow, in the rain, like going and exploring, like doing all these things. Like in ways, Missouri was a really awesome place to be a child at times because for me at home was miserable. So I talk about I had to find my own way, and I did have to find my way my whole life, and it's been kind of disastrous. But as you can see, I'm holding my chin up. Like I'll take the blows because of my own actions. So that's the deep learning I had to have. And so here's the question that I have now, which is more highly elevated meaning wise, as far as the question is, like, who am I really? But that's not, I had a main point. I had to realize that all of this conditioning and those things, that they aren't me, and that the original Sonny could come out and show my bright face to the world. And I can shine in a room and everybody's going to look at my face because I glow. It's not my fault. And you because like at times I felt like I was a little weakling kid. Like I was a skinny runt. I got my ass beat. I got tortured by neighbor kids, like all kinds of shit. Held down with like tortured, beat up, punching
Sonny, do you mind if I ask you a question? This is a personal question.
Yeah,
and so feel free to tell me to screw off. Or I mean no offense by this question, right? So please don't take any offense. But have you ever been concerned about like schizophrenia? Like, have you ever been concerned about others, right, that aren't actually there?
No. That part I think is pretty solid. But I have had.
And I mean no offense. I'm just curious.
I don't take like. Yes, believe it or not, yes, I have been schizophrenic before, but only on like hard drugs.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't like, but even completely sober, which I was for many, many years, and I am now. Just I smoke a little pot, and I have like I can have like 2 beers, and I know when to stop. I could stop for a month, 3 months, 6 months. I don't need to drink, and I used to be alcoholic from day one. Boom.
And I only ask because of some of the ways you phrase it, right? Like there are these other Sonnies. You know what I mean? And yes, of course, I can think of myself that way too.
It is, man. I'm telling you, you have no idea what I've had to contend with that still come up, and I still have to be diligent because you talk about people that you see how fast I read, and that's not even me. Like it just starts coming out like blah, 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 blah. It's wild. And, people that have very fast cognition rate, like Whitsitt is one of them, people like that.
No, I've noticed that he talks so fast. I have to rewind to listen to what the hell he said. Yeah,
I know. So check it out. So can you imagine like the way I consider it is, you probably have like 4 to 6 different inputs that are coming in to you as a normal person, right?
Yeah.
I have like 20 different streams all on at the same time with information, trying to vie for their bandwidth time in my mind. And therefore trying to bust out into the outer world. Which
let me ask you another semi-offensive question.
Yeah, go ahead.
And Sonny, please, I'm desperate that you don't take offense to my questions. I mean that.
I'm not.
I'm just
listen,
curious, and I'm a
not,
very
I'm not at all. Listen, because I've looked at this myself. So go ahead.
yeah, 7 decades, dude. You got the experience, so I'm just curious, right? And what you guys will come to know is that I'm a very transparent person. I don't beat around the bush much, but so do you know that potentially, or do you think that potentially you're on the spectrum? Is that kind of what you're driving at? With you have way more inputs coming at you simultaneously than a normie like me per se. If you can describe me, is that what you're driving at?
Yeah, and there's a couple other things like even as a child, I could see things. I did see things, but they weren't unusual things. They were just like when a person's walking by, you see a trail. I've seen that. Like I've always seen that. Like something you would see on acid. My view
You're saying like their aura would leave a trail. Is that kind of
my view of the world has almost been like that?
Interesting.
Where I see energies and shit like that. Like I didn't choose that.
You don't think that's not a consequence of overindulging in illegal substances, right? You're saying that prior to those substances, you already saw these things.
I'm not going to say it's not that it didn't exacerbate. It probably did, especially later in life, but now that's pretty much over. I'm moving beyond all of that, and it's taken a lifetime for me. But
sure,
it's not like I've sat around and do drugs all day. I've gotten a lot done. Like I've built whole homes and raised children and had exes and ex-wife and a spouse. And we did the best we could, but we were both damaged individuals. So I've been through a whole bunch of stuff. I did 4 years in the Navy. I did 4 years in Washington, DOD, and
you need to write a book, Sonny. Oh my gosh, you need to write a book.
Look, as a teenager, I wanted to get away from home. So here's where we started. Like when we moved to California in '73, I had friends in high school. In '75, my best friend and I and his mother drove a '67 Mustang 1,200 miles south of the border to San Blas, and it's a jungle. You have to drive from Tepic like 100 miles through jungle. So we lived in this place. It's a beach town, like not a resort town, like a place where you could just get a jalapa and lay on the beach. Like you didn't have to pay anybody. You could just. So I mean, it was a different world. I lived in Mexico, and then from that trip, me and my friend there, because you knew everybody in town, and it was very warm, so most people are outside all the time, so we rented a house from a local there, and my friend and I, we had pretty much run of this place, and so we ended up hitching a ride with this guy that had driven a 57 Volkswagen camper from New York City all the way around the Gulf Coast and then across the divide over to the Pacific Coast. And he was going to Mexico City to the pyramids. And we just asked if we could go with him. So here my friend and I, 17 years old, all like 2,000 miles, 2,500 miles down into Mexico. And I walked on the Sun Pyramid when I was 17 with my friend. Now, when I came back home, my father, brother, and sister had moved in from their apartment. My sister was emancipated, so she got her own place at 15. And my father and my father bought a boat. So from Mexico, I'm living on a boat, sailboat in Marina Del Rey in Los Angeles. So that was 76, 75 to 85. And so during that period, so if you take like 17, at 21, I was working and I got a ride on a boat that was being delivered from Taiwan to Martinique. If you know, you can look at Martinique. It's below Guadeloupe and
I'm familiar.
Montserrat, the southern part, almost all.
Oh, you're breaking up again. Is that me?
To South America.
You're breaking up again, Sonny.
Martinique is.
Can anyone else hear him?
So I sailed on a 51-foot catch. Oh, there we go. How's that?
Maybe. We'll
Is that
see.
better?
Yeah.
No. Hold on.
No, you're still breaking up.
Let me go check because
It's for me. Yeah.
for some reason the mic all of a sudden. Yeah, let me check something. Hold on, I'll disconnect and come back.
Any evidence of the curvature of the Earth? Just joking. Is no one else here? Come on.
I'm here. It makes me think about how Sonny was talking about all these maybe some monsters he has in his head, these demons, and I realize that one of the biggest demons is boredom. And as you just displayed, boredom is something that's encroaching on our minds. As soon as there's silence, like we have to have some action.
Yeah, no, I'm a super extrovert. You can ask anyone I work with, man. When there's an awkward silence, I'm talking. You know, it's one of those things. So. But what a fantastic story Sonny has. Like, if he could organize his thoughts and put that into a book, I mean, I think his life story is just so fascinating. He's probably lived 3 or 4 lifetimes compared to most of us.
For sure.
Okay, so tell me, what is the weather right now in Latvia?
It's very summery, just warm. It's already 11 p.m. basically, so winding down.
Time of day.
Warm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I do know someone from Lithuania, but I've never met anyone from Latvia. So
it's very, very close. So essentially the same thing, basically. Yeah.
How do you feel about pierogies?
About what?
Pierogies?
What is that?
You don't know what a pierogi is?
What is that?
It might be actually like Hungarian Ukrainian, but it's like some dough, right? With like some
piragi, yeah.
Piragi, okay. Sorry, that's my American
that's
pronunciation.
The English pronunciation. You said it right.
Is it like a
very tasty? It's very good.
Is there something called a pierogi?
Piragi. It's like
piragi, Sonny.
Yeah. It's like a bread contraption with meat. It's very good.
It's pretty common there, would you say?
Yeah, it's quite common. It's a Russian thing, basically. It's very good. It tastes amazing. Yeah,
I love it.
It's more so fatty.
Bits. Oh, it's so good. Yeah. Oh, it's so good. Okay. So good. Anyway, Sonny, you sound better. I was just telling Flying that if you could organize your thoughts and put it into a book format, I would buy the book of the story of Sonny. It would be an amazing tale.
That's interesting you say that, because I actually, excuse, I have a kettle kind of on the boil. I hope I'm not too loud. I've already started that book, actually. A few years ago, I started writing that. I still have that original.
You should finish it, man.
My handwritten notes on the early years, which is pretty amazing because I grew up with my father, who was, when a boy, he was a teenager, he was kind of like me and got on sailboats and sailed all around Lake Michigan, even got shipwrecked with his buddies, got pushed all the way across the lake onto the Michigan shore and crashed on the beach there. And they ended up having to get to shore in a lifeboat and walk like what it sounded like miles and miles and miles down the beach to find one light of a cabin and go get help. Like these are the kind of stories my dad would tell us growing up. So, and I became a sailor, and I ended up sailing further than my father had. At 21, I sailed 6,000 miles on that sailboat with two other people. Of course, we had up to, I think, 7 people at different times. Some people would get on and then get off at a different port, and other people would get on. So, yeah, interesting times.
Yeah, it'd be cool to read the entire story. You're a big surfer, is that right?
Well, let's say this. Only in my 50s.
Yeah.
Late 40s and 50s. That's when I got really good at surfing. When I was in my 20s, I was always a really good body surfer. I could body surf really great. I still can, but I probably get beat up a little bit because my shoulders aren't. I'd have to work up to that. But yeah, and I didn't do very well at surfing in my 20s. I did surf a lot, but I wasn't very good at it. Like I really didn't have the knack. And then when I got older, I was right near Ocean Beach in Point Loma, so I could right here, and I went surfing almost every day for 6 years. I think I stopped in 20 about 2009 or 10. Because I had a shoulder surgery, so I didn't surf as much. I did, but I got hurt pretty bad when I tried to. But anyway, so I'm still looking forward to doing some more surfing. I'm longboard style now. I'm an old man. I'm not going to hurt myself. That thing almost has to float while I'm standing up by itself. I'd be the old man surfer. Yeah. I could teach people how to surf and teach them how to surf in the best places. Hold on. In the most, I could show the most consistent places to surf where it's shallow water for a really long time. It just a gradual slope, and those waves come in so consistently. And I could show you how to surf there. Sometimes it gets big. It's usually only like 2 to 4 feet, but sometimes occasionally it gets like these 6 and 8 foot and larger if you go to the point. But I could show you how to surf without nose diving and hitting your head on the bottom. Like I've had all kinds of things happen. I've had people like it's a dog eat dog world out there, especially when you start getting good and there's locals there. And if they don't know you, but you know what? I'm just like I am here on the mic. I don't give a fuck. Like I'm just like they are. It's equalized by the ocean. But I've had people try to like shoot their boards and hit me in the leg. I've also on my own was riding a barrel next to about a 6-foot tube right near the jetty, and it flipped me and flipped my board. So if you can imagine being on a wave, we're down at the bottom. It's only a foot of water or 2 feet, and that wave above you, boom, that kind of thing. But you learn how to go through the back. But that one nosedived my board, broke the tip of my brand new board. I ended up fixing it. But I digress. I could go on and on forever. But anyway, thank you for saying that. And I'm going to yield the floor for a little while because I start rambling.
Wait, I want to know, have you had encounters with some sea life during your surfing days? Maybe some sharks, jellyfish, any stings?
I've never seen a shark. Only skin diving beyond the surf line, I would see leopard sharks all the time. And there's stingrays and stuff, even where there's places where you can just like body surf, but you're walking in. It's like I said, gradually gets deeper. So it's a low grade or low angle. And then when you get in there, there's stingrays sometimes. So you have to shuffle your feet. You learn all these different things that scare them away. But I've stepped on one of those before. Yeah, I've also had surfing a sea lion come right up to my face and bark like a big freaking pit bull in my face. And they're down below. They come pretty close, but they'll only come like literally. within arm's distance. They know how to stay right outside. And also the same thing with dolphin. I've had dolphin come swim pretty close to me while surfing, within about 10 feet away. And you can see them underwater. So, but I've also seen, like, I would surf at the jetty, so the river's coming out there. So one time I was going out to get into the lineup, and it was a few days after a storm, but the river was going out, which is kind of nasty, but it's fresh water from the San Diego River. I've seen dead dogs, a big pit bull floating, dead pit bull floating pretty next to me, pretty close. Like, whoa, shit.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, a more amazing is, which still available, which if I could get my resources, I would actually have a flat earth sailboat that we could take out to Catalina and spend a week fishing and swimming in the kelp beds. Like, it's freaking amazing. Like, that place is still pristine. I mean, it's been all fished out, probably, mostly. It's not like when I grew up in my late teens on the boat, on my dad's boat. We went there all the time. I even took the boat. Me and my friends, we caught a barracuda. What was it called? I forget the names of these fish. Pescadero, bonita. Yeah, what is it called? I think it's called It's some kind of shark bonita. But anyway, the sharks eat them. My friend caught one of these bonita, big long one, about 2 foot, and right up behind it, a shark came up, about a 4-foot shark, and bit the tail off of it. My friend reached down with his spear gun. Like I said, we're kind of rowdy. So my friend reached down with a spear gun and bam, got this fish, and we cut that fish. And I was frying it on the skillet while we're cruising along, and the fillets were twitching. That's how fresh it was. I'm a pirate,
The sad thing over here is we live by the sea, but we have very low waves, so there's no surfing going on over here.
What about seafood, though? Is it too cold to get in? You could do it with a wetsuit, right?
You can do it during the summer, but otherwise, the swimming isn't too good. Also, sometimes the summers are very short, so you don't get to swim much.
It's probably too cold, man. You live in a very cold climate up there.
Oh, we do have quite hot summers, so the summers are definitely the beach season, but otherwise, yeah, no.
So how cold is the water at the seashore, though, like in the summer? It's still pretty cold, right? Do you know?
I don't know the actual temperature, but you can swim. It's pretty warm, actually. It's quite warm. It depends on the weather, but it's pretty warm. We're not quite in Siberia. It gets very warm in the summer.
Yeah. Interesting. Because it is like an enclosed bay up there, right? So you guys probably get some of that Gulf Stream also with warmer water. Yeah, I bet you do.
Well, just to understand, I mean, right now during the summer, I walk around indoors just basically in my underwear, so it gets quite warm.
All right.
Yeah.
That sounds even better than here, actually, maybe. You probably get warmer than here.
Oh, my.
Uh-oh. We have CB in the house. I thought that was you, CB, last night, and it's this other guy that sounds just like you, man.
Seems like everyone's got a doppelganger.
Yeah, you called me CB last night.
Oh, that's you. That's right.
You guys do sound quite similar, actually.
Hi, this is CB.
This is also CB.
It's
I think the similarity is that you sound very clear. Yeah.
That's interesting. Say, I'm pseudo CB.
Sonny, I should have fired up.
Sunday, coming to you live. This is pseudo CB.
Well, I was going to fire up Sonny's sea stories because this has been an amazing. I've been listening along here. in the background.
That's fantastic.
But you remind me of Crow 777 because he would tell stories about how when he was younger, he would take his father's ship out or whatever and do things on. It's like those are the kind of things that my generation, there was no boats. I never had access to being out away from home that far on my own. And it's just really cool to hear stories about stuff like that. So appreciate that.
Yeah, I really only did that as an adult. Before that, like as a 10-year-old, I learned how to sail on a 24-foot sloop with my father, my brother, and sister on the Mississippi River. So we used to go up. We used to go cruising with, like, this was a whole deal. My dad had this social network at the yacht club called the Peninsula Yacht Club. It's on the what would you call that? The west side of the river. Okay, I guess that's where everything is over on this side. So, so we would sail with friends of his with other boats, and they would raft together and we would shore up on these sandbars. This is on the Mississippi, right, where Huck Finn, Tom Sawyer lived. You know, there's islands, the river's always there, and got this little outboard on a small boat with my dad and 3 kids. So I had some amazing memories of that, sailing on the river and going all the way up to these islands, and with the adults are all there. And as a teenager, I brought friends of mine from the hood, and we had a great time because they're doing stuff like the adults are like drinking like hot buttered rum and stuff like that they would make by the fire, by the campfire, and like barbecuing and like having coffee, like, or whatever we want. It was great, man. And being able to go and explore. So, and then my dad trailered, we trailered the sailboat up to Chicago and put it on on Lake Michigan. And we sailed 600 miles together as a family on Lake Michigan. And my brother and sister were deathly ill. Like, let me tell you, as a almost lifelong sailor myself, guess who gets seasick? I do. I'm really sick at first, but I don't throw up because I learned how to not throw up after many years of being at sea. I have to stay up where I can see the horizon. As long as I'm above deck and I can see the horizon, then I get my positioning and I don't get sick. I might feel sick. And therefore, when I was in the Navy on a big ship and it was really rocking, I was already used to it. So I was like already a hardcore sailor by the time I was 26, and I joined the Navy at 26. So anyway, so we're sailing. So this is 1968. We're sailing, and I don't know if you know anything about Lake Michigan. Some of you probably do, but sailing on Lake Michigan is different than the ocean. And I had never been on the ocean. I had only sailed on the flat river before, and on small lakes and stuff like that. But when you go out and you have an interval of like literally 6-foot waves or 8-foot waves because of the wind chop, that's how big they were. But they're at an interval that's an even interval. In other words, close to shore, no break in the waves. So they're hitting at how many seconds? 5 or 10 seconds. So 1, boom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, boom, 1, 2. You're going up and down, bang, and those waves are hitting the hull of that little tiny boat, and it shudders. It's a scary process. So then the thing is, when you have somebody that knows how to sail, like my father, he knows how to go off to the side and you raise a sail just to get some speed, and then you have maneuverability. But it's a difficult thing, especially if you're going into the wind, the direction you need to go. You have to tack back and forth. So you have to fall off like 20 degrees, fall off to the other side 20 degrees, zigzag up and down the coast. Now, when you get to calm water and you're sailing and you have a light breeze, it is such a joyful thing, man. You don't know what that feels like when you get those sails bellowing out just the right amount, like a wing, and it's pulling the sailboat forward. It's not pushing them. When you go to what's called a beam reach, the beam is each side of the boat, right? Horizontal to your view, to the bow in the front and the stern in the back, to give you an idea. Like, so all these things. So when you get into the smooth water and you're sailing, it's so beautiful. And you fall off, and we have this big sail called a spinnaker. It's a big balloon-shaped thing. So you raise it up real fast, and then it billows out, and it's freaking huge. It's like you're carrying a hot air balloon in the front. And when you get the wind from behind you like that, the boat will go as fast as it possibly can. And that is a freaking awesome feeling. Like, it's amazing.
Sonny makes an excellent point. Having been here on Lake Michigan since February 6th, there's just so much difference close to shore between freshwater Lake Michigan and the Atlantic and the Pacific. And when you look out, I didn't, when I was at the Pacific and the Atlantic, I didn't, look out, like I do now, because I got no life now. So obviously everything's about cosmology and virology in my life. And so when I look out, it's just amazing what you see on freshwater. Because the first time whenever I go to Warren Dunes or Indiana Dunes or Michigan Beach or St. Joseph, which is up by Benton Harbor, whenever I go there, the first thing I do when I go to the beach is I look out. I don't look at the waves. I don't look at the people. I look out to see if there's any visibility, if there's any haze over the water, because every day is different. There is no way that you can calculate refraction over water at all. And if any glober tells you that, they're being disingenuous, close to lying on purpose.
For the most part, I think they're just sitting at home all day, just like they don't have any of these experiences. They don't realize how much the change in climate and weather conditions really play a part. It can't be the same always. The refraction can be something that plays part in hiding there and actually showing at the same time whatever there is to be seen.
Yeah, so that's the thing when you're living, when you're on a boat, you're like living near the water or anything like that. Like just from your own experience, how much swirling around the wind does on the water. You can see it actually on the water. That's one of the things you look for as a sailor. You look for darkened areas, which, by the way, is what the Globers are saying in the Black Swan. Its surface texture changes due to the wind dipping down, hitting the water. You can see it. It ripples. It's dark. It's different than still water. That's how the swirling. Don't let the Globers get away with this, because they want to stop everything and say it's a static world, nothing's moving. And that is just never the case in reality. So when you're a sailor, you know how to look for wind. It doesn't always hit the same place at all the same time. It's dipping down here and there. It like changes rapidly. So all kinds of things are going on above the surface over water, and it changes our viewpoint. But any kind of surface texture, like in the Black Swan, if you look at that image, it's just texture of the wind blowing down on the water, dipping down, hits, then lifts back up. Some areas are more of a mirror finish, the mirror looking like still water, and others are darker and give you a diffused image. That's all it is. It's just this surface texture of the water. So don't let the Globers turn Earth into a static thing where they have to say light is bending through a perfectly homogeneous environment, which it is not ever like that. Okay, that's all I got to say.
This photo that I just dropped, this was from Beverly Shores, Indiana, April 2nd. First time I'd really put my P1000 on a tripod. So it was about 8-9 feet observation height. I had never, ever, ever seen those two boats in this video. This is a still from the video, which I could share if you ever wanted me to.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think I put it on YouTube so I could share it easy. But this was April 2nd, and I had, you've always seen water on the other side of a boat, and so this was the first time I looked at this, and there was two boats, and the water, you see the blue water opposed to the little bit more, grayish blue water. And I had never, ever seen water above the boat. It's always like on the other side, but it's not elevated. This was actually elevated. It looked like a little bit of a wave was coming towards those two boats.
Hold on for a second. Put a pin in that right there. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I'm looking at, I apologize for breaking in again.
Go ahead.
So Michael Gleason wrote me the message in live stream. I'm just reading. I'm trying to catch up on the live stream voice text. Forgive me. I was trying to not watch the live stream earlier to stay focused in my mind. But anyway, so Michael Gleason surfed the same places at the same time. Ocean Beach Pier. Yeah, I never shot the pier, but I've surfed at the pier here in OB quite many times. And I almost drowned at the pier. I got white water that was like 12 feet thick, and you can't get any buoyancy because it's full of air, and you drop down and you still can't breathe. So you have to hold your breath through the whole thing, and held down to the bottom by these big waves. Anyway, almost drowned. Quit smoking after that. That was a long time ago. But yeah, so you surfed there for 20 years. That's awesome, man. We passed by each other, no doubt. We might even know each other. Anyway, okay. Forgive me for breaking in.
Oh, it's all cool. I just wanted to say, there's an optical illusion going on here where you have that blue water is some sort of an optical illusion. The weather was warmer than the water was, and so if you take, visually, you got to do this. And I'm gonna look at it again in January when it's really cold. But if you get rid of that optical illusion of that blue water, you can see all of Chicago, or the vast majority of it.
Well, see, that's the thing. Water that large, so you see how the surface undulates. So sometimes you have these waves that are like these bulges of waves that it doesn't really look like it's a wave. It just looks like the surface. But you see, even in this photograph, large waves come in from out further.
Very possible.
And where the wind is blowing for the longest and the most duration and the most intensity is where the waves are largest, out in the middle, right, away from any obstructions. So there's a couple of things you could see, that there's a bulge in the whole place through this photograph. You can see it along the very edge where the buildings are. That's not a curve in your camera either. That's a bulge in the water. And then near the shore, you see how it's lighter, milkier. That's because the waves are pushing and moving silt around, and it gets dark, like brown, like muddy. Out further, it's more clear, but bigger waves. So that will cause an obstruction in your vision from out further. And when it gets to the very farthest part of your vision towards that 0 point, those waves just bunch up laterally along your line of sight, and they pile up. The vertical part of them all pile up to the highest part. And it's the weirdest looking thing, because I've looked out to the ocean at this effect when there's waves right at the horizon. And what happens is they all stack up together, and it looks like a solid, it looks like a solid wall of waves. It really does. It doesn't even look like they're moving anymore. Right there at that place, it looks like there's a vertical wall of waves, and you can almost see, delineate, where the mean was and where the higher ones got, and where they start blocking because they're higher than the mean, which means they're higher than your line of sight over water. Because if there's waves happening on the surface, right, that's going to bulge that surface up higher than if it were no waves or less waves, meaning if the wind is blowing consistently on one little area, which happens like streams of water, the wind is blowing across the top of the water, the wind is blowing like streams. And it branches out and does different things depending on what kind of turbulence was set up in them, such as a building 100 miles away.
If you can imagine, Sonny, let's say that boat wasn't going. It looks like it's going right to left. I don't remember left to right, right to left. And just imagine if that boat decided to start heading toward that blue, what looks like a wave. What would it look like when it got to the top of that? That'd be very interesting. Obviously, we don't know, but I find this picture. I find this picture very interesting because I've never seen that much water elevated behind the other side of the boat. And if you remove that, then you basically get maybe not all of Sears Tower, which is to the right there, but you get a lot more of it.
Well, yeah, because the stacking effect, and realize it's variable, so that means it doesn't have to be even. It's not evenly distributed when it's wavy like that. So that means it's stacking up, like I was talking about. And you can see from this boat, you have to keep in your mind a perspective, how that view of the horizon, if it starts out in your view or your lens as about half 50 down and 50 up, split in half, then perspective takes effect. But now you have to take into account, how high is this boat? Let's say from the waterline to the top of the people's head, right below the bottom of that pennant flag. So eventually what would happen is it would get out there and the waves would make the bottom part, probably all the way to the bottom of that flag, disappear, depending on how high they are. Let's say they're 5 feet above sea level. If you have 5 foot waves, then the top of their heads are going to be obscured for part of the time until they come up on the crest and then go back down in the trough. And then at that point, you'd probably see the flag flickering in and out, or you might see it sometimes and only see part of it other times, or not see the flag at all. Like see the people's heads, then not see their heads, see the hull, then not see the hull, because they're bouncing up and down.
Yeah, I think you told me that the coldest it gets in San Diego, as far as the water temperature where you are, is like 57 degrees. I think you told me that.
No, 50. It gets like 52, 50, okay. 54 in the winter. It gets in the low 50s.
Yeah, I don't know.
Generally, mid 50s is about the lowest. Of mid 50s. Yeah.
There's times that I've heard. And I'll watch it this winter, obviously. When they say Lake Michigan freezes over, it's just like, wow. You know how cold that would be. That's why it takes forever for it to warm up in the summertime, because it gets so cold in the wintertime. But, if obviously I'm going to do my mirror flash, somebody will be somewhere around, we'll do a mirror flash across Lake Michigan when it's cold, and we'll do the P1000 when it's cold. And, maybe we'll get that video that I've been wanting to get. And so, but I always go back, because this was my first time that I really set up with my camera on a tripod. And I saw this and it was like, this is so cool. I had no idea this was the optical or whatever effect I might get. So it really opened my eyes back on April 2nd about what I'm viewing across Lake Michigan.
So I got this new device. I'm all excited. I don't even know. Like, I'm pretty sure the phone number's the same. But it's pretty amazing, like being as old as I am, and the technological changes that have happened right in front of our eyes. Like, right, Jim? Jim and I know we're the same age.
Well, the iPhone was 2007, the very first one, not too long ago.
Yeah, this is I think, what did they say? Android 14 or Android 11. Let me see. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's superfluous, whatever. But it's pretty amazing to be able to transfer all your. Here we go. How do I find my phone number? Why does it say that? Emergency calls only. That's really weird. Android 11, yeah. Probably have to call someone else. Anyway, I digress. I'm making some more coffee. I'm going to step away for just a couple minutes. I'm listening in the background. Someone should give me the Gandalf the Third freaking role. I didn't say it first. It was Jedi, so you have to blame Jedi. I just want to shout out to any Globers that are anywhere around. Are there any new people out listening on YouTube or Rumble or TikTok? Feel free to hit that link wherever you are, whether you're on Mayhem 100 TikTok, or is that the Rumble account? Also TikTok, right? Is he Mayhem 100 under TikTok also? I don't know. I'm a little out of the loop, but I'll be getting on board pretty soon, probably with some content, just because I get bored. So I like to stay active. So I'm going to start doing little blips of various things. I am a little camera shy. I didn't even realize it. I've never liked the way I look in photos. The lighting is never right. I don't know. Like how I see myself is not how the photos turn out. So I'm like, that sucks. But I'm an old man anyway. So there's that. But I am eating my bacon and eggs almost every day. It's my favorite meal. A couple times a day I can do that. But I also ride my bike. I'm up to almost 10 miles a day at least. But there's been a couple 16 and 18 mile rides. I'm going to start filming those things. Now, shut up, Sonny. It's not the Sonny show. I'm going to yield the floor and roll one here. Yeah, that looks like that's Ocean Beach. All of that's Ocean Beach. I don't know how I recognize it because there's only sand and water, and someone could call bullshit. They'd probably be right. Oh, that's Lake Michigan. See, I was wrong. It could be Lake Michigan. Dang, that's beautiful. Yeah. Where is that exactly, Jim? Michigan City? Yeah, we sailed Benton Harbor. I saw Racine. We saw Racine from Milwaukee have their fireworks, or pretty close to that. I forget. It's been quite a while. Yeah, I guess my dad was a little bit of a gangster. Anyway, He took me on an airplane ride when I was still a baby, and I remember it.
Yeah.
I had to be carried. He carried me into the plane, and he had a friend that had a small plane. It took me up flying, and he goes, "Look, Sonny, there's where we live down there." And I remember pushing my face against the glass and looking down and seeing our neighborhood.
That top photo is Warren Dunes, Michigan. The next one is St. Joseph, Michigan, and the one where the sun is actually moving up is Michigan City, Indiana. I actually got up early that morning to look at Chicago with the lights, with the lights on, but the smoke had covered it up, and so I decided to look at the sun instead, and I caught it. I got it on video too, but yeah, obviously you can take still photos, but so these are still photos, obviously. But the bottom photo, I'm about 4 miles away from. The next one is my only time I've looked at the moon, close up. So that's.
All right, I'll charge my bike for a little bit longer. I think I might ride to the beach. I don't know. Last night I was going to ride there, but I didn't have my jacket. I'm like, I would get cold. And sure enough, I came down the hill, and I'm like, there was a big marine layer coming in. And otherwise, I was just wearing a T-shirt yesterday. Beautiful. It's a lot of wind, though, like blowing in my face from the northwest. Pretty strong, about 10 to 12 mile an hour wind, but sunny out, pretty warm any place where there was no wind. And in the canyon areas on the trails where I ride, mountain bike trails, I go to this place in the park and the sun's shining right in there, and it's like 6 p.m. in the evening and the sun's shining and it's freaking warm. It's just freaking awesome. Anyway, let me see. Sonny, you're hot micing. Yeah, I can't wait to see. I'm going to have to try this. I'm afraid I'm going to break this new phone, but I can't wait to try it out and see how the camera works and stuff. Why don't I have extreme heat wave to bake western U.S. Florida with record highs? That you're supposed to get a heat wave over there in the west, on the east. Oh wait, the bake west U.S. What? Yeah, extreme heat wave to bake western U.S. Florida with record highs. Two separate things, I guess. Heat waves. Why is my phone?
You haven't seen the bottom video at 2 minutes 47 seconds. There is a plane that actually flies in front of the sun, which is kind of cool. And in the upper left-hand corner, you can see 3 sunspots. And you'll also notice that I start the video in the upper left-hand corner, and I just leave it there, and the sun ends up in the lower right-hand corner. It literally goes across the screen as well as goes down. And the very top one I wasn't expecting. It started to distort way above the water. You know, the horizon where the sky meets the land, or in this case meets the water. And it left all view before it even got to the water. I mean, there was so much going on, you know, distortions or atmospherics or whatever you want to call it above the water, that the sun didn't have a chance to get to the horizon. It disappeared before it.
I haven't had a new phone in so long. I totally forgot how to like activate the new phone. Like it's, I don't know. I'll have to call. Technical challenges.
firmament. Celestial tapestry in the firmament. Declare your majesty in the firmament. The footstool of your throne. Your pillars are firm, fixed and immovable. Spherical all around. A circle of earth, suspended on nothing. You scattered the stars out in the firmament. Celestial tapestry in the firmament. Declare your majesty in the firmament. The footstool of your throne. We are not alone. The heavens declare the glory of Yeah, Tommy Sutherland's 11 years old. He's so attentive in class, repeating what he's told. For a boy his age, he looks ready to fly. He also happens to dress just like Bill Nye. He enjoys learning about all the planets and such, though he'd rather be outside, experimenting much. There he could reflect on the theories they presented and ponder dark matter, alone and tormented. Tommy shines when his teacher calls for an answer, but believes something's amiss, something quite deeper. One night, reading about the curve of the ocean, he came across a rather impossible notion. Such horrible news, most would not survive. Could the earth be flat? Hidden by lies? He dug out his telescope from his pop shop, went to the beach to test the earth's drop. But what would arise as he gazed over the pier? The land and a boat that had just disappeared. Bewildered, he ran the numbers at hand. 8 inches per mile squared, but it did not stand. While alone on the beach, the sound quickened away. A quiet voice spoke deep inside. I created it all with you in mind. Tommy tried to talk, but he just couldn't speak. The years of indoctrination that made him weak. So he dropped to his knees and scrawled up in the sand, I am a new person and a part of your plan. He started a group, 2 friends and his dog. Together they searched for answers there in the fog. They didn't just shine a light on the academic crimes. They run tests outdoors most of the time, while other kids repeat theories like they've won. This gang is about action, not to be outdone. They collect real data under the stars. Planets are lights, close up rather than far. As the sun comes round, it's a perspective thing. The moon's its counter, very near we've gleamed. The family did jest, you're crazy with no cred. These experiments you do, they're all up in your head. Science ignores facts, unable to debate. You are not special, Tommy. You came from an ape. You are not worthy of this random round ball. Haven't you heard? Homie, we discovered it all. His anger echoing through the learned halls as Tommy backed slowly against the wall. The teacher before him was now a zombie slave, as Darwin called out from beyond the grave. He spoke from his coffin, making ghoulish demands. Through the cracking walls reached Neanderthal hands. The school fell away, it began to implode and creak. His mind sorta knew as he began to speak. Every line that had crept into the reams now was decoded, inspired by dreams. To escape the madness, he had reached for the door. Eyes open, floating over linoleum floors. Snow drifting down, hitting his hot face. Zombie teachers, they clung to their place. His voice was soft as he careened and quoted from a powerful internet meme. You sit on a throne of lies. Sometimes every path leads them to nowhere. Moon landing on closed sets. Slave to money, slave to debt. More lab coats they found from somewhere. Yeah, they come to snuff the truth out. Oh yeah. Yeah, here come the truth now. Yeah, you know he ain't gonna lie. No, 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 you know he ain't gonna lie. Yeah, they come to snuff the truth out. Oh yeah, yeah, here come the truth out. Yeah, you know he ain't gonna lie. No, 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 you know he ain't gonna lie. We ain't spinning on no globe, man. We see for miles in our homeland. NASA sends us pictures photoshopped. They feed us pills, can't see ourselves. Turn TVs off, seek bookshelves. Oh God, please, won't you help them see the truth? Yeah, they come to snuff the truth out. Oh yeah, yeah, here come the truth out. Yeah,
My question is, how is me falling into the water with the rubber ducky life preserver and a sextant rendering null the refraction correction and the refracted radius?
If you're at the water level, let's say you're literally bobbing your eyes in and out of the water, the horizon's right in front of you. There's nothing to correct for. Because depth accounts for height, is my understanding. If you have no height off the water, then there is no corrections.
So it's a height of eye correction is what you're saying.
Because you're level with that horizon, you don't have to account for its drop. Depth accounts for height, because you're literally looking at the water level. You're bobbing your eyes in and out of the pool, essentially. So it's just flat. It is just flat.
Rubber ducky, you're the one.
You make bath time lots of fun. Rubber ducky, I'm awfully fond of you.
My question is, how is me falling into the water with the rubber ducky life preserver and a sextant rendering null the refraction correction and the refracted radius?
As you go up, the horizon will eventually start to drop, and then you have to make corrections. That is my understanding of it. So it goes away because at zero, there is no need for it.
Oh, so you're saying they just go away? He answered my question.
It is just flat.
That's
at that elevation. Yes.
Hold on. You said at that elevation, it's just flat. Then that's what you said.
No, it is just flat. It is just flat. No, nothing's flat just because you're at that
That's what you just said. Those were your, it's another one of those, isn't it? The host quotes back what you said verbatim.
It is just flat.
And you say no. That's what you said. At that point, it's just flat.
Sorry, it is just flat.
You don't have to talk through me when it gets to the devastating bit you said, and I repeat. You said at that point, it is flat.
It is just flat at that stage.
Thank you. I'll be in the area all week.
Rubber ducky, you're the one.
You make bath time lots of fun. Rubber ducky, I'm awfully fond of you.
Also, Nathan, the thing he wasn't getting was with the rubber ducky preserver lifeboat was, his eyes on. You're still using a sextant, and you're still bringing a luminary down, which could be thousands of miles away to zero.
Because you're literally looking at the water level. You're bobbing your eyes in and out of the pool, essentially. So it is just flat at that stage.
and speak no evil. We get lied to so much, it seems normal to be deceitful. We'll never be treated equal, and I wanna know why. Rich people start all the wars, but only poor people die. Just take a look, it's so easy to see the system is rigged by degenerate pigs targeting our innocent kids. They start programming you just as soon as you exit the womb. Now money is your god,
you must obey and consume.
Always practice conformity, stay within the majority. Never think for yourself and do not question authority. Man, I still can't even believe this is the way that they have us. I'm taking my chances, I have to try and wake up the masses. Can't get away from the madness, but still I'm trying my best. And as long as I'm still alive, I will fight till the death. Because we cannot let this be the end. It's now or never, sink or swim. The time has come for the great awakening.
Never sleep again.
Every single day we're being led astray and lied to. I don't think there's anyone that hates it more than I do. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I feel like I'm alone and no one knows the things I know. There's nobody to talk to and there's nowhere I can go. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Listen, I woke up with a fever today. Sick of the fact people believe everything that this evil media say. Morality has been deleted away. Zionist heathens display that they're the predators who see us as prey. Transparency is what they need to purvey. They even have us thinking that eating a fruit that has no seed is okay. Victims of greed and impeded by hate. The glaring question is, how can we get to God if Satan's leading the way? Ravenous witches, scientists with moral character glitches, preparing malicious conditions and sick narrative switches. The elite is wearing his privilege as he battles for riches, while the lower classes carry out the establishment's wishes. The portrayal of their intentions is unfair and fictitious, acting suspicious. Undercover agents snapping your pictures, suggestive messages embedded in the movies to trick us. Music and advertisement slickness plus remixture of scriptures. Come on.
Every single day we're being led astray and lied to. I don't think there's anyone that hates it more than I do. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I feel like I'm alone and no one knows the things I know. There's nobody to talk to and there's nowhere I can go. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
It's 2019, but it feels more like 1984. Our rights are fading away. Every day they're taking more. It's time to stand and take action. What are we waiting for? They're waging war on humanity. This we can't ignore. My brain is sore from all the lies that they constantly feed us. Elitists that follow the phoenix can swallow a penis. And we're not gonna stop until we know all of your secrets. The Bible says in our final days our knowledge increases. That is exactly what's happening now on this challenging road that we're traveling down. We have to get rowdy, we have to get loud and keep spreading the truth and just pass it around. You work like a slave and you live in a loop. They're turning your sky into chemical soup. I'm always watching these videos, often like Richie from Boston, to give me the scoop. Waking the world up, dispensing the truth like a doctor that's handing out red pills to everyone. What in the world are they spraying up there in the air? It's aluminum, lithium, barium. Nobody notices, nobody cares. Everyone's greedy and nobody shares. I want to help you, you'll be in my prayers. But now we must separate wheat from the tares.
Every single day we're being led astray and lied to. I don't think there's anyone that hates it more than I do. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I feel like I'm alone and no one knows the things I know. There's nobody to talk to and there's nowhere I can go. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
The Earth is flat. I follow all the flat Earth pages.
Yeah, so, okay. I mean, it's not flat.
You're a globetard.
You're a globetard. You think this isn't flat.
It's not.
Is the world round?
Yes, it's a globe.
Globetard.
All right, so how's it flat then? Prove to me it's flat.
Look outside.
I see the curve.
He knows he's shit.
I do. I see the curve.
Tell him more proof that the world's flat.
More proof. Did you know that not once in the history of space travel ever has any astronaut panned his camera around 360 degrees? Not once. Why don't they?
What do you mean?
It's all fake, it's all manipulated.
Studios, yeah.
Images, yeah. You're a globetard. Your name should be Luke the Duke, but instead your name is Leek.
The geek. Like I start calling him Lord.
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 Lord the globetard.
This is stupid. I'm not a globetard.
You have a spacesuit, you can go up there and see it's flat, but you ain't fucking going.
It's not
That's
flat.
why you're Lork the globetard.
So is space fake? Is there even space?
Space is fake.
You're Lork. Space is
So it's a dome?
Space is CGI. Yeah, it's a solid dome.
Now I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command-Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how
How many dumb sheeple believe it? And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a
famous on the galaxy.
They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now? You lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small, and now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living like on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space, but I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a
Freemasonic galaxy.
They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, Okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now? You lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it. No procrastination, trying to cause the masses to awaken. That's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
This version of but it has to be. This version of but it has to be. This version of but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
This version of but it has to be. This version of but it has to be. This version of but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
I don't want to be presumptuous here. I can call you Buzz. Okay.
That's a legal name. Passport,
Okay.
driver's license.
And I am Uncle Coney tonight.
Uncle Coney.
Let's talk about this because this is fascinating. I remember very clearly, I think anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember my parents waking me up and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon.
No,
which
you
was
didn't. No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. So you associated what you saw with.
I have very hazy memories.
I know.
Well, no, but what we saw was we all were gathered around the old curved top radio and listened.
Talking about how many feet we were going to the left and right, and then I said contact light, engine stop.
It's
and
exciting.
other things, and then Neil said, Houston, Tranquility Base, the Eagle has landed. Man, how about that?
That was very exciting.
Not a bad line.
Yeah. This was. So, were you self-conscious about all the? I mean, the entire Earth. Is watching and listening to everything that you guys do. Were you self-conscious at all about what am I going to say? What if I say something that's kind of stupid? It's in the history books forever, like, I want a cookie, or,
You got it.
You're worried then.
We were focused. I was afraid that Neil might say, hey, you better go out first and, think up a couple of lines to say when you step on the moon.
Right. So that's a huge responsibility.
You
now,
bet, right.
You were not the first man to walk on the moon, but you've actually talked about this. You were the first man to relieve himself on the moon. Is that true?
That is correct.
That is correct.
Well, no.
This is... You want to get to the...
But not on the moon. You don't want to...
you didn't unzip.
You do not want to unzip.
Right.
That
would be stupid.
But we got a little device that.
I don't want to know about the device. Actually, in the footage, you're the one that's bunny hopping. You know what I mean? Why were you doing that? Because you look at the footage, and you were the astronaut that started jumping up and down on the moon and doing some kind of a bunny hop. Which
not bunny hop, kangaroo hop. 2 feet at a time.
I always mess up these technical terms.
You got to keep those people in the southern hemisphere happy. Those,
What was the point of that?
Under.
Was that a scientific experiment,
yes,
or were you getting too much gas in the helmet?
I thought it was a good idea. I thought it was a good idea in front of the TV to bounce around and to demonstrate how easy a guy could move around, or a gal could move around on the moon.
What did you eat up there? You always hear about. We were told that you guys had Tang. I think you didn't have Tang.
We didn't call it that. We had
Right.
an orange drink, but some of the guys didn't like the orange drink, so we cut it with grapefruit juice, and we call it orange grapefruit.
Because as kids, we were told the astronauts drank Tang. You must also have Tang, and now I find out that that's a bunch of baloney.
No, we had whatever went into Tang went into the orange drink. So, but
okay.
NASA gets a little sensitive about commercializing things, Coca-Cola and that sort
Right. They don't like that kind of thing. What did you actually eat? What kind of food were you having up there?
Well, it wasn't gourmet. You don't want to have crummy things because the crumbs go all over the place. Dried peas.
Right, you wouldn't
dried peas would not work.
Or like
Caviar
a
would be
pound
good.
cake, a dry pound cake. You wouldn't
No
eat that
good, no
because the
good.
crumbs are everywhere. This is the pound cake. And suddenly you're in trouble.
But caviar would have been good, but it's a little expensive, and we
Right.
were getting a little over budget, so we had to have hot dogs, I think it was.
You didn't have hot dogs.
little hot
This is a
dogs.
big scientific mission. They
But-
shoved hot dogs into the capsule just before you went. Oh yeah, and have these. Whack.
Well, no, it was new. It was innovative because up to that time we'd had what they call freeze dried. It's all in a plastic pouch, and it's all evacuated. You take all the stuff out,
Right.
all the water out of it,
Right.
and on one end it's got a little valve, and you pump the water in through a water gun.
Right.
And if it's freeze-dried coffee, powdered
Right.
coffee, then you can put hot water in. That was luxury. The command module in Apollo had hot water in it.
Well,
You could have
now
coffee.
we actually we're not going to get into it, but we the foods they have today are like freeze-dried pizzas, beef stroganoff. They have actual,
They're good.
add water and you get like a 9-layer cake. And these
Yeah.
guys are
No, it's,
they
it's
have some
almost
serious
like a
food.
TV dinner, and sometimes the TV puts you on the TV while
Now,
you're eating dinner.
how did you?
I bet you thought I wore this just for you.
What? Because of the
With
late
all
night
these,
theme.
not all these stars and moons and all that.
It'd be
around.
nice if you wore a
But I
tie that was a
didn't.
tribute to me.
No, this is my tie.
No.
I bet you thought that's.
That's nice. You got a lot of stars and moons all over you. You're like the Lucky Charm guy. It's just like that's very cool. They're everywhere. And we.
What do you got?
What's this right here? I don't know. They throw this stuff on us before we. It's a clip-on. I have to mention before we go that you've written a book. This is a novel.
That's right.
And
It's a-
it's called The Return, right here, which people should check
Techno-thriller.
out. It's a techno-thriller.
Thriller.
And it's
Yep.
based on some of your experiences?
No, it's based on what I think should happen.
What should
and
happen?
We need to start flying private citizens in space. And this talks about flying a journalist, and then a game show winner, pyramid to space, and then a coup de grace is a well-known celebrity. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, no. Well known.
No,
Sorry.
he's a basketball player, tall, retired, worked for a shoe company. Michael James.
Jordan?
Michael James.
Yeah. We'll call, yeah. He's going to sue you so fast. Yeah. Michael Gordon. Well, the book, The Return, is available now. Buzz, it's really cool. I've always wanted to meet you. It's really great to have you on the program. Thank you for doing it.
Hey, nice to be
Thank you
here.
for being here. Buzz Aldrin, everybody. We'll take a break.
Chemist and proponent of intelligent design James Tour wasn't a fan of the
You know that I have not been a proponent of intelligent design.
And proponent of intelligent design James Tour.
I just thought it'd be fun to have like a little persona. Professor Dave, it's just a little name.
I don't have a PhD in chemistry or anything, but I, did work in, I took courses with laboratory components as an undergrad, and then I did most of a master's in synthetic organic chemistry.
But I didn't really last long. I dropped out in my second semester. I wanted to move up to San Francisco and play music. And then I moved down to Los Angeles, again, for music opportunities. But I eventually got this teaching job for organic chemistry at this little trade university. It was a pretty lucky break because with a bachelor's degree, I was only supposed to teach the laboratory portion. But on the first day, the lecture instructor had this freak out. He just took off. And so my boss came up to me and he said, look, you got to go teach the lecture. There's nobody here. They offered me the job permanently, but contingent on me getting a master's at the same time. So I went over to Cal State Northridge to give a second shot at a master's degree in chemistry,
and found that I really hate it. I really didn't like it at all. Do not enjoy doing chemistry.
But through a bunch of bureaucracy, quite frankly, I lost that job, so I had to withdraw yet again from the master's program. Or a lot of you ask very incredulously, "Are you a real professor?" I sit literally in this room like 60 to 70 hours a week, and I chose the name really without much thought. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek, to be honest. I just thought it'd be fun to have like a little persona, Professor Dave. It's just a little name. They offered me the job through a bunch of bureaucracy. I lost that job. I chose the name. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek, to be honest.
So, and even at that time, I had no interest in being a chemist. Do not enjoy doing chemistry. I really hate it.
Professor Dave, it's just, a little name.
didn't mean to deafen Rawls.
Oh, paid NASA shill, right on the money.
Yeah,
Paid-
Dan's here.
All right, paid NASA shill, are you there?
Hi.
Hey, what's going on, man? Are you a
Not
real
much.
paid NASA shill?
Oh yeah, no, they get thousands of dollars every day from NASA to show the globe Earth.
All right,
in fact, I'm in charge of the program. Unfortunately, all the money's been taken for Biden's inauguration, but that's another story. Sorry about that.
Right, I know. Yeah, probably right. All right, so is the Earth a globe?
Yeah, without a doubt.
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt.
Here we go. You would say 100% sure, huh? You sound very confident.
99.8, because I'd say 99.9, but someone objected to 666, so I'll say 99.8.
Oh my god! All right, Jedi, you there?
Oh, we don't need Jedi. I got this.
You got?
Oh, QE. Hello,
Yeah.
sir. I've heard a lot about. I've been listening
There we go.
to your bollocks for years now.
You've heard him, but you haven't experienced him.
No, I've heard enough. Of
Okay,
it.
well, since I just want to bypass all that and just go right to your science acumen. I'm going to show that your science acumen is less than a fifth grader. How about that? Ready?
No, because you're already there. Because a fifth grader knows that the Earth is not flat.
Oh, okay. No, well, just wait a second. That's not. I made the claim that your science acumen is less than a fifth grader. We're not listening to your evidence right now. Just
Oh,
a
you're not,
couple
'cause you
very
can't-
quick questions. All right.
Sure.
So, can you conduct natural science without experiment?
And it depends how you define experiment. So you're defining experiment so that
No,
only
it doesn't
certain little
depend on
things.
Doesn't depend on. We
Sure it
already
does.
know what an experiment is. We'll get to that in a second. Can you? Can we conduct natural science without experiment? Yes or no? Close-ended question.
Okay, so we can't.
Okay, so we can't conduct natural science without experiment. That's correct answer.
Well, to you it is at least.
Say again?
For you, yeah. Now you can define
No,
an
not for
experiment.
me. No.
So now you're going to define an experiment so that
I'll
only.
define an experiment here in a second. We're going to get to that. We'll get to that. So you said that we can't conduct natural science without experiment, which is the correct answer. So now we have astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics.
Nope, sorry, wrong.
What?
Wrong.
Wrong what?
Well, you're going to define these as not sciences because they can't do an experiment. As
Yeah,
defined
you're gonna
by-
pay NASA
by-
show. You're gonna have to just rein it back in, buddy.
by the-
Relax.
No,
Relax.
I'm not going to rein it back
Yeah,
in.
yeah.
I'm not
yeah,
going
you're
to.
gonna.
QE's
Okay,
not going
so-
to get on.
All right, 1 second. You're not in your own house. This is the flat Earth community. Okay, so buddy, just relax. And if you can't conduct yourself here, then we're just gonna have to show you to the door. I'd rather have you just have a nice conversation and just go through the questions that Quantum is giving you, and that'll be that. But please don't jump in while he's still speaking. Just relax.
No, speak then. Hold on.
No,
ahead.
you can speak. You're fine. This is logical. It follows logically, right? I asked the first question: can you conduct natural science without experiment? You said no. That was correct answer. Now I'm going to ask you. It's a follow-on question to that fact that you stated, which was correct. And now I'm going to say: is astronomy and cosmology and astrophysics natural science? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So with your previous fact that you must have experiment to be a natural science, then astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics, with your yes answer, must have experiments. So before you have an experiment, you have to have a hypothesis. So we want one single viable scientific hypothesis in either of those disciplines in their entire history. Just one.
Let's see. There's the orbit of.
Nope, that's not a
Neptune
hypothesis. I asked, objection, Your Honor.
Wait, what happened to letting people talk? What happened to that? That was crazy.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm looking for a hypothesis, not a claim. Hypothesis. Do you know what a hypothesis is, sir?
Yeah, it's a guess.
No.
Yes.
Incorrect.
Wrong.
A guess. That's not a science.
It's a guess. Sure it is. So the orbit of Neptune is we observe. You first make an. You and your citations.
Citation, please.
Well,
to
where you get your
support
citations, sir?
claim.
Wait,
Objection,
hold
Your
on.
Honor.
You keep saying not to speak over each other, and then you but.
Objection, Your Honor.
Is there
You
a judge
said,
here?
yeah, objection, because that is, I asked you for a hypothesis very specifically, and the hypothesis is
Well, you need
just a guess. It has a little bit more to it.
So we make an observation first.
That's right. To get what?
To see something that you get our hypothesis.
Okay. And then my next question was, what's a hypothesis?
I told you a hypothesis is a guess as to what causes the observation.
Oh, now you said what causes the effect. Before you just said it was a guess.
Well, it is a guess.
Okay. It's an educated guess about a cause and effect relationship. I can deal with that. That is correct. Has an independent and dependent variable. So, my question again, can you please post one single viable scientific hypothesis with a dependent variable and a viable independent variable in the entire histories of any of the disciplines? Astronomy,
I told you.
cosmology, and
The orbit of Saturn was not following the Copernican as it should. So
that's not a scientific hypothesis, sir.
Sure it is.
Nope. What's the dependent and independent variables, please?
I've seen you do this to other people.
I don't really care.
I'll
What's
answer the
dependent
question.
and independent variable, please, of that hypothesis.
You know, not all science is done in your narrow
Yes, it is.
manner. No, it's not.
All science is done through experiment.
It's not
You stated it.
his.
You said
So
it's
you-
correct.
you
cannot go
orbit-
back
It's
on
not
it now.
his.
It's not
Man,
all
it's
science.
not his.
It
Not
is
his.
It is his.
It's
He's
not,
defined
it's
it
not
so
his.
narrowly.
No, it is not. It is not, man. It's scientific method. It's not quantum eraser. I learned that
You're
from
going to give me the
fucking
scientific
books.
hypothesis, Meggie.
So you're defining your scientific hypothesis so narrowly that the only thing
No,
you can
I'm
do.
not. I am
Can
not.
you?
Hold
Come
on a
John.
second.
No, I'm trying to
Hold
say
on
that.
a second.
So you're saying that the discovery of Neptune because of the
I'm saying that you don't have a hypothesis. That's what I'm
Well, they
saying.
hypothesized that there had to be another mass.
No, they don't hypothesize. Post the hypothesis, please. One.
The orbit of Uranus is being deflected by another mass, another planet.
What's the dependent and independent variable of that hypothesis, please?
Jesus.
Yep. He's not going to help you.
Mm-hmm. So you have your independent variable would be your dependent variable is the orbit of Uranus, and the independent variable would be there's another mass somewhere, right?
There's another mass somewhere. Independent variables. Can you define what an independent variable is, sir?
I love you when they do this.
Is that you laughing?
No, this is
somebody else laughing.
That's Jedi.
That's Jedi giggling in the background. Fucking Jedi. Sorry, guys.
All right, wait a second. So I'm going to write this down so we're not confused. Your dependent variable is the orbit of what?
Neptune. The orbit of.
You said Uranus, right?
Orbit of
Other way around.
Uranus. All right, thank you. And your independent
orbit-
variable?
Yeah.
Independent variable is what?
I didn't hear. Is he saying something? I didn't hear what he said. Paid NASA show. Are you saying something?
I'm not playing your game, Kiwi.
Huh?
He doesn't want to play.
I'm not playing his game. I'm not going to play your game.
Sorry.
I'm
Sorry, NASA show. Sorry, NASA show. What's happened is you've basically conceded to the very simple question. You've understood what a natural science experiment is. You know what a hypothesis is. And because you're now being asked this question, it's, I'm not playing this game with you, QE. Yeah. We get that all the time here. It doesn't have to be QE, can be me, can be Miggy. As soon as we get to this point, it's ad hom city. Because it's all you've got, isn't it? You cannot be honest at this point.
I can be honest.
I want you to be honest. Can you be honest? No. If you're honest, it wouldn't have been, I cannot play this game with you, QE. If you'd have been honest, you'd have answered the question honestly, wouldn't you?
All right, we'll let him answer the question honestly. Go ahead and just give him the independent variable. We'll let you answer the question honestly.
You stated the dependent variable was the orbit of Uranus. I wrote it all down. I'm going to be posting this to everyone in the chat and everyone watching in the audience.
You have a comment. Make Ruhi make a comment on what was being played.
Oh, about the not particularly. Played NASA Shield, meh. I mean, I do agree with him that QE defines science too narrowly.
Defines it, or that is the definition.
There's some errors in there, so he kind of conflates the hypothesis with the experiment. Right? He thinks there's an independent and dependent variable in a hypothesis. That's incorrect. It's in the experiment. And the experiment is something to test a necessary consequence of the hypothesis.
It's the hypothesis, not the, outlining what the experiment is going to entail.
If I said the hypothesis is a rotating globe, right, that the idea of a rotating globe has some necessary consequences, and then you go and test for those consequences. Right? So a rotating globe would have centrifugal force. You go and test the centrifugal force. You do an experiment to try and detect centrifugal force.
To propose a consequence. Need to propose a consequence in your hypothesis.
You cut out a bit.
Need to propose a consequence within your hypothesis.
The consequences come from the hypothesis. Yeah, there can be multiple consequences, and therefore multiple experiments with different variables.
Well, a hypothesis isn't simply just I saw this or I think this.
It's just a proposed explanation. So my explanation for sunsets is that the Earth could be a rotating globe. That's my hypothesis. The Earth could be a rotating globe.
So you've observed a phenomenon, you've proposed a cause. So that
explanation.
The dependent and independent variable.
No. It's just my hypothesis. The independent and dependent variables are in an experiment, not the hypothesis.
They are your independent and dependent variables.
No, that's the error.
You're looking for the cause of the effect, right? Within the experiment, you will be manipulating the independent variable or varying it in order to see if it achieves the dependent variable.
In the experiment, yes. Not in the hypothesis. Hypotheses don't have independent and dependent variables. QE's just found one cherry-picked example. Well, do you understand at least where we disagree? Rather than just saying
the dependent and independent variable, because that's what you're observing and that's the proposed cause.
Okay. Do we understand where we disagree? Though? Do we understand where we disagree?
You're observing a phenomenon in nature, right? And then you wonder what has caused that, right? then you want to propose an experiment to determine the cause of the observed phenomena, and it immediately, that observed phenomenon immediately becomes the dependent variable.
No. We disagree.
Yes.
Do you understand that we do disagree? That's the disagreement, right? As long as we understand each other.
It is necessary that it is your dependent variable. Otherwise, you don't even have a hypothesis.
I see.
Well, I saw something.
Yeah.
As soon as you propose a cause for it, as soon as you do that, right, you've developed a dependent and independent variable, which are the independent variable is the thing which is manipulated or varied in order to cause the effect.
Okay. We keep restating our own positions, all right? I say you're wrong, you say I'm wrong. Do we understand each other at least?
It is by necessity, has to be, right? You can't get around it.
Yeah, I could just say nah again.
If it isn't a dependent, and if they aren't dependent and independent variables, you don't have a hypothesis and you don't have an experiment.
I'll say my thing again, and you can say your thing again. But we disagree. That's just it.
Wow. What you're stating, what you're going to repeat, is a misunderstanding.
Nuh-uh.
That's what you. That's what you fail to realize.
Do you know that I'm going to say exactly the same thing back to you, right?
It's kind of crazy that you don't understand the simplicity of the scientific method.
Do you know that I'm going to say exactly the same thing back to you, right?
Yeah, I know, because you wait to talk and you don't listen.
I gotcha.
You have an inability to process anything that's stated towards you. I mean, what is that? A Yankees or Mets hat? You know, it's confusion all the way to the end, from the beginning to the end. Did you honestly think that one day you would find a forum where you tried to make the scientific method as confusing as possible and as ridiculous? I mean, did you ever predict the day that would come? I mean, the scientific method is not something that's kept behind closed doors for scholars. It's grade school.
To change it, the format of it, in order to be able to validate something which otherwise wouldn't meet the standards of the science. I mean, an experiment is a hypothesis test.
Yes.
Yeah, otherwise you would have a hypothesis that had nothing to do with your experiment.
No. Your hypothesis has to have necessary testable consequences.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a hypothesis that the Earth is a rotating globe. That is my hypothesis.
Oh, brother. You are lost, aren't you, sir?
I'm really not. Really not.
Yeah. Yeah, you are.
So
wrapped up in a mythos. Dude, you're so wrapped up in a mythos you don't understand the extreme, this ridiculousness of what you just said.
Okay. All right.
Okay, all right. Why don't you let that sink in?
Oh, dude, I've said my piece. You know, if we understand each other, we disagree, fine.
Yes, I understand that you have a severe misunderstanding. It's clear.
Right.
Yes.
I would say exactly the same thing.
Okay, all right. Okay, yeah. And it's hollow. I mean, is the globe that desperate just to come in here and try to completely bastardize the scientific method? I understand they've done it with the cartoons, but I did not think these people who consider themselves intellects would come in here and quote the cartoons. It's crazy. Like the circular reasoning, Ruhif. Come on, man. Wake up.
Take me to your leader. I must know what to do next. How do I know which step to take next if they don't program it into me?
I know that person who shall not be named is a fan of this person that I'm posting in the chat. So maybe watch that. 60 seconds.
Does anybody have technical difficulty challenges? Well, I guess that's a double positive or double negative. Technical challenges? Nobody's had any of those here, right?
What do you mean?
What do I mean? Like technology, like putting on new phones, like that kind of thing. Getting new phones to work right, like getting all your information transferred from one device to the next, that kind of thing. You never had any problems doing that, right?
You get extra cloud storage and it just does it itself. Fine.
What's
you
that?
got an iPhone or Android?
Say it again?
You got an iPhone or Android?
Android, yeah.
Oh, yeah. No idea.
Not it. Okay, I understand that. I've talked to many
Androids
people.
are the worst. Come on.
Oh shit! I heard that. So I know many people that use Apple products and they love them, and so I can't diminish that. I remember when Apple started and first Macintosh first came out. Like I know what they had to offer then. They were astonishing for us back then, and they sure are now as well. But a lot of these other systems like Linux is coming up, like, and it's like,
Sonny, you can
just about as good.
You can probably identify with this. I'm old enough that I had a Commodore VIC-20 back in the day before the 64 came out, and I've been using computers all my life. But the only reason I use an Apple, ironically, is because I'm legally blind, and while Samsung has accessibility options, the iOS operating system look, this is subjective, of course. There's probably other legally blind people that would disagree, but just the accessibility of being able to zoom in on my phone and be able to read Ruhif's text, it's super important for me to be able to see that, right? So, the accessibility is why I use an iPhone. The flexibility of an Android, right, or PC or Linux or whatever other system, definitely way much better. But that's why I use iOS devices. So, unfortunately, I can't help you, but did you back up? What did you have before? What was your phone before your blue?
A really old one, Alcatel free phone.
And did you back up everything somewhere and then you're trying to restore?
Yeah, I did that. I've done that in the last couple of days, but I've had several issues. First, I had to call the cable company because my Wi-Fi I didn't realize I could just reset it, but I was locked out and I didn't use Wi-Fi because I would always turn the Wi-Fi off every single day after I was done. Turn the whole thing, boom. But it started having problems, I guess, from just doing a hard shut like that. It started developing problems where it wouldn't turn it back on, and I saw I was having more troubles with that. So I used to go in with the admin login to the router itself and just turn it off, turn all the Wi-Fi off, and just hardwire my PC in, and that's it. Because I wasn't using a phone here because my phone was so old. I could use it for web, but if I'm hardwired in, I don't need to, and I rarely ever get any phone calls. And if they call and I don't pick up, it'll just take a message. And so I didn't really use it for anything like that. When I go out around town previously, like when I'm riding my bicycle or hiking or walking or whatever I'm doing, I usually don't take my phone with me because I don't intend on answering it if I'm busy outdoors. I got to pay attention to what I'm doing.
Sure.
So I just leave it at home. There's no need for me to keep it connected like an umbilical cord. That for me personally. Like, but look, I'm gonna. So it's an old phone. I did successfully transfer over all of the information, the Google stuff, all my contacts, everything's fine. And I called the technicians 2 times for them to keep this phone number, transfer this new phone number to the new phone they had just sent me. And I've gone through the cycle with them 2 times now already. And I've been here all day doing this since about 9 o'clock this morning. And now it's 4:30 my time, PM. So
you can't even receive a phone call right now.
I can on my old phone, but here's the thing. Now, I took all the stuff out of my SIM card and I put it in the new phone. Let me see. What did I do?
Okay, while you're looking into that, I just posted something into the live stream voice chat.
Yeah.
And I want everyone to take a look at this. This is a video that my wife took from our backyard of something flying not all that far from the house, I guess you would say. But maybe it's a drone or maybe it's something else. And maybe someone take a look at that and tell me what you think that is.
That looks like a drone. The behavior of its flying looks like a drone to me.
Okay. I just couldn't see any propellers or nothing. You know what I mean? Or whatever. I thought it was a bird.
You can't see the propellers; it's too far away. But you can see the way its motions go is like what a drone does.
I thought it was a bird.
Stop and hover and go back a little bit, like it's looking around, like somebody's operating that. Otherwise,
I was fairly sure I saw wings.
Hold on, it's a drone. Didn't they just show it land?
You think it's a bird, Ruhif?
Yeah, I thought I saw wings.
You have in Australia?
Is it a bird? Like at first, I thought I got that impression at first, like I did for a second, but it's not flying like a regular bird. It's flying like a hummingbird, but too mechanical. The hummingbird's actually smoother than a person flying a drone.
I'm kind of thinking drone. Yeah.
What's that?
I was kind of thinking drone, perhaps, but I couldn't see any propellers. That's why I was wondering if,
A lot of these things I see at night, the phenomena I see at night a lot now, more than ever, I'm sure is all drone activity. But for a while I had seen both of these lights, and I at first I just presumed they were the brighter lights up above us that we see that they call the planets. I assumed it was one of the wandering stars. So I would see them, and then I noticed them moving and going okay, so then I had to really stop whatever I'm doing and stand still, because a lot of times I'm on the bike, so I'm in motion all the time. So if I'm moving around, I want to make sure it's not me that's suspecting this motion, and it's only my motion doing it. So I have to stop for a second. And then I do see some of them moving, so if they're in the same place and they're moving, it's not like they move to a point and disappear. They're always in the same general position, but I stopped and they were moving around as if they're looking around different areas, like through trees or through clouds or whatever's in their way. It's just kind of bizarre, man. It doesn't look like anything normal. That's enough to freak a person out, man,
Yeah, it was pretty wild when she first showed me the video, but yeah. Hey, Ruhif, I have a question for you.
Yes.
So I took a look at the Bilby Tower article that you pasted from Wikipedia, and I think the other article was on the Mirror Flash maybe, but I was wondering if you could send me some more information. You had mentioned the 192 kilometer, 118 mile, we'll call it a survey observation. Do you have a citation or an article that goes into more detail of that actual event? Because it was just a Wikipedia article about what a Bilby Tower is and the origin and things like that. So I did look at it. I don't want you to think I didn't look at it, but it just didn't seem to have any of the data I was hoping to kind of look at and try to figure out. You know what I mean?
So there's a stack of like geodetic surveying, triangulation surveys on the NGS NOAA website.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just find it.
If you have it handy, shoot me a link. If not, it's no big deal. I just thought maybe you had that at the ready already. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got it.
And then I looked at, one of the things they mentioned, I was curious what you thought about this. They mentioned that the actual transcontinental transverse, the TCT, was conducted, I want to say like 61 to 76, and they used geodimeters and not theodolite. Or is that a type of theodolite?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, it was in the Wikipedia article that you sent there. So I think it sounded almost like the electronic version of a theodolite, like it had an electronic readout or something too. And they called it a geodimeter, which it was essentially I'll call it an acronym, but it was more like an amalgamation of 3 different words. Anyways, yeah, I was curious about that.
Oh, so that's a distance measuring. The geometer is the first optical electronic distance meter surveying instrument. Okay, so that wouldn't be good over any more than a couple of kilometers, I would imagine. But yeah, they exist. They're built into total stations now. So total stations have the theodolite part, which just measures angles. And they also have something called EDM, so electronic distance measurement.
EDM, okay, yeah.
EDM, yeah. So look up EDM.
Electronic dance music. Got it. I'll look it up.
EDM. Yeah, look up EDM total station or something like that.
But yeah, if you have any, I'm curious about that actual, you had mentioned, I had asked in the chat last night, you had said they were on mountains. Okay, cool. I just want to know, kind of which mountains were they on, what was the distance, and just do some calculations based on that. So,
yeah, I'll give you the link to that library. Oh, there we go.
Why does the meme that you post on that say that it's 180? The angles are 180.
180 and 45 arc seconds.
Yeah.
I'll post that again, 1 sec. There you go. This one?
I thought you said that the internal angles don't measure 180.
Right. 180 and 45 arc seconds. And more than 180.
What's that? Without the arc second part, what is that? Degrees.
Sorry, without the arc seconds, 180. We could round it to 180 and 1 arc minute.
What's the arc second mean?
So there are 60 arc minutes in a degree, and then 60 arc seconds in an arc minute. Each arc second is 1/3600th of a degree.
what you just posted there, Roof, is that for me or for Timbo?
T-Dub? That's not Timbo, is it?
Oh, is it not? Sorry.
Wonderful. Nice one.
They all sound the same. But what you just posted, was that for me, Ruhif?
No, I've DM'd. I DM'd my meme to you.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. Appreciate you. Is it not Timbo? Who's talking about the arc seconds?
It's me, T-Dub.
T-Dub. Okay, wow. Okay. I apologize. My voice recognition awareness is off.
That's all good. That's The extra 4 seconds.
Oops.
Seconds.
45. Yep.
45 arc seconds. Right. Is that what you're claiming is the excess?
Yes.
Right. How do they measure that exactly? I mean, like, do they like have lasers meeting it, at a point, and then they put a protractor on it, or how are they getting the angles? Measuring
with a
the
theodolite, with a massive theodolite.
Yeah, what's the process involved? What?
Like, how does a theodolite work? They have massive metal discs gradiated really finely. So there's a big. I'll send you a photo. One sec. Stick a photo on the chat.
So they did this with lights, right? Did they? They were like looking at lights on other mountains. So they're looking at one light, like through the light. They're looking at a light, and then it's got like an instrument on it, and they turn it to the other light.
Yep.
Till they see it, and they stop, and then and they can see. They've marked where it was on the protractor sort of thing, and then they second station, and they get the angle.
Yep, they're just measuring an angle between 2 points. So I posted a picture of the massive theodolite they used in one of those things. So the metal plate, the metal circular plate underneath, not underneath. Can you see those micrometers? There's a black metal disc, which you can see there, sort of a third of the way up. That's the plate that they read the angles off. That is a foot in diameter. So these are huge theodolites with massive telescopes. They're very accurate, down to about an arc second. Yeah, that's it. Theodolites these days are much smaller because these ones took, several people to carry and set up. So the ones these days, for convenience, are less accurate.
Hey, Ruhif, yesterday, and maybe I'm phrasing this wrong, so correct me if I'm wrong. Yesterday you mentioned that because, and look, this might be a difference, you might have been talking about the measurements you took with the theodolite, different than this specific experiment or measurement we're talking about, not experiment, but you had mentioned that refraction is not, quote unquote, in play because they're horizontal angles or whatever. And so, but if I'm at a distance of 118 miles or 192 kilometers, whether or not I'm measuring horizontally, especially if I'm at elevation, isn't refraction just inevitably going to be part of the equation at some point? I just don't understand that.
Yeah, not horizontally, right? So the refraction happens because there's a vertical gradient, right? So the density changes are vertical. So it's more dense at the surface, less dense higher up. If you look through that density gradient, light will bend, usually downwards, right? So it will curve down, but it won't deviate left to right. So yeah, horizontal refraction is almost never a thing.
Yeah, but I'm also you're saying we're on mountains, so I'm not like it's not like I'm at level. So I am vertical per se, or is that a stupid point?
Yeah, so refraction, because the density gradient is in the vertical direction, it either lifts objects up or lowers them. It doesn't move them side to side. There's no. Very rarely will you see some sort of horizontal gradient that will move the light left or right. That's fairly in specific conditions that can happen.
And so again, I appreciate it, first of all. And so in this situation or in this demonstration, this survey measurement, I'm moving a light side to side to get the other point on the other mountain to be able to capture said light. Is that correct?
Yeah, so each point on this triangle has a tower, and at the top of the tower is a light, and every point on that triangle is just measuring the angle between the other two lights that they can see.
And I haven't looked at. I can't see the details of what you sent me yet. Are they trying to be equal in elevation? These 3 points are they attempting that? No. Okay.
I just need to see it. Yeah, so they're only measuring horizontal angles. I think they did do some. Well,
hang on. Sorry to be pedantic. If I'm not equidistant, or excuse me, if I'm not equal in elevation from point A to point B, then there is a vertical element in my horizontal triangle, though, isn't there?
No.
Well, if
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the vertical angle
below
is.
them, but for the refraction point, if I'm 500 meters below them, wouldn't that be 500 meters in vertical elevation difference? Hence refraction.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Like it'll be shifted up or down. We're measuring the left to right angle. It doesn't matter what the vertical angle is.
Okay.
Left to right refraction was just odd.
Basically, yeah. It only happens in pretty specific and unusual circumstances. Yeah.
They can't confirm. They can't confirm that there wasn't any.
I think they could have. It would have varied some of their results between sort of. Yeah. Not sure whether they mentioned it in the article I'm familiar with.
Would have had to have measured the medium between the points, right? Continuously at big points. Oh, just many points, like, a few meters, measure it, then go a few meters again, measure it again.
No.
How are they going to do that continuously since the air's, since the air and, the medium is in a constant state of flux?
Right. Yes, but the flux is in the vertical direction. Everything, let's say you have a pressure differential from left to right, guess what happens? It equalizes with wind. Right? That's what wind is pressure equalizing. Yeah, the gradient, if you're looking from mountain to mountain, right, the gradient is very stable. The places where you get sideways refraction, the two examples they usually give are, like, if you're looking along the face of a cliff, like you might have some heat exchange from the cliff face after a long hot day. Same with, like, shooting along the length of a river, you might have some heat exchange between the river and the surrounding terrain. But yeah, if you're looking through air that's well above the surface, it's really stable. So yeah, I think they ignored it in most of these, yeah. But there have been studies on horizontal refraction, and it's pretty rare. And it's less than an arc second anyway, so, tiny. Diman, Dickwad, Rumpus, Rez, Eda, Dick, Ruhif is just another ball-tard clown. Thanks, Coffee. Fantastic.
Rohit, how big was this triangle that you posted the screenshot for in the chat?
One of the sides was 192 kilometers, I think. Hang on, one sec.
So,
Rohit, have you been able to quantify anything that you've been saying about should have, could have, would have, all that stuff, like the horizontal and vertical gradient?
Yes, with the vertical, and I'll find that study about the horizontal, and I'll be back in a couple minutes.
So, Rohit, this triangle was this big, and they only measured 180 degrees and 45 arc seconds, which is literally 0.01% of a degree over 180.
Yeah, aren't they supposed to be
So that
arguing
doesn't
for,
match
like,
the globe at all, dude.
Yeah, aren't they supposed to be arguing for a 270 degree?
Nah, like they say the spherical triangles are bigger than 180, but usually they're done with real small triangles when they do the arc of the parallel and whatnot. So, you wouldn't expect to be a ton. even if it was there, right? But with the bigger triangles, it's even worse because you can clearly see that with 45 arc seconds, which is 0.01% of a degree, that is nowhere near the excess that they would need. But because it's there, it's a globe, right? Yeah.
So what gives them the right to call it spherical excess? How have they eliminated other variables, other error margins of error?
Yeah, no, they haven't. They don't even that triangle right there, totaling over 180, isn't even the spherical excess that they're talking about in the arc of the parallel. They added in afterwards. I heard Ruhif last night saying that they don't do it. Yeah, they do. I'll show you in the PDF. I will post the pages on the PDF right now for you. They absolutely do it after. Jesus, they compare it to the Clark and Bessel spheroid.
Right. I agree.
What are they called? And they have yes, and they have a literal spherical excess formula that they use to calculate it and put it in. And they have to use an exact. Yes, they do. And they have to use an exaggerated formula for the bigger triangles. I will show you in a moment. I got to find them.
They calculate their expectation. They don't add it to their measurements.
I didn't say they add it to the measurements. They do their measurements. They do adjustments to their measurements, right? But that measurement there of that triangle being 180 degrees almost exactly is basically all of the measurements of the triangles. None of them have the spherical excess that is indicative of the arc of the parallel. It is all added in after the fact, and I will show you the pages that say.
It's not added in.
Dude, are you playing semantics because I'm saying added in? It's calculated. Yes. It's calculated, Ruhif, and put in as like an adjustment so that it can look like a sphere. Yes, it is.
Incorrect. They make raw measurements, right? They add up to more than 180 degrees. They also, yes, they do. They also calculate what it should be.
Exactly to 180. They're almost all identical. They add in the sphericity afterwards. I was
they don't. They calculate what it should be. They calculate what it should be, and they compare it to their actual measurements, and those actual measurements have spherical excess.
They don't, Ruhif. You didn't read it, obviously. It's a 900-page PDF. I've been through it, like almost all of it at this point.
Yeah. Matches that measurement matches the predictive model exactly to the T.
Not exactly. Not exactly.
Not exactly. Right.
Not exactly. There are always errors in measurements.
So what do they do? What do they do to account for the error?
Right. Do you understand that all measurements have a margin of error? All measurements.
What do they do to account for the margin of error? What do they do?
Hang on. You're saying, I agree there are errors in measurements, right? Are you saying that they adjust them to include spherical excess?
What gives them the right to call it spherical excess to begin with?
That's
what they know it's not an error.
Okay, it's not an error.
So begging the question.
No.
So this is.
They know it's.
So you're presenting. No, you're supposed to be presenting this thing as a proof of measurement of curvature to prove that we live on a sphere.
Right.
At best, it's angular excess. You can't call what? Why did you presuppose sphere?
Okay, we'll call it angular excess if you like.
Hold on, I was talking, but you presuppose sphere in there. You said triangle. You're using triangle with that, and you're also saying is a sphere in the first place. There would be angular excess, whatever the hell that means. It would be error because you can't have an angle triangles more than 180 degrees, period.
So we'll call it angular excess if you like. That's fine. I don't care.
That's so obtuse. That's so obtuse.
The ordinary formula for spherical excess must be extended to meet the demands of the gray triangles from Pikes Peak to Sierra Nevada. The laws of refraction applicable to lower and equal elevations require modification when great inequalities exist in the height of the stations. Calculation of geographic positions enters a new phase when lines of sight 182 miles long are to be dealt with. The adjustment of the triangulation that refined operation by means of which incongruent observations are made to blend harmoniously according to the mathematical theory of probabilities assumes greater significance in a chain of 2,600 miles of continuous geometrical figures.
Can you post it instead of reading it so I can read it?
Yeah, because it sounded like it said based on elevation difference that you would need to account for refraction. That's what I heard.
Vertically, yes.
And then page 51,
based on
leveling.
Page 51, the computation of the spherical excess of the triangles for all the parts that
page 51 of what?
Of the arc of the parallel PDF.
Okay. Can you link that so I don't have to go searching for it?
Sure.
Were they using 7/6R?
They would have been using something similar to it, yeah.
And that's begging the question. They've already assumed that the light is conforming to a sphere. I mean, come on,
so
man.
I'll say no then. They were using something like a density gradient of negative 0.000022. Is that better?
They're always taking whatever they get, though, onto this GS 1984 model. That's what they're doing with it. That's what their adjustments are. And you don't, anyway, by the way, Ruhif, you don't celestial navigate with a theodolite. Sorry.
You can celestially navigate with a theodolite.
No, you won't.
You can do that process with a theodolite.
No. Show me anyone in the logbooks where they're using that device.
They're not on a fucking boat, Sonny. You don't use a theodolite on a boat.
See what I told you, folks? Yes, that's what I mean.
Do you
Go ahead,
understand
guys. Sorry.
The process of celestial navigation?
I didn't want to interrupt your previous conversation. Go on. But see, folks, what I mean?
The process of celestial navigation is taking angles to stars and working out your position. You can take angles. I haven't finished yet. You can take angles to stars with a theodolite, correct? Can you take angles to stars with a theodolite?
No. I just want to point something out real briefly, and it was pointed out quite well. And so I'm not interrupting the previous conversation. I'm out. So carry on with your previous conversation.
Okay. Well, first of all, yes, you can take angles to stars with theodolites, and yes, you can work out your position without being on a boat.
Why the fuck does he keep going when I said I'm done? Okay, so show us the fucking logbooks where they're doing it with the theodolite.
Again, they don't do it on boats, Sonny. I explained the process of celestial navigation.
Show me the
process of celestial navigation is taking angles to three stars and working out your position. I can do that on the ground. Thank you.
We need the logbooks.
Okay, the process of celestial navigation is taking angles to stars and then working out your position. That does not require
logbooks of actuality. The logbooks that actually where they did it in actuality wrote down they're using this equipment. Please, the logbooks, the white papers. Thank you. The data.
Okay. That does not require you to be on a boat to take angles to stars.
Shut the fuck up, then. Don't talk to me about it again. You're a fumbling idiot. You sound like a numpty dipshit.
Okay.
I mean, I suppose I could use a power drill to open my pop can. But it's probably not wise. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'll say a sextant is a poor man's theodolite. You only use a sextant because you're on a boat.
Show me the nautical theodolite then.
Yeah.
Ding dong.
Okay, yeah, bubble sextant. There you go.
Last time you were going to Sticks and Shadows and then the navigating. So I still want the nautical Sticks and Shadow kit with Plumb Bob. That's what you claimed. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, what page am I on? Who was it?
51, I think, is what he said.
51. The computation of spherical axis triangles. All right, give me a second.
Not to mention that they use the least square method to curve the results as well, like the actual initial measurements. And there's so many adjustments, I can't even, literally, I've read this thing so many times and I still can't figure out the exact order that they put these adjustments in.
The least squares to curve something? What does that even mean?
Yeah, the least square method. It takes lines, points of, like different points on a graph, And if you apply the least squares method to it, it'll literally curve the straight line.
I'll read what you're talking about.
While he's reading that, Sonny, if it means anything to you, I'd much rather be caught in the middle of the ocean with you and a sextant than with Ruhif and a theodolite.
Yeah, obviously. You can't use a theodolite on a boat, obviously.
How do you level a theodolite on a ship, on a boat when it's
you
moving?
Don't. I'm not on a ship.
You can't use one on a boat.
Correct. Can I take angles to stars with a theodolite? On the ground. On the ground. I'm on the ground. Can I take angles to stars with a theodolite? Yes or no? No one seems to be willing to answer because I think they know the answer is yes. Of course you can.
Rufy, are you okay?
Yeah.
Bullshit. You still haven't shown where anybody in reality fucking does it in the way that you're saying. See what I mean? Everybody hears this.
Yeah,
I almost died.
Don't need to be on a boat.
You have cloaking or something. Sasha, it's okay. This is actually a continuation of a previous conversation. Please don't butt in. If he wants to continue rattling on, I'm going to continue on because it's my freaking argument with him.
Okay. Do you need to be on a boat
try to help it along?
Navigation?
If I get involved, then I'm just going to fucking continue it until it's over. And Ruhif doesn't have any reply or answer or direct documentation evidence of anyone in history, I don't care when, going all the way back to however far back he wants to go, that in actuality, reality, someone's out in the ocean doing this the way he says. And all you have to do is go back in the live stream for his method. He points it out how he thinks that people are actually doing this. He doesn't have any freaking evidence, Your Honor, of this. It's hearsay only.
Do I need to be on a boat to measure angles to stars?
Hearsay thrown out on his face. Thanks. It was already determined to be hearsay. Thank you very much.
Do I need to be on a boat?
He has no documentation or evidence, Your Honor. He's trying to make a claim with no evidence, Your Honor. It's thrown out of this court. No jurisdiction.
Do I need to be on a boat?
No evidence.
Measure angles to stars.
No evidence.
Do I need to be on a boat to measure angles to stars?
Bring me evidence for your claim, bro.
Just answer the question. Why can't you answer a very simple yes or no question? Of course you're not going to.
The fucking question that I put on is still on the table. You're not going to switch it around. Burden of proof, switch fallacy, whatever the fuck.
Okay, what's your question,
you're not doing that to me. No, I have the question. You haven't answered it yet. That's why I'm still here demanding that you answer the question. Show me the documentation. Shut up. Show me the documentation where anyone in history does it the way you say. I want the citation and the source, the evidence.
Okay, the process of celestial navigation is measuring angles.
Throw this guy out of court for insubordination.
You asked a question and you don't want to listen to the answer. Do you want an answer?
Cap fitting as soon as possible. ASAP, stat, dunce cap for this guy.
Okay, do you want an answer to your question?
No,
you want an answer to your question?
You're an absolute moron. You're an idiot.
Do you want an answer? Do you want an answer to your question?
I'm not answering your questions. Yeah, I want.
You want an answer to your question? Okay.
Yes. No,
so I don't answer your question.
I don't want to answer. I want the evidence.
Okay. Right. So the process of celestial navigation.
You have the evidence.
The process of celestial navigation.
You have the evidence. I know what the process is.
I'm giving it to you, Sonny. Shut the fuck up.
To me. Shut the fuck up. I want the evidence. Do you have the... Listen.
Yes. My last listen to it. Are you ready for it? Are you going to listen to the evidence?
I'm going to mute you. Shut up.
Oh,
he needs to be muted.
If you... Okay, mute me and I'll just go. You don't get the evidence.
So my last question to you, if you let me finish. Do you have the evidence?
If you let me finish, is that a joke?
Yes or no? Why are you fucking talking? The evidence, yes or no?
Yes. Are you ready for it?
Bring it. Show it in the live stream voice text right this fucking minute.
Okay, so you have to listen.
Right now. No, not so. Right this fucking minute. Where is it?
Right. Okay, are you ready? Okay.
Put it in the live stream. Don't fucking talk to me.
The process of celestial navigation. I'm giving you the evidence, Sonny.
No.
I'm giving you the evidence, Sonny.
You're done.
Okay.
Okay, I don't think we're getting anywhere. Maybe.
You're done.
Maybe we'll move on back to the theodolite conversation,
Oh, he's
guys.
fucking done. If he doesn't bring the evidence next time he speaks, I don't care if someone on server mutants and undeafens him while I'm here. I don't care. But if he speaks and he doesn't have the evidence in the live stream at that fucking second, I'm going to ban him. Thank you very much. I'll ban his ass. I'll perma ban him. If I can't do it, I'll have someone else do it. Thank you.
Yeah, I think he's gone.
Okay, he's gone. Good. I'm gonna fucking ban him.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna ban his ass.
He never finished reading page 51, though.
I don't care. Sorry.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Like
it's devastating to his model.
No, if he wants to be here when I just made just a simple claim and demonstrated it, and he wanted to continue on, I didn't even want to interrupt the previous conversation. But he kept.
Well, I hope I didn't egg it on by saying that I'd rather be in the ocean with you, Sonny. I apologize
for that. That was okay. I would too. I would rather be with me than him too. Shit. Even if I was fucking by myself, fucking squirrel brain I am. Shit. Fucking. It's fucking it's intolerable, man. I'm sorry I raised my voice, but look, I do get excited and I get agitated and I start shaking and I go through almost like convulsions. But I'm okay, believe me. I'm still pretty calm as ever. I'm just sitting here in my kitchen. It's like any other day. I'm not excited, really. That's not even excited. You hear how loud?
Yeah,
I hope I wasn't too loud in the mic. I was stepping back about 3 feet because I was aggravated at this asshole. I've had these conversations with him for
Sonny, I think I think he tries to like slip in and then save refraction and theodolite and vertical and horizontal refraction. So he just tries to slip in and just keep hopping on about that. When you push him for actual information, he just goes like, maybe, this, and then now, what theodolite, celestial navigation. It's mostly just, well, it's all rubbish. That's his technique.
He keeps coming back with the same old thing. And if you try to stop him like I did, to pinpoint anything he said in any particular place where there is a placeholder, which there is when you take a breath. So he take a breath, and then I will say, wait, that last thing. And then he continues running on before I have a chance to identify that I didn't understand the first couple words he put together because of the intent or the context. And I will stop him in a sentence for fallacies, and he won't let you. That's very dishonest. And he kept trying to divert the attention. Oh, well, I have a question for you. And then here's how you do this. Like, I'm not even talking about here's how you do this or whatever. I was talking about where's the fucking documentation? And everybody heard him not answer any of those questions. Not once. It's a yes or no. Notice how he didn't answer yes or no to does he have it? Then he said yes. So if he said yes, what does that mean? That he has it like I asked, right? It's logical. If he has it, then he could put it right now, this moment, in the live stream voice text because he said he had it. Don't say you had it and then be an Indian giver and then go like, oh, well, yeah, I said I had it, but I didn't get it put in there yet because no, if you said you had it, you must be looking at it. You know exactly where it is, the file or whatever it is. I don't give a shit. I don't play these games with these people. We're supposed to be adults here. I'm smarter than that. You know what I'm saying, everybody? I'm ranting now. Shit. But if someone says they have something that I asked for, then they should provide the evidence of that claim right then. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said they had it. That's my only point. That's the end of my rant. And
no, I think sometimes people here, I think we entertain a little bit of this nonsense with Rohit and all that, because otherwise, well, you know, it'd be a bit boring. But yeah, I agree that sometimes when they when they get too slimy and they keep squirming around, yes, I think it's good that a gold or mod comes in and so it just lays the smack down to stop it just, you know.
Yeah. Because
carrying on.
Yeah, because look, like, you notice I wait till he does it a couple times. I never do it the first time. I don't ever do it the first time. I was talking just like I am to you right now. And then he starts with not stopping when I ask him to stop, basically. Wait a minute. And then he just keeps running on. Then he starts changing the subject. Then he changes my question into a question to me. That's dishonest. That happened in the first couple of minutes. So I was prepared. I didn't do anything at that point. But then when he starts saying theodolite and triangles and excess, we nailed him because they use the WGS. You notice he didn't say yes or no on that. So then he's being dishonest. So it sounds like they're on this recycling script, guys, that just cycles around and no interruption in between of your questions about what you're discussing. That's not a discussion. That's not a conversation.
Yeah, and I don't have the history, obviously, that many of you do with him. And so the only thing I would say, I think the point he was trying to make, Sonny, was that I guess he's saying that you can get angle measurements 2 stars from a theodolite on ground, not on a boat.
Yeah, that's right. You can. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Right? What?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what in the flying fuck is this that I'm looking at? This triangle up here. He calls it Is this okay? It's roofie. I guess we don't have to say anymore.
I know.
What a doofus. What kind of triangle is this? Isn't a triangle. It's got more than 180 degrees. It's not a fucking triangle.
Is that in the live stream voice text?
It's at 6:41. I just scrolled up and I seen some horseshit triangle.
Yeah.
What the hell is this?
Yeah, it's dipshittery.
This isn't a He says this isn't a triangle. It's got more than 180 degrees. Doesn't he know what a triangle? Did anybody call him on it?
I did. I sure the fuck did. Guess what? I told him it can't be anything other than what, if you're trying to call it any kind of excess, it's not determined to be a spherical anything yet. That would be a presupposition that it would have to be, since you're using triangles, right triangle, to start out with your first observations and tests, a triangle, and then
holy shit,
it would be angular excess. So then all that, there's no such thing as angular excess.
Angular excess of what?
I called it that because they're saying spherical excess. Well, they don't have the sphere. The only way they have the sphere is from the WGS 84 model. What? So we called them on it. I fucking called them on it. I said the only way you have that is by presupposing it. I did call it.
QE, do you see ABC?
Yeah, I see ABC.
Yeah, ABC, that's the top of the mountain. A have the different elevation, B have the different elevation, and C have the different elevation. Yeah. And then he measures some angles. I don't know.
And he could measure some angles. So what?
Yeah,
it's not going to be more than 180 degrees. It's not going to be a triangle.
Yeah, but from that he's saying that he's getting some kind of spherical axis. I don't.
What the fuck, spherical axis? That's going to have to be dropped. That's going to be that's going to have an elevation component.
Yeah.
Yeah, I asked him even how he measured that elevation of that mountain. He said from the sea level.
Oh my god!
But then sea level it's curved and blah blah blah.
They got big problems, man.
Where is this triangle? Who did this?
No, he's saying that this is from geodesic measure or I don't know.
Geodesy train wreck. Well, they think horizontal lines are curved.
Yeah, that he said.
Well, how can that be?
It can't be. It can't be.
When the slope of a horizontal line is fucking 0.
Exactly.
And curvature is slope. How the fuck can that be? What kind
because
of arbitrary? Oh my god!
Angles, angle showing there is a slope.
Angular X.
Angle. Yeah, angles.
Well, when you can put it like this. Bottom line is, if you're living in a fantasy, then you can have fucking any kind of triangle in your mind, I guess, that you want to. Something that doesn't exist, so fit just fine, I guess. You could have triangles with fucking warbly lines, like the warbly. You could pretend there's warbly plumb lines too. Put some of the warbling lines of the plumb lines in there with the freaking curved triangle, and you have just that's awesome, man. For fantasy.
Sonny, take a breath, dude. You're fucking gone, man.
That's all right.
Oh,
because
I'm just
because he said also that we had theodolite from 19, I don't know which 16, and that theodolite could measure like 200 kilometers. I don't know.
192.
Well, did you ask him to post the specs on the theodolite?
I think he did put something in chat there. Not on the specs of the theodolite. No, on the measurement or whatever. Yeah.
I'm looking at other stuff. Sorry, that a hypothesis is an experiment.
Trying to find what I saw earlier.
Why did he post Dick Feynman?
So if you look at 6:41 p.m. and
I bypassed
right
that.
below that,
I bypassed.
he's got a picture of the theodolite there. Yeah,
that's
but that
not a fucking. That's not the specs of a theodolite.
No, I said it was more like the measurements of the.
All right. So
whatever.
Why did he post Dick Feynman? Why did you post this? That a hypothesis isn't the experiment? Yeah, everyone knows that, you fucking retard. The hypothesis is not an experiment. Yeah, because they're different words. Yeah, that probably gives the game away. But the experiment is the hypothesis test. You douchebag. This guy the other day also said there are no independent variables and dependent variables in hypotheses to Jetty, right? He'd fail.
Yeah.
3rd grade intro to general science.
When I first jumped on, I couldn't tell if it was the music bot that was playing a previous interaction with him, but then I saw him in the chat, so I thought, well, maybe someone is having that scientific method discussion with him today. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, that's what I just saw. Where is that fucking clown?
I mean, listen, he dipped because I got so angry, I freaking deaf and muted him. Yeah, I didn't ban him. I was about to, though. But anyway, he claimed that he was celestial navigating the other day when I was speaking to him with a theodolite. And I asked him, well, how do you determine? Because he wasn't saying anything about the horizontal. He kept saying those things up in the sky. That how they're always doing it, that means they don't know the purpose of the sextant still, even though we point out multiple times. But anyway, so he's saying the technical data, literally, QE, is sticks and shadows is how we got the freaking. He's claiming this work with
Holy
the
shit.
theodolite as freaking measuring the curvature of Earth because we asked him how.
You need to get the fucking Adderall out.
Dude, it's fine.
Holy shit, man.
It's fine. Relax. Are you in the fog of war right now?
Sonny, you gotta strum some chords. Get those vibes going.
No, don't.
You guys got it all wrong, man. This is just starting. I'm a rock and roll star. Fucking, I can jump up and down like be 65 next this month
Here we go. Thanks a lot for helping out the ADHD there, Blind Spot. Appreciate that.
I know, exactly. I don't care. So what?
Sonny and I have been having deep conversations all day long.
There's that fucking idiot. He's in chat now.
Wait a minute.
Clueless clown.
Hold up. Wait a second. Most of your geniuses are like me, so there's that.
Holy shit. What in the flying fuck? Then he called a modus ponens a damn affirming the consequent. This guy is a moron. He hasn't changed from 7 years ago. Come on in here. I'll whip you around by your fucking short hairs again, just for sentimental sake.
And he's been claiming that there's supposedly horizontal refraction and vertical refraction because there's like a vertical density gradient, a horizontal density gradient, and that's why the.
Did anyone ask him what refraction was and to put a citation on in here?
I asked him to show the data.
Yeah, we mentioned 7/6R, or someone did that. That was begging the question, and so he changed it to 0.00122.
Well, that doesn't answer my question. Why didn't you say, okay, what's refraction?
Because I was in the middle of bludgeoning him behind the freaking shed with the freaking Louisville freaking 10-penny nail spike.
So when anyone does this, refraction, the next statement out of your mouths, post the citation definition for refraction. That's the next statement that should come out of your mouth. Right?
Well, to be fair, I think I brought up refraction.
Well, that doesn't matter. Then you let him into the bonfire.
Because, it's a 192-kilometer measurement between two Bilby towers on mountains. And so I was asking, how are you not taking supposed refraction into account? At which point he said, well, they're horizontal measurements, not vertical. And that's how we got into the discussion between vertical versus horizontal refraction. I don't know what the fuck I'm even talking about. So,
well, first of all, you would have dashed his hopes because he doesn't know what refraction is. I seriously doubt many people know in here, which is fucking scary. And second of all, if he said that there's no horizontal refraction, then how is there any refraction when we're looking horizontally at the black swan?
Exactly. Plus, you know what, QE, they have to make it a static world where all the swirling and all the convection and stuff has to stop for them to have that.
Doesn't matter. To have what? Refraction?
Yeah.
No, they don't.
For 7/6R type refraction.
No, they can't. No, they can't. That's not refraction.
I know. Well, I know that. You know that. They apparently don't know that.
This is. I must have stepped off into fucking or something.
Control barrier between two mediums at an angle.
Well, those people are insane. So we're dealing with insane people. So
get his dumb ass back in here.
Come on back in, Rufy. We'll unmute you. No problem.
Let me whip you around by your short hairs for a bit.
Yeah, you just
for sentimental value. Well, I know. We'll call it Be Kind to Dumb Animal Week.
So we have people at your assistance to unmute you. Rufy, come back in. Old dude's going to take care of you. Or any of us can. Fine. Come on in. Reset. You know where I always stop them, John? Is when I ask for documentation of how it's actually done in reality by anyone.
What's actually done?
What the method that they're saying he's using, that method.
That's telling me a lot.
Yeah, it's telling me they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. That's what it's telling you. They don't have anything where anybody's ever done that. Only their hearsay. I fucking throw it out immediately. Just like it would be in a court of law. They don't have any evidence.
Not following. You're going to have to get hyper specific. They, what is it? They, who are they? Got it?
Okay.
Just vague generalities ain't helping me here.
Okay. So what's that question is Ruhif's method of celestial navigating on land with a theodolite. We'll start there.
You're going to celestial navigate on land? Why the fuck would you do that?
That's what he claimed. It's not my claim. I didn't claim it. That's why we're on this freaking crazy squirrel rabbit hole. Squirrel down a rabbit hole.
Oh boy. So somebody mentioned that he said his question was back to you. I don't know why he asked this question. I heard somebody say that, can you get elevation angles to, I'll bet you that fucking dick didn't say elevation angles. I'll guarantee you he didn't say that. I'll bet you. What did he say? You could get angles to stars. I'll bet you he didn't say elevation angles, right? I'll guarantee he didn't. Because you know why?
Yeah, it can't happen.
Yeah.
Even in their own pair.
I'd like to hear. Maybe I'll go back. Maybe I won't. I heard enough the other day.
Yeah, I saw Ruhif was in here, and I was about to leap in, and then I saw he wasn't here and you were, so I figured something might have happened. Anyone want to fill me in?
No, I didn't do shit. He'd left by the time I got in here.
Yeah, because I was nailing a stake into his evil heart down it directly into the ground about him not having documentation of anybody ever doing what he's saying they're doing.
Wait a second, Sonny. Is Crypto trying to indict me on kicking this fucking guy out of here?
Would it really surprise anyone?
I don't kick people out of this server.
I was going to ban him. I was really close. I'm like, don't do it. I was going to freaking put a ban on him.
Yeah,
well, no,
but
I didn't.
Crypto,
then he left.
Relax, Sonny. Crypto, I've never banned anyone from the server. Not one.
Yeah, no, that wasn't what I was. It was less kicking out and more chasing out.
Hey, QE.
Yeah.
So I asked Ruhif if he'd jump back in, and he said in his last video that he did, he challenged you to a debate, and that offer still stands, but he respectfully declines because he would just be permabanned here. So,
fuck him. He's a clown. We're going to debate evolution years ago when he fucking ran away. Evo-tard clown.
Just like he ran away just now.
Let's debate modus ponens, you fucking imbecile. Fucking guy. Came in and claimed that modus ponens, he went through the whole fucking thing too. He's done this before. I got him on tape. If heat causes water to boil, then if I heat the water, it'll boil. He said that was an affirmative consequent formological fallacy. That's a classic modus ponens. If P, then Q, P, therefore Q. You fucking idiot. Go debate primary school first. Fuck. My God. And then the classic hypotheses don't have independent and dependent variables. Did anyone hear him say that shit in here?
He tried to say that. He tried to tell us that independent and dependent variables aren't part of the hypothesis.
I heard him say that, but I wasn't. That's what I was saying earlier. I wasn't sure if it was part of the music bot from a previous show or whatever, or if he said that today. So probably from previous.
Today, he said it.
Yeah.
There was somebody who posted a little clip of him and Jedi.
Yeah, I think it was even on that day when he was. That was 2 weeks ago, I think, when he was debating with Jedi there.
What an imbecile!
I was playing a debate on the bot between you and Master Shill, and I paused it because Ruhif came in and said something, and I thought he might wanted to comment on what was playing. So I paused it, and he disagreed with your definition of the scientific method.
That's not my definition. So I'm the purveyor of the scientific method, I guess.
Yeah. Then last week. Yeah. Then last week he was raising. He said, "Well, so you guys don't believe? Do you believe in the Fermi principle?"
In the what?
Fermi's principle. No, Fermat's principle. Because he was trying to say. Well, we were talking about refraction again, unfortunately, and he said, "Well, so do you believe in Fermat's principle?" I got a bit
we
lost
believe that you don't know what fucking refraction is. That should have been your answer. And nothing to do with Fermat's principle. We brought up refraction, drag them around by the short hairs. You guys got definitions for refraction? Snell's law, to be more specific. Can anyone in here, any Baltard or anyone in here, show me how they can get Snell's law out of the fairy tale atmosphere? Anyone?
Gravity.
Yeah, that's not going to work. Am I going to have to post the definitions of refraction in here?
I think it's three-toed gnomes.
Yeah, I think you should QA. That would be helpful for us.
All right.
You could have light passing through an air molecule and into a water molecule.
Yeah, it sounds like you're talking through a pillow. Whoever's talking.
Are you being kidnapped? Tap twice for yes.
I think he said it was flying monkeys. That's the cause of it.
All right, here we go. Refraction. So go to 34 minutes after the hour. From Botanica.com, Snell's law in optics, a relationship between the path taken by a ray of light, rays of light don't exist, by the way, but I digress, and crossing the boundary or surface of separation between two contacting substances. Can anybody show that where that is in the fairy tale paradoxical atmosphere, please?
No,
you can't.
There's a couple things that come to mind right now, though. They don't have a plane that's a straight plane on that top surface. That interface is a plane of interface. It's called a plane, and it's tilted backward. The further you go away from their source of light, what they're saying would be bouncing off a surface that's pointing away from the observer and below their line of sight in elevation. Thank you very much.
Oh God, Sonny, take a break, man.
Okay, well, you didn't appreciate that? What?
No, it had nothing to do with my question. So,
okay.
Physics classroom. Refraction is the bending of a path of a light wave. Light's not a wave, by the way, as it passes from one material to another material. The refraction occurs at the boundary and is caused by a change in the speed of a light wave. Light's not a wave. Upon crossing that said boundary, the tendency of a ray of light that don't exist to bend one direction or another is dependent on whether the light wave that doesn't exist speeds up or slows down upon crossing said boundary. I'd like to point everyone's attention back to the beginning where it said, as it passes from one material to another material. Can you show me two different materials in the fairy tale paradoxical atmosphere? Anyone? Aren't they all gases? That's what I thought. Let's go to their alma mater wiki. Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law, and see, this is what we're talking about. This is the law of refraction. Snell's law is the law of refraction. Is a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction when referring to light or other waves. Light's not a wave. Passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media. They give examples: water, glass, or air. So, my question again is, where are the two different isotropic medias in their fairy tale paradoxical atmosphere?
Yep. Otherwise, you don't have anything, no interface. Sorry.
Water vapor.
You're done.
Water vapor in the air.
That doesn't answer my question. Hyperphysics, Georgia State University, hyperphysics. Refraction is the bending of a wave when it enters a medium where its speed is different. The refraction of light's not a wave, when it passes from a fast medium to a slow medium, bends the light ray. What the fuck? Rays don't exist. Light's not a wave, and then there's fucking anything bending. But I digress. Toward the normal to the boundary between, here it says again, two media. Where's the two media in the paradoxical atmosphere? The amount of bending depends on the indices of refraction of the two media. So the two media have independent indices of refraction. So there's got to be two different media. Right? The fucking
so they claim they claim the two media is the two different layers supposedly where it's bending through, like lower I guess 1 meter at sea level, 2 meters above sea level, that they both have different indices of refraction or something.
That's not two different media. And they do not. That's not two different media, man. We're talking about gases. The oil rig and air two media.
So they don't have anything from the very beginning, really seems to be the point. They don't have anything. It can't be, because anything having to do with what you're talking about has to have this interface between that source and the different material, and only an angular difference when it's only two solid, basically solid materials, or air and glass, or water and glass, or so they don't have an interface. It would have to start at the interface. Their interface is all fucked up.
They don't have an interface.
They don't.
Gases don't have interfaces.
Exactly. They're screwed all over. And see, look, that's what I was talking about with the interface, because they're claiming this is coming from a place that's below the sagittarius. That means it's facing angled away from me, the observer, and below my line of sight. 67 feet approximately in the Black Swan instance.
Oh,
There's Snell's law right there.
Yep.
Does light deviate through different pieces of the same material?
No, got to have two by definition.
Yep. They're trying to use an inhomogeneous circulating air in motion all the time, and temperature fluctuations everywhere all the time, back and forth, up and down, every imaginable way, omnidirectionally, movement, motion, right?
Let's go pound on horizontal rays. We'll go right from the subject matter expert, according to them. Let's use it. Remember, I said that light rays don't actually exist. I just wasn't making that up. From Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University Astronomy Department. Some people have worried about how to apply the law or the refraction law to such a horizontal ray of light. Because it does not cross any horizontal boundaries between denser and less dense air in a stratified atmosphere. Yeah, there is no horizontal. They're horizontal when they say density gradients. There are no horizontal density gradients, but I digress. In general, the curvature of the ray is different from the curvature of the Earth's surface. Yeah, because it doesn't exist. But here we are only concerned with the rays that bend just enough to follow the curve of the Earth. Yeah, sure. Now watch him train wreck himself. Here it comes. The simplest solution to the horizontal ray paradox is to remind ourselves that rays, light rays, are an unrealistic mental construct. In reality, we always have a beam of light, infinitely narrow. Rays don't really exist. End of citation.
Like row. They call it a paradox. We now know why.
Yeah.
Because the light's coming in a way that can't exist on the fairy tale globe. That's why. And then they have to insert along the curvature of Earth, even though they have this paradox of horizontal rays. How could that be?
I mean, there's no horizontal.
This is jokes. They're just making shit up.
What do you mean by there's no horizontal? No horizontal density gradient. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, there's nothing. They need a density gradient for their fairy tale refraction, but when I'm looking at the Black Swan, I'm looking horizontally. Density gradients only go vertically.
Really?
Doofuses.
Oh, well, right. It goes up, but they're saying that it's layered horizontally, right?
No.
Huh?
They're not even saying that. They don't even understand it. No. There are no horizontal density gradient. Fucking
Well, it's gradual.
What?
They would still
It's a
have
gradual-
to stand still. They would still
Hold
have
on,
to stand.
Sonny. Hold on, Sonny.
Okay.
It's a gradual horizontal gradient? Are you high?
It can't be. That's what I'm saying. If it's just like a continuous gradual gradient, and there's no layers. Vertically, yeah. Going up, yeah.
Well, we're not talking about that. We're talking about horizontally. There isn't any. He just clobbered himself over the head with a fucking spade shovel. This is all convoluted nonsense. They're just pulling it out of their ass. And you know what they're banking on? You not knowing what this stuff actually is. They're doing a good job too.
Yep.
It's a joke. This is all jokes. They're just using the name, the phrase, the headline, and then running off making shit up.
Yeah.
And then when you catch them, then they'll say definitions are meaningless. That's the point that we're at here.
Isn't that a Ruhif quote?
Yeah. Yes, it is, sir.
Numpty down undy.
He said that yes. He said that yes.
Down undy, dude.
He said that yesterday.
Did he?
Yeah, but when I asked him for the that ABC, what's that? He said at the top of the mountains, and I asked him for, let's imagine an elevation. Tell me numbers. He said 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 meters. And I asked him, from which sea level you got that measurement? And he said from the East Coast. Well, I said, great, And I said, that means everything is level, even that triangle, it's level down. And he said, no, because the definitions are of level. You don't understand definitions.
So horizontal lines are curved, right?
Yeah, of course.
Really? So
yeah.
Horizontal lines are defined as having a slope of 0. Do I need to show everyone that too?
And QE, I asked him, can you post me any book where he's saying that level is curved or whatever, apart this wiki, if somebody wrote it, not that. And he posted me some kind of picture with graphs of every kind of lines. And there is written nothing like straight line, horizontal. I asked him, where is written curve? Nowhere. And he said, like, you need how you don't come with your own conclusion and logic that it's curved.
Ooh, it's gonna let me post these. Okay, y'all ready?
Yeah. 1 second, let me get back there. This is hilarious. This whole thing is such a
let's keep this thought. Okay, I'm gonna give you a whole bunch right here. We'll go from varsity tutors. I got about 30 more, but I thought that this was okay. Horizontal lines have slope 0 since the rise is 0. From Louisiana Tech, a horizontal line parallel to x-axis has 0 slope. From biology.arizonastate.edu, a horizontal line has slope 0 since it does not rise vertically, i.e., y1 minus y2 equals 0. I know this is going to get boring. It's probably boring right now because y'all been to fucking grade school before, right? So I can go down through all these. Everyone knows that a slope of a horizontal line is 0. That's what makes a horizontal fucking line, right? We got a problem though. What's curvature?
Drop in elevation.
Guess what it is? From the United States Naval Academy, curvature is the rate of change of slope.
It's a slope. It's a slope, all right, folks.
Does everyone get that? Yeah. I would be copying and pasting that in my repertoire if I were you.
Doing it right now. Can I get the other one that you often post when it
Which
comes
one?
to slope and change in elevation? There's two. There's that one that you just posted, and there's another one that you posted.
Yeah, it's posted from the United States Naval Academy, and I posted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 definitions of horizontal lines.
Right, but I thought there was another citation with slope or curvature. Sometimes.
No, that's the only ones I posted.
Okay.
I do have something else, but it's not needed for this discussion. Do you want me to post the other one anyway?
Yes, please.
That's from Penn State. But that has nothing to do with the topic. Slope is a measure of change in elevation. Do you need that one? So there's another point here, because when they forget their major tenet of the Baltard religion is vertical drop, they have a tendency to forget that. So all you got to do is go back and post these two. So ask them what curvature is. Baltards don't know what curvature is. They'll never know. But they'll say curvature is not drop. Really? That has nothing to do with elevation. Really? So from the United States Naval Academy, curvature is the rate of change of slope, and slope is a measure of change in elevation. So how the fuck can it not be measuring elevation change? See where you see the logic behind that? Is that what you wanted?
Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay. So when they go to their retarded geodesic books, geodesy is not a natural science, by the way, just in case no one knew. It's not scientific. It's not a science. All right. Number one. Number two, they're going to say in there that level is curved. So what you do is then you say, you crayon crunching clown. So we could just mule kick geodesy out of any fucking picture of coherency. Why? Because I just posted all these between a horizontal line and a fucking slope.
I got the whole thing now in a document. They can't win, man. They just like, what is their problem? Why do they keep coming back is what I want to know. Hold on. I'm going to go back and get these. Boundary of a surface. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Okay.
Yeah, make sure you get those.
Yeah, man.
Now triangle, please.
I got a bunch, actually. I had probably at least 50 QE quote citations and links and stuff. I got that somewhere. Let's see, where'd that go?
All right, anything else?
I'm going to put the same one, elevation, and let's do a new one.
So I hope you got the moral of the story with the last one, right? If curvature is the rate of change of slope, and slope is a measure of a change in elevation, then how the fuck does curvature not mean a change in elevation?
Exactly. Yeah, I like those. I like those simple things because a lot of it is just simple geometry and horizontal. If you don't know what that is, you need to go back to drawing straight lines. What is a straight line, Johnny? Okay, let's try it again. It gets tiring, but yeah, it's good work though because I continue to learn as well.
Yep.
And
well, we all forget about these little simple things back in the day, or they'll, people go to the definitions of Merriam-Webster, and that's all cool. They're correct, but then they'll say, well, that's just a colloquial definition of horizontal. In the geodesy textbooks, they say horizontal lines are curved.
Oh,
right?
Gee whiz.
Yep,
Colloquial. How can they say colloquial because for horizontal? That's a non sequitur.
Well, I'm just saying, hopefully they do. Now you got the ammunition to launch them into a fucking wormhole in the next galaxy.
Well, yeah, because your citations there on horizontal is going to help with the citation that I have of hydrostatics, which says that that all points along a horizontal line within a body of liquid at rest is at equal pressure.
Right.
That is often used as the definition of a level surface.
Yep. Good.
And they don't really know what that is either. They will continue to misunderstand what a level horizontal what a level surface means. Yeah, exactly.
We're just parroting Wiki and Discovery Channel mindlessly. Some of them have a little bit of flair, and some of them sound like they're intelligent, but they're as dumb as a fucking bag of... My cat's litter box is fucking smarter than... Once you dig right underneath the surface, they're finished. So ask them to define... Just ask them to define... Now, before you ask to define these terms, you better make sure that you fucking know what it is for anything that you ask them, because it's going to come back ipso facto on your ass.
That's right. I always like camping out right in that spot. Like, okay, well, provide evidence for your claim.
Yes.
Right there. The first claim.
Novel idea there.
And then I just sit back in my lounge chair and, figuratively speaking, drinking Mai Tai or something with a freaking umbrella on it. Wait for them to provide that evidence. And it never usually goes too far. I mean, it can, because some people like to play with their food for a long time.
Yeah, that drives me up a wall.
I'm like, done. You got to learn to shut it down at some point. Like, I'm only human as well, so freaking it can bug the shit out of you. It's almost like that's what the purpose of it is.
Isn't that a poem?
A poem?
A song. I'm only human, born to make mistakes. Fucking shit, Chloe. It's fucking clowns.
No, not familiar. Thank God.
It's a fucking song. I like to throw some sticks of dynamite in that audio recording studio.
That's why I had to shut all this stuff down as a musician. I can't let garbage in, garbage out. Like, so if I want to stay pure to myself, I'm talking about performing, playing my instrument. That's
Who sang that fuckwit song? I'm only.
I don't know. Don't remind me, please. That's what I'm saying. Talk about cutting out. He's like, no, I want to open it up. That can of worms again. Okay, forget it.
Is that a song? I thought it was a song. Wasn't it back in the day?
I don't know. I really, truly don't know.
Oh, God. That means I take a break.
No, I just started to play a short riff. I don't play much longer than that. Or else I get in trouble. I guess we're bogging down the live stream. But I still play badass finger picking with my fingers, and it's just automatic, which is pretty righteous, man. All this time. Amazing. But it's a good day. I always feel revitalized in July. It's coming close to my birthday and anniversaries of moon landings and shit. Supposedly. Come on, Ruhiffy. I'm going to back off. I have to go outside. Obviously, I have cabin fever, so. The quiet types, all of you, Ash.
I'm just looking at the refraction calculators anyway. So let's say for an arc length of 1 mile, with the Earth's supposed radius, the angle for each of that 1 mile arc is 0.014. Let's say 0.014 degrees. So every 1 mile, if let's say there's some theoretical light, quote unquote, ray going over the curved surface, it has to keep bending 0.014 degrees every mile. And so if you plug that into Snell's law, let's say the light is going at 15 degrees angle into this supposed density, whatever, and the refractive index, let's say, is 1.0002, and so then it bends, say, to 15 degrees 0.014. That means the difference between the two indices would be between 1.0002 and 1.001. But if you look up the some of the measurements of the refractive index, it doesn't change much between, say, 1.00003, 1.0002 for air, which means that they're off still by an order of magnitude in the amount of density gradient or density change that's needed between the two supposed mediums. So if Rohit's around, I mean, he said he was going to post the data of the so-called density gradient. So, I mean, from the numbers I'm looking at, it doesn't even make sense anyway. So I'm not sure what maths they're using.
From 1.22, you will get 1.3 maybe, and that's it.
Anyway, I found a QE video on that Andrew Thomas Young thing because I think Andrew Thomas Young, when he posted his refraction stuff, he knew that there's something wrong with that model.
Say again. I heard something about Andrew Thomas Young.
Yeah, Q, I haven't looked at the video that I posted that I found about you talking about Andrew Thomas Young. So supposedly, based on the numbers that they have to plug in, they have to claim this so-called difference in the medium of, like, let's say, refractive index of 1.0002 and say 1.001.
Is that a question?
So they have to claim a huge density difference, refractive index difference, to even get the curving of light that they need.
Well, there's no curving of light. There's no horizontal gradients. That's the second point. The first point is you need two different media. So it's over.
Yeah.
The best refraction presentation is
it that one or another one?
I've done a couple of them, specifically on it. 1 second. Where are you? Let's see, refraction. All right, we got 1 and 2. July 31st and August 10th. Copy link. It would be this one. That I would devote some time there if I were you.
Yep, got it. Thanks. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mic check.
The hell, everyone dying here.
I had to take a call from my mom. I was wondering what happened when I got back.
Sunny happened.
I thought you would keep the, keep the vibe going, Kiwi. I thought you'd serenade us.
I did for a while, but then, I run out of things to talk about too.
Can you sing us something?
No.
It's Speculation Sunday. I speculate you could sing us something.
Oh, that's shit. That's right. I shouldn't even be in here.
I've been listening to Helio sing Have You Ever Seen the Rain? Or Curve.
Have I ever seen the rain? That's a good song, by the way.
Well, Helio does a great job. I was impressed.
Really? I want Helio to impress me. Hold on 1 second. I want him to sing this. Where'd it go? Where is it?
I still think someone should do a John Mayer Gravity parody.
Yeah, right. John, let's see where that is. So, let's go with... that one? Yeah, that one. 1 second. Share. Copy. So I want to see Helio sing that, or hear Helio sing that.
Can you play it? What are you doing?
Huh? What?
Can you play it?
No, I can't. I don't do that shit.
Oh. So you're gonna make the blind guy go read something? That's nice of you. You push people in wheelchairs downstairs. I mean, come on.
You don't have to read. Just push the fucking play button.
Are you the type of guy that yells at deaf people? What's going on here?
You don't got to read anything. I posted a song in here.
Let me find it.
Where the fuck you at?
Okay, hang on. It says video unavailable.
It's shit.
It's an awesome link. So good.
It's shit. I just hit the
link. And the link itself, not the picture.
Oh, okay. Well, you got to tell the blind guy this stuff.
I hit the picture. It started playing.
Is this Texas Flood again?
No.
The Outfield, Your Love. Oh, it's a great song. I bet you Helio could sing this.
I'll bet you couldn't.
Oh, I'll put money on that.
All right.
Give him 2 weeks to practice?
Well,
yeah, that's a pretty cool song.
Say again?
Yeah, that's a pretty cool song. I remember this from way back when. Used to play this shit.
Yeah, that's a good song.
I can still play it.
One of my favorites. So, I don't see the 8 inches per square mile there either. Quantum Eraser, can you explain the thing about where's the flat point in a sphere? I'm not following. Is Fridas in here? Yeah. Fridas, what's up? Can you explain this a little bit?
Tonight. So good. Okay, I'll stop singing.
I don't want to lose your love tonight.
Oh, God. Shut the fuck up. Let's get back to Fridas. Fridas, come off mute, man. Try to explain this. I don't understand what you're going for here. Don't be shy. I'm not going to bite you. As far as
I don't want to lose your love tonight.
I'll tell you what, I am going to fucking mute.
We were in here chatting earlier, me and Fridas. That's good.
Fridas, stop typing. Start talking.
That's a good tune right there.
Nights are aching. Making sense of feeling
One more outburst, Sonny. I'm going to mute your dumb ass.
Don't you know how to like use the music bot and play something?
I
Don't you have
really
perms or whatever the kids say?
All right, that's it. No, to get back on topic, no, I never figured that. No one ever showed me how to do that, so I don't get involved in that, even though I'm a moderator.
Okay,
I think that's a cop out because you don't understand the technology, QE. What do you think about that?
It's not that I don't understand it. I never looked at it. Now, there's quite a good possibility if I did look at it, I wouldn't understand it. That's besides the point.
Were you able to hit up Elijah to get on TikTok?
No, that went down the toilet hole because Nathan left.
Oh.
Freedom!
Freedom!
He says he doesn't see. Looks like he's playing shy. He likes to type. I don't.
He was
see
in
the
here
8
earlier.
inches. Just relax, blind spot.
Sorry.
I don't see the 8 inches per square mile there either. Where? There. Where? Where don't you see it? That's what I'm talking about. I need context. Context,
Oh,
please.
mom's sleeping. I see. Okay. There's an alien.
There's an alien. I don't know what you mean.
He says this man and then alien face. Or is that a skull? I can't tell.
Like I say, my friend, something I've seen on a video, like if the Earth looks flat to you, but it isn't, where's the flat point in a sphere? It's, yeah, there are no flat. The flat's not a point. For one, there's no flatness on spheres. It's an oxymoron. They're married bachelors. Every point along a tangent from your feet drops, that is, vertical drops away from you at 8 inches per mile squared for the sphere-tard model, which doesn't exist. So every point, you can't have any flatness on spheres. It's like I said, it's a married bachelor. You guys better pick it up. It's 8:19.
You told me to be quiet.
No, just for a second. Not forever.
I'm coming to QE Live on Tuesday.
Yeah, resolved. Too funny. I'm going to have to go get that. Well, you go ahead and come to QE. You have to come to QE Live Tuesday.
You're doing it, right? 4th of July?
Yeah, I told you I was going to do it.
Okay. I'll be there.
You have an appointment with somebody there.
Apparently.
That's
what the hell what have I gotten myself into, QE? I don't even know. What am I doing here? I don't even know.
No.
All I know is that the world is pretty fucking flat. So.
Oh, wrong one. Shit.
What do you know about interferometers? Is that right?
No, interferometry.
Interferometers. As you can tell, I know nothing. Educate me.
Shit. I'm not an interferometer expert.
Do you still think light's a particle?
I don't think it is. I know it is.
Okay. Does that have anything to do with interferometry? Interferometry?
You'd have to go find out.
Has that got a Hemi in it? About to find out. Is there anyone here who knows about the word I can't pronounce? Interferometry.
Just look it up, for fuck's sake.
Okay. Make the blind guy read some more. That's QE style.
It's got to be.
Shit. I-O-M.
Oh.
It was a typo. It's hard.
Oh, for oh god.
Interferometry is a measurement method using the phenomenon of interference of waves, usually light, radio, or sound waves.
Well, 2 of those aren't waves, so I don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
The measurements may include those of certain characteristics. I apologize for my slowness of the waves themselves. And this is a citation from. It's too small to read. Hang on.
I don't give a shit where it's from. Have them show
Renishaw.com.
I don't give a shit. Okay, good. Show light as a wave.
But so radio and sound are waves. You would agree with their assertion?
No, sound, yes. Radio, that's light, so that's not a fucking wave. And then you're gonna say, "Okay, make sure you demonstrate it's a particle." Why don't you say that?
Radio waves aren't a thing. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say radio waves aren't a thing. I said radio's not fucking waves.
No, they're talking about either light, radio, or sound waves.
Well, then they're fucked up to begin with because light and radio waves in their paradigm.
Look, you told me to look it up. I'm just reading.
Radio wave, the whole electromagnetic spectrum, and they're not electromagnetic, by the way.
I'm going to Wikipedia. Much better. Interferometry is a technique which uses the interference of superimposed waves to extract information.
Really?
Interferometry typically uses electromagnetic waves, and
they're not.
They're
not waves, and they're not electromagnetic. Everything else is pretty much on point.
Well, it's very important in astronomy, fiber optics, engineering, meteorology, optical meteorology, oceanography, Scientology. Okay, I'm done.
And Penelope Pitstop was Bruce Lee's grandfather.
Bruce Willis's?
Bruce Lee.
Oh, Bruce Lee. I don't think Bruce Willis can talk anymore.
I didn't reference Bruce Willis.
Oh, I did. Weren't you listening?
That's your problem. Friedis, did I answer your question? Did he give an answer? Can someone in BC give examples of simple experiments? No, Friedis, you're in a category error. Experiments are scientific experiments, or from the scientific method, natural science. They only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. There is no experiments to prove shapes. If you follow that. Is Friedis new?
I just met him today for the first time, so.
Okay. Yeah. Yep, it's category.
He is new.
Thank you. Yeah, I am new. I got that. Thanks. I would have never known that. Appreciate it. I was being facetious, by the way. Do you follow that, Friedis? I know you can't talk, so. If you're new, it's going to take some time to get, yeah. It'll take some time for you to get that. You know what I would do? I would fucking drop Anchor right on my channel and go to the playlist and go to science education. Oh, look at that, Sasha. It's way ahead of me. So you didn't. I was waiting for. Where are you? There you are. The blind spot. I was almost blinded.
Blinded by the light.
That's a good fucking song. Are you the douche that's wrapped up?
No, but do you know that in German that means shower? Funny. We actually did a deep dive on this song. Me and my two colleagues, one of my colleagues just bought it. He's like 55, 56, and he just bought himself a motorcycle. He's having a bit of a midlife crisis. So I asked him, I said, well, once you're on the motorcycle, what's the first song you're going to play? And he said, Blinded by the Light. So my other colleague pulls it up on YouTube and plays it, and then starts breaking down what all the lyrics mean.
Oh, brother.
It was pretty fun.
That sounds pretty funny. I guess we had to beat her.
Beat her.
On trial refraction.
Anyways, what were you at? You were trying to ask me something.
I was giving you a hard fucking time.
Freitas doesn't have much patience.
Say again?
Freitas says he doesn't have much patience.
Oh, I thought you said I don't, and I said fucking duh.
What clued you in?
Well, yeah. Thanks, Captain Obvious. No one's ever told me that. What the fuck was I gonna ask you? I'm getting old.
I actually came to Speculation Sunday earlier today because I was hoping to ask some questions about the ether.
Oh, God. Well, it is speculation. That's why I usually don't attend these. This is a special case because tomorrow is sort of a halt. It's weird. I'm going shooting tomorrow, so like I did today, but
I'm going to kind of like work for like maybe an hour and then take the rest of the day off.
Oh, I don't work. I don't work.
That's going to be how it goes.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I got bills to pay, bro.
Yeah, I got you. I got bills too. Yeah. Somebody asked me where I work today. I said I really don't. I never liked it, so I just don't.
Decided not
go
to.
there. I don't go there anymore.
How long did you serve for?
21 years.
Oh, wow. Okay.
In fact, it was a private. I was on post today. They said, you look familiar. Where you work? I said, I don't do that shit. We're getting further of what I was going to ask you. Oh, I know what I was going to ask you. Fuck. I said light's not a wave. Right? You should have challenged me immediately and said, well, prove that shit. That's what you should have done. That's where I was going to go with this. Where is that? Where'd I put that shit? That's another good question. Where'd you go? Yeah, I don't know where I put it. Where the fuck? Nope, it's not there. It's not there. Is it here? Did I timestamp? Hold on a second. It doesn't look like a timestamp to me. Hold on. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Fuck. All right, this is. I thought I consolidated all this. Hold on. Oh, that's too funny. All right. You still there?
Yeah.
There you go. I was a junior in high school. For fuck's sake.
60, 70 years ago?
Shut up. You tell me.
Water. I get him water. He sits there.
You get it? Yeah.
I'm still watching.
Yeah, I've already watched it up to 7:04. That's where I stopped it.
Okay.
You get it?
I believe so. I've also watched the double slit experiment video on the
Which double slit experiment?
the one on Nathan's videos.
No. Nathan's videos, you're gonna have to get more specific.
He's got a link in every one of his videos for the last 5 years. That one.
No, you're gonna have to get more specific on because there's literally thousands of double slit experiments. Most aren't experiments.
That's your delayed choice quantum eraser video. That
The delayed choice quantum eraser is an experiment. That's not called the double slit experiment, even though it has a double slit in it. Follow?
All right. Yeah, no, and what do I know about any of this? Absolutely nothing. So I'm just trying to figure it all out.
I figured I'm just correcting. I'm just
the concept is, let me ask you some questions. So
I'm just trying to get you to be hyper specific, even starting at the word go. If I get you in the hyper specificity mode, even though you probably can't get there right now, it's still a valid point. But go ahead.
No, fair enough. So, and I heard this was actually, in fact, on either 1724 or 1721. We talked about these episodes of FED. I think it was the episodes with Whitsitt or whatnot, where they were arguing, Whitsitt and Nathan were, about whether or not light was a particle. And if I recall correctly, at least Nathan's position was that they fire an individual, we'll call it a photon, a particle or particle chunk, I suppose, right? An individual one through a single slit, and then it appears on the photoreceptor, and we can see it appear every single time they fire a single one, right? Because it's firing through a single slit. Does that make sense so far? Am I saying that correctly?
No, you don't. You're not seeing it appear singly just because it's a single slit. You're seeing it appear on the photographic plate or the sensor because it's a fucking particle.
Yeah, no, I guess the juxtaposition would be if I have both slits open, that's when I get interference.
What really? When you fire one?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. I don't know anything.
No, interference is a result of an accumulation pattern.
So if I fired one, it would either go through one of the slits, whichever one I suppose I'm aiming this thing at, probably, right? And it would still act, even if I had both slits open. If I fired a single photon through a slit, the one I'm pointed at, it would show up on the photoreceptor as a single marking, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, it works on more or less the photoelectric effect. It's gonna pop one of the electrons out of the not out of the shells of whatever you got. CC, it depends on what type of film you have, or CCD monitor, something. I don't know what your question is.
No, it's not. It's not so much a question as much as me trying to comprehend. And so, if I then, how do I get the interference? If I fire a stream of photons across both slits?
No, you don't have to fire a stream. You can fire one at a time for about 2 hours, and the collective pattern will be an interference. If
I see.
So you can fire a stream or individual, doesn't matter. If you don't have any way of knowing which slit it went through, then you're going to get an interference pattern.
Are the slits close enough, or is the photon firing machine not calibrated enough that I wouldn't know which slit it's going through?
No, the photon machine, the Q36 space modulator is not going to fucking tell you which slit it's going through. No. You're going to have a detector at the slits. Now, don't get confused between the catcher's mitt detector on the back and the slit detectors. A lot of people get confused between those two. Let's start off from the word. So Hamamatsu Photonics just showed you in 1981. Do those look like waves to you? No, they don't, do they? Do you want something more recent?
No, I'm quite fine with that. It made sense to me. I like 1981. I was alive then.
Barely.
Barely. I was 3. I get it.
All right, so we got that part, right? We're good with that.
Yeah. No, and I understand the interference pattern after an accumulation of chunks going or appearing on the photoreceptive material at random locations.
Not so much random. They don't know.
He said random in the video.
They know where they're going to get. All right.
Can you tell me more about this photon generating machine? Is it a laser?
Yeah, it's called a fucking light.
Is it a laser? Is that what it is? Or
yeah, you can have an argon in the delayed choice quantum ratios. The fuck was it?
When I saw that they put he called them like density, medium. He put those little plates in. Is that to slow the light down?
It was an argon pump laser in the delayed choice quantum eraser. First question. Second question. Yeah, you could put fucking, like dark shades and shit. That usually will limit the light coming through.
But does it limit the amount of light or the speed at all?
The amount.
Is there any way to reduce the speed?
You're gonna reduce the speed. If you fire light through water or something, it's gonna. Well, see, and then you get into a problem because this is why I usually don't like discussing this subject with flat earthers.
It's Speculation Sunday.
Yeah, I should be in here. I usually don't. I'll make an exception because it's you.
That's sweet.
Because I've done it for so many years. I've talked myself to death over it that I've just gotten to the point where fuck off. Not you personally.
No, I get it.
So I'm making an exception to my rule. So the density filter, or what do they call them? Neutral density filters?
Yeah, neutral density filters, yeah.
Yeah. That will block most of the light. They can detect the photons, how many photons per. They've been doing this for years, man. This is old stuff. And it's when people bring it up, I'm like, what the fuck, man?
When I heard on your video, you specifically called it a chunk. And what do you mean by chunk versus?
Well, that's what quanta is. Quantas are discrete chunks. Discrete.
Okay.
There's boundaries. They're not fucking waves. Right? Waves have a transverse dimension to them. Right? They're continuous. Discrete means there's limit. They're limited by borders, boundaries. What are those boundaries? I don't fucking know. Nobody's gonna know. I just know they're fucking chunks of energy and momenta by the pattern it leaves on that fucking plate right there. Doesn't take rocket surgeon to figure that out.
So let me tell you a little bit about what I thought about the double slit experiment 2 months ago, let's say.
Which double slit experiment?
Just the concept in general. I had never seen a video previously to like the last couple months. So I'm saying from a normie perspective.
Before you go on, because this is important. Most of what you call double slit experiments are not experiments. Like Young's so-called double slit experiment in 1801, that wasn't an experiment. That was a demonstration. There was no cause and effect going on. If you have an experiment, you have to have a hypothesis. I would love to hear Young's hypothesis. It doesn't exist because it's not an experiment. Now, that's not taking anything away from it. He demonstrated that fucking light was wave-like. Follow?
I follow, other than you don't believe that light is wave-like.
It's not that I don't believe it. I know it.
Well, so you say he demonstrated it, but then you know.
Hold on a second. It's a demonstration, not an experiment. End of fucking point. Now,
so he didn't prove that light is wave-like.
Well,
is that
to
correct?
him, I don't know what he saw to be exact. I can only tell you what's reported. So in 1801, I mean, he's firing a coherent light source. You're not seeing. I don't know what he saw. Right? Only thing I know that he saw is an interference pattern. That's telling me he fired a fucking light source with trillions of photons at once. Right? So he's going to get an interference pattern. He's not going to see dots. I doubt it.
Yeah, in 1801. Yeah, no, for sure. What kind of a photoreceptor plate did he have in 1801?
It's probably just film. Probably emulsion plate or something. I don't know. Go back in 1801 and see their film technology back then, or photography back then. I don't fucking know.
So what I was gonna say,
but the point was that it's not. The reason I'm saying it is because you're asking the question of what is it. That question doesn't enter the scientific method. You see my point?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so when you say experiment, you got to be real careful. We're hypersensitive to fucking words. Thanks, baltards, but no, really, thank you, because we need to be. So in that sense, I just wanted to point out that most of the double slit experiments are not experiments. So that's important to point out. Not that they're any less viable or the veracity of their claims, but just remember, it's not actual science. Okay? Got it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go on.
So the only time I had heard about the double slit, previous to a couple of months ago,
Good one.
was my colleague, who's a bit of a space nut or whatever, right? He's eating, eating all that up. But he was telling me that, and this was my understanding previously, and this might be wrong or whatever, but this is just what I was. This is the notion as a normie I came in with, which is that they fire the photon through a slit, right? A single slit, and sure enough, they see a single action of that photon, or whatever you want to call it, a single resolution. And when they open both slits, then they got an interference wave. Now, again, this is probably wrong. I'm okay with that. But really, what the whole point of this double slit?
Hold up. You can fire those. It depends on. With the single slit, you're not going to get a single column behind the single slit. All right. You're going to get.
It'll be a scattered pattern.
It's not going to be scattered. It's going to be like a bell curve.
That makes sense. Sure.
All right. So there you go. Go on.
But ultimately, what he was trying to tell me about at the time, we were commuting to work. He was my ride. Was that this whole concept of, and you'll have to clue me in. I'm ignorant here, QE. But the notion of that, it's like until it's observed, we don't even know what it's going to do, and that by observing it, we like give these quantum particles, and maybe I'm confusing two different demonstrations, but by giving them in observance, we give them intention, and they almost act based on the observer. You get what I'm?
No,
you've heard it though. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, it's pro-B.
Yeah.
It's like somebody parroting we. Right, that's incorrect. You could sit there all day long at a double slit experiment. You can have 1,000 people in the auditorium and do. You even got me saying it. Double slit experiment. You can do a double slit and have 1,000 people in the auditorium watching it, observing it. Still not going to make a fucking difference.
You wouldn't think so, for sure. In reality,
no, I know so.
So yeah, that's why when he told me that, I was quite a bit baffled at the time. Anyways.
Yeah, the observation's not the key. Information is the key.
So what you're saying, the double slit demonstration essentially shows is that when I fire an argon-based laser or whatever photon generator QE2000, it's going to shoot chunks of photon quanta onto a photoreceptor in bell curve shaped formations onto a receptor plate.
Through a double or single?
Well, single is bell-shaped, correct?
Yep.
So in a double, we get an interference.
Yep.
Pattern.
Correct. And by the way, it doesn't have to be light. Everything does it. Protein molecules, fucking buckyballs, doesn't matter.
So anything that could shoot a particle, let's say.
Yep.
And what is an interference pattern?
It's just like how it sounds. It interferes with itself. It's like
it's just messy. It's not.
They call it a diffraction.
Structured?
Diffraction, interference pattern, same thing. Yeah, there you go. It's like a fucking histogram. You ever seen a histogram? That's what an interference pattern is. I don't have one at hand.
I'm looking at it.
No, he's not giving you a pattern. He's showing you the way it is. Hold on. It's pretty easy to find. Probably just type in interference pattern. It's pattern. Images. That seems like a good one. Where are you? Good.
Yeah. Okay.
That's probably not your typical one, but Hold on a second. Let's get a typical one. Copy. Oh, this is a good one. Copy. Let's do that one. Uh-oh, what's happening with B? Is that fucking waves? Sorry, I'm just taking jabs. I'm sorry, giving out jabs. So yeah, there's a time over time, B, C, D, and E.
Yeah, no, I see it.
Oh yeah,
It kind of
All right.
D kind of looks like what my TV used to do in the 80s.
Yeah. So that's an interference pattern. Doesn't have to be light, like I said. Could be anything.
And so, from again a little bit of the research I've been doing, if Whitsitt's claims are true, which I don't doubt that they are, in that we cannot, as humans, see an atom. Is that correct? I just said it.
That's incorrect. Fucking been viewing atoms for decades now.
So, like under an electron microscope,
You got that shit right.
can we see, as humans, can we see electrons under electron microscopes?
No.
Because they're 100 million times smaller than an atom.
Yeah, you can't see that shit.
Okay.
I mean, with your eyes, you can't see that shit. It's too small. But electron microscopy will do it up for you. If you got a problem with that, I can't help you.
And then when you're shooting a photon, I would assume that a photon particle, if I call it a particle, would be pretty darn tiny.
Yeah.
And so when it appears on the photoreceptor, is that magnified through electronics then that we're seeing that?
Yeah, it hits a photo. It's probably some type of silver CCD charge coupled device. Works on a photoelectric effect. It's going to knock the fuck out of any, if it has enough energy, going to knock the shit out of electrons, knock them out of their shells. Yeah. And then you're going to get an imprint. Yeah. What does that have to do with anything?
This is strictly curiosity. So are you saying, bear with me, Huey, I'm completely ignorant here. So when I fire that particle, I can actually, let's say I fired, there's no electronic equipment necessarily required for me to see that hit on a photoreceptor, emulsion plate, or whatever, because of the force of what you ever just mentioned about knocking the electrons out of the way. It's a big enough mark, even if I fire a single photon particle, that I would be able to see that with the naked eye.
Yeah, it's called film.
Yeah, I don't know how small a particle is. I don't know.
Yeah,
I would imagine if it was super tiny, then I wouldn't be able to recognize it, even if it hit
No,
film.
you'd see it. You'd see it. It's called film. Back in the day, they had film.
Is that a humble brag about how old you are?
Yeah, that's I'm not that fucking old. Yeah, I'm still not seeing the point here. We're going from ether horseshit to
this is part of my mission, Huey. I'm trying to understand these things for my mission.
Yeah, I'm not getting the connection. So how would you? My overall question is, why the fuck would you attempt to disprove beach balls to ipso facto prove luminescent phlogiston?
Gesundheit.
That's my why the fuck are we even here?
I'm just asking because I don't understand what a light particle is. Right? I'm just trying to understand the scope of said particle, how big said particle is, and if what I see on the photoreceptor in the QE video, right, because you can see it there, is that because it's magnified, or because when I think particle, just bear with me, I'm an ignorant ass. When I think particle, I think super fucking tiny. I can't see it. I'd have to use an electron microscope to see it. That's what I think when I hear the word particle. And maybe that's wrong to begin with. That might be my problem, right? And so I think of a photon as very tiny, and so I would expect a very tiny, non-visible impact on said photoreceptor plate. But in the video, I see a reasonably decent-sized effect on the photoreceptor plate, and so I'm asking if that's magnified or if that's actual, and it's just causing a larger, or the particle is actually larger than I think.
You'd have to magnify it at least a little bit to see that.
Okay, that's what I was getting.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be pedantic or
No, I know you're not. No, that's a good question. You're right. Yeah. You would have to get down pretty fucking small to see it.
And the question I asked earlier on Speculation Sunday here, which I haven't gotten an answer for, and I'm sure it's not that there might not be an answer from someone, a proponent of the ether model.
Ether, whoa. Well, it's not a model, number one. What's ether?
Well, according to those who promote it, it would be a philosophical framework, a logical foundation that is a background medium that propagates.
Stop.
I'm not making the claim, QE. I'm just saying that's what they posit, right? And if that were the case, and this was my question, that because what I understand Whitsitt to be saying is that light does not travel from point A to point B, and that's where it relates to our photon discussion.
Wait a second. Right? How did you get? You mean you waded through the lies and the doublespeak, and this is what you came up with? All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I've spent many hours listening to the argumentation.
That's pretty fucking funny, dude. Go ahead. Sorry.
And so my question was, if I think about a camera taking a picture in low light,
what type of camera?
A Nikon D3200.
So that's a digital camera.
Yeah,
yes?
DSLR. Yeah, with a photoreceptor sensor, right?
It's got a charge coupled device on that bitch.
Sure. Yeah. And so I believe you. You sound intelligent anyway. And and so if I take the point that light doesn't travel from point A to B, that it propagates through some background invisible unquantifiable medium, right? That it's instantaneously there wherever there is, then when I do long exposure photography, this is my question, why do I need to do that if all the light is already there? Because the whole point of long exposure photography is to allow more light to, quote unquote, come in, right? That's what we're doing, at least that's the way my normal brain would think of it as, right? Because I have this camera sitting right here next to me, and I can set it to keep the aperture open to give more exposure to my sensor or my emulsion plate or my film if I'm as old as QE, right?
Yeah,
right? So I want the light to come in. But if light is instantaneously there, what's the point? I guess that would be one of the questions I had for Whitsitt or for those. No, for those who, again, here on Speculation Sunday, who propose that notion. I'm curious what their thoughts would be on that.
It's the same light. It's just a longer exposure. It's longer exposure.
Yeah, and so what I was thinking is that maybe it's not so much about the light being there instantaneously. It's about I want to choose my words carefully here. The sensor that requires more exposure. It's not that the light needs to be there or not there or journey there, but it's the sensor that requires longer exposure of said light. So maybe that's just it could be just that simple from that perspective. Yeah. So again, it's just a curiosity. I'm just trying to learn.
You're going to have to ask them, not me. That's not a question for me.
No, I wasn't asking you per se. I'm just thinking about that out loud on Speculation Sunday.
You keep saying that. Every time you say that, I want to hit exit. But go on. Next question. Be careful about being Jedi mind tricked. Just because the power of suggestion is powerful with you, young Skywalker, you're not the only one. People bring up suggestions and get off the fucking beaten path quick. If you follow. Probably don't. All right, go on. My mic working? Guess not.
Yeah.
Is that it? Did he have to drop or something? Where is he? He dropped.
Looks like he bounced.
Maybe his mom called again. Donato, is he trying to fill that rim up? Oh, boy.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Are you in the middle of discussion or something?
A few minutes ago, but he dropped that.
I'm curious to know what you was talking, guys.
We were talking about photons.
Photons?
Photons, yes. Light.
Light.
Yep. And ether, whatever the fuck that is. Maybe we'll get to that at some point. Could take another 5-6 years. Freitas, if all she could say was because gravity pulls it down, ask her how it rains. Ask her to explain to you the water cycle with particular attention on the first 3 steps. Because if what she said is true, because of horseshit gravity, then it would never fucking rain. Idiot teachers. Right? Yeah. Right. Exactly. Especially if you do it in front of a lot of people. Oh, so gravity's pulling down all those gases. Really? Then how does it fucking rain? Please explain using the water cycle. Of course, the first couple steps she's going to get into breaking the hydrogen bonds of water and the water turning into water vapor, which is a fucking gas. And which direction does that go? Everyone say it with me now.
Boom, boom.
Up. Then after that, I'll destroy gravity for her. She's just begawking gravity like refraction. She doesn't know what fucking gravity is. Fucking gravity. Unbelievable. But if gravity affected gases, we would still die. It would never get out the surface of the earth. At all. It wouldn't travel above the surface of the earth. Where does most of the oxygen come from on Earth? Anyone? No? No one? Phytoplankton. Phytoplankton in the oceans, right? So if gravity held gases to the Earth, it wouldn't get above the surface of the fucking water. It wouldn't even get to the surface of the water. Idiot clowns. Yeah? Any comment? I triple dog dare you.
Excuse me, man, but who's the idiot clown?
Idiot clowns. Baltards in general.
The globe people, you mean?
Globe people, I guess you could. I guess that would be more politically correct. It would get to the surface because of density. That's a good one.
Sorry, man, but I am Arabic. I cannot understand English fast. So
I'm full of English slang, so we're gonna have a definite failure to communicate.
it's okay. It's okay. So, what was the first oxygen provider? What you said about?
What was the first oxygen? I said most of the oxygen that's produced on the Earth is phytoplankton.
From what we get it?
Phytoplankton.
Sorry, but what is this?
I think it's it's little guys in the ocean. I forget the percentage. 1 second, I'll look it up. How much of Earth's oxygen is produced by phytoplankton? That should do it. Scientists, I don't think so, estimate that at least 50% of the oxygen in our atmosphere has been produced by phytoplankton. Whatever number it is, it's a fucking big number. Oh, another site says 70%. So there you go.
Huey, you there?
Yeah, but not for too much longer. Who is it?
No, I just want to apologize. I had to duck out for some wifely issues. So I know I left you hanging, so I apologize.
No, it's no problem. You're lucky I was still here. I was fixing to leave. Go ahead.
Quantum eraser, man. Hello.
Hello. I think we're waiting for another question from the blind spot, but I guess you can go ahead. He stopped.
Yeah, that's okay, man.
No,
Are you
go
a
ahead. I'm just
scientist?
gonna listen.
Go ahead.
Are you a scientist?
Retired.
So, about the sun movement, man.
About the what?
The sun movement.
Sun moon, or did you say sun movement?
Movement, yeah.
Movement. All right, good.
Can a person catch it? Like, keep walking before the sun?
I'm not hearing you all that well or not understanding you. Could you say it again?
Can you catch up the sun? Like, keep following it.
Can you catch up did you say could you catch up the sun?
He's asking,
Yeah.
can you catch up with the pace of the sun and stay in daytime for 24 hours as you move 15 degrees per hour? I think is what he's asking.
I'm sure you could. I never did.
Where it's gonna lead you, do you think?
Where is it? I don't know. I never did it, so I can't tell you where it would lead me.
Sorry, man, but random questions might lead us something. Yeah.
Right, back to the same place where I started.
So you was talking about this, yeah? No.
No.
But there is someone behind this all, not allowing you to explore anything or visit the pole.
I'm too old to go exploring, man. They're not. It's not that they're disallowing me. I wouldn't do it anyway.
No one's old, man. Like we're still young, but
I'm getting too old.
it's not
to go
okay
on
to die before you witness anything.
before I witness anything. I already know what it is, so I really don't have the passion to go chasing the sun. Like I don't chase the wind either.
Not chase it, man. I'm saying, like many things that a human being would do, but it's not allowed to him to do it. Like
What did scientists have to do with this, by the way?
they send only the scientists to the fucking pole, man. So
They send only scientists where?
to the north and the south pole.
I don't think so. I had an acquaintance go down there.
Who, man? Sorry, who's he?
He wasn't a scientist. He was what was he? I think he was an engineer.
Wait, what do you mean by down there?
Oh, hey guys.
Hey.
Yo. How you
Yo.
doing, guys?
So
Hey.
so we talking about the hidden lands. So who's allowed to go there?
What hidden lands?
Man,
What do you
Antarctica.
mean the hidden?
Antarctica, like
Hey,
they say
freeze.
Antarctica.
Hey.
Hold on a second, Allie. Freeze. Relax.
Yeah.
You got a hot mic. Go on mute.
Is it too loud? Wait, I'll just mute.
Yeah, go on mute. Go ahead, Allie.
So, man, I don't know. You just interrupted me. My thoughts was interrupted.
You were talking about the lands that are after
Man.
The
like
hidden
the
lands.
hidden
The
lands.
lands.
Hidden lands.
The hidden lands, the pole, Antarctica. whatever they call it.
Whatever they call it. I don't think they're hidden. Like I said, some people have gone down there that I knew personally. So,
Man, I live in the Middle East. I'm now my place in the Middle East, in Jordan. If I go south, I will be in the middle of the ocean. Let's say, let's say north. I go north, man. I will find the military waiting for me
where in the North Pole?
in the North Pole. Yeah,
Well, I don't know. I can't comment on that because I've never been there. I've never gone there. What's
am
your
I
point?
tripping, guys? Am I tripping or the?
No, you're
It's
fine. No, you're okay. We're gonna get
I
to a
think-
point.
Hey,
We
guys,
can get
I
to a
think
point at some
maybe
point.
I think the points would be like, could we confirm any land beyond the poles? I mean, can we confirm that?
Can you
Why
even
would
confirm,
we be?
can you even confirm the polls?
There's
I mean,
a military.
of course we can confirm. Like we can see the poles, so at least it exists. But
No.
what about,
We could see the polls.
No.
wait,
No, we can't.
we can.
We can.
We can only confirm that one direction that we all can confirm is north.
Okay, but we've seen like these huge ice, like Iceland masses, like these huge glaciers and stuff. Like, is it
No,
not
no,
supposed to
we
be?
can't confirm that. We
Okay.
can't confirm that.
Okay.
So what we can confirm is that there is one direction, and everything is relative to that direction.
Well, what would that direction be?
North.
One what about south? Huh? Like, what happens if I
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's still relative to what.
to? True.
You made a point, Flatsy, but I don't know if it lines up
I
with
got
the
it.
point that he's trying to put forward. Well,
I just came in. Okay.
no, you're good. You're good. No, your point was correct, but I still don't know where we're going with this.
So, man, we're going. Just let me finish, please.
We're going somewhere.
Man, I have the map like front of me. I am 25 years old. Just to let
Yeah,
you know.
but you sound like you're full of you got a lot of things going on, buddy. We don't need a lot of things going on. We need facts.
No, I'm saying just one thing.
What are you saying?
You better get to it because I got a ZZ Top beard going on.
So basically, I have in front of me a map that I used to see 20 years. For the 20 years, I see only this map.
Okay, well, we also use maps to navigate. So what you're talking about doesn't make a lot of sense if you don't extrapolate on what your point is.
I don't think
So-
he's got no point yet, Flatsy.
Yeah.
You just came in. I don't know.
Just stop interrupting me, please.
Yeah, Flatsy, stop interrupting him.
Yeah, I'm good. person.
Got it. Got it.
If I go far north or far, like keep going north, man, I will see ice, only ice.
I don't know. I haven't gone as far north as you can go or as far south as you go. I can tell you that the
Okay.
acquaintance.
Before I go, I will
I
find
was
the
in the
military.
middle of a sentence. I can only tell you that acquaintance of mine went in the southern direction. He went to Antarctica. He had a contract down there. He had to do some work. Now, it was on the outer edges. He didn't go inland, right? Like, I think he was at most 20 miles away from the coast. At most. From my recollection, he didn't go inwards. But I know he was there. I seen the pic. He showed me the pictures personally.
Could he
And
keep going?
No, he did not. He was not allowed to go. I don't think it wasn't even a matter of allowing. There was no logistically he couldn't go anywhere.
So they like, did someone told him to just do not go? Did any danger was happening?
I don't think so. We didn't get into that. All I got from him was he was more or less stuck right there. They gave him quarters, and he had a job to do. So there wasn't any vacations that he could take down there or anything like that. It was just he had a job, and that's what he was going to do, and he was right there, 20 miles from the shore of Antarctica. But I know he was there. Good.
So if he could keep going, it would be a risk. Let's say.
I can't speak to that.
Okay, man. Thank you. Thank you, bro.
Yep.
And Flatsy, please stop interrupting people. Unless you are a globe and you don't want us to talk or something.
Yeah, Flatsy.
What did I do?
Forgot to make a sandwich.
We'll think of something.
Okay.
He said stop interrupting him.
And one more question, guys. I'm curious if anyone can answer this.
Yeah.
Do you think that Arabs gonna help you with this flat earth case?
Why Arabs specifically, though?
Would you think that Arabs gonna be helpful for you?
Just the
No
critical
way.
thinking ones.
No, they probably can't. Like every single Arab man, like they're just fucking globe earthers. They never believe in flat earth. They never.
Yeah, there's some critical thinkers out there, Ali. So yes, I do.
Thank you, man. Again.
You're welcome.
Yo, do you live in the Middle East, Ali?
I am in the Middle East.
Okay, can I ask you? Can you see the moon at like daytime?
No.
Yeah, like let's say 9 a.m. Can you like observe the moon? Like, can you still see?
I
the
can
moon?
see. I
You
can
can-
see it. Yeah.
You see, that proves it. That proves it's flat. Easy, done.
Of course, we have a moon. What the fuck is that?
Like at daytime. At daytime.
What?
I think.
How does it
That
prove
doesn't
it's
make
flat?
sense.
Yeah,
That
I've
doesn't
witnessed
follow.
it.
Prove anything.
Why are you saying that?
No, I'm just telling him like if he like could like see the moon, but like at daytime, like let's say
At 2 p.m., let's say 1 p.m.
Everybody sees the moon during the daytime when it's
Flat.
up during the daytime. Why are you asking that
what do
question?
you mean? Like no, like isn't it supposed to be at like at nighttime? Like that's when the moon.
I've seen the moon during the day, and I'm in America.
Yeah,
So the
but
further south you
that
go,
only happens
towards the
like
equator,
sometimes.
you can see it. Oh wow!
Why though? Yeah, why? Like why can't you see the moon at daytime? Like that's kind of confusing. Like you can see the sun and the moon.
I really don't understand where this line of questioning is going. Everybody has seen the moon during the daytime. Why is this a question right now?
Like it's not. Why can you say like why? Like it's
It
supposed to
doesn't
come at
matter.
nighttime.
Does it matter?
Yeah, like the positioning, like of like the sun and moon, like isn't that like kind of relevant to the to everything? I guess.
You literally have no relevance with this line of questioning
Hey, why?
because everybody sees this.
Yeah, that's my point. Like, why can't everyone see it? Like if it's
The
Oh
globe.
moon
boy.
rotate at different
Oh
speeds. What
boy.
do you mean? They rotate at different speeds. So obviously, like what?
Rotate.
Man, I've
Are you
once
like
seen
assuming it's a globe? But like, I think the Earth is flat, so it should be like one at
So do
a
I.
time.
You don't
Oh
think
yeah.
they
No,
are
you don't have to
rotating up
think
there,
the Earth is
Roman?
flat. You can know that the Earth is flat. By the way, because
Exactly,
it is
because you can see the moon
measurable
and the sun at the
and
same time.
utilized. Hold on. You can measure the Earth as flat, and it is utilized as flat by everybody.
Okay, yeah, but if we assume it's a globe, then that shouldn't be the case.
Well, that's the problem. Everybody assumes it's a globe and then goes from there. That's a
So
problem.
if it is flat and it is flat, that's why we can see the moon and the sun at the same time in different countries.
What
Like
are you
position.
talking about? Please. What are
Talking
you
about like
talking about?
the position of the moon and sun.
So,
Yeah, if they're like visible at the same time in like let's say in multiple countries at the same time, that should tell you like the shape of the land we live in.
no,
How so? Why no?
because everybody can see it. It's not something that you have to extrapolate on. The
No, like
problem is
if
that
someone lives
people
in China
assume.
and like Australia,
Hold
okay,
on. Hold on.
okay.
The problem is that people assume things. You don't have to have your emotions involved. You can actually figure out things like outside of your emotions.
Mhm.
These things are happening whether you like it or not. The moon is moving, the sun is moving. Who cares? The earth is measuring and utilized as flat. Who cares?
Yeah, think about it this way, right? Through all of human history, all humans have been able to see the moon and the sun at the same time during the day at some points in their lives, right? And so, how is that proof of a flat Earth, right?
Are you
Versus
trying to make me
versus if I
lose my
navigate the Earth, right, using a sextant and using elevation angles, and I'm able to get my bearings and come to a destination based on measuring the flat Earth, right? That would be a proof that the Earth is flat because it's measurable and navigable flat. Looking out over the ocean, that would tell me, because I don't see any curve, and neither do you, neither does anyone, the Earth is flat. Whether or not the moon is up in the early morning or the late afternoon or whatever with the sun, how is that helping or hindering you in any way? If it's always been that way since the dawn of time.
Okay, it could help you in the case like let's assume that like for example like I live in China and another person lives in like Australia. Okay, if we could see the sun and moon like at the same time, that should automatically just like debunk the globe Earth, because like that should not be possible because he's in Australia.
No, brother.
It's like position
No,
of
The
mind.
moon is full where I live, and it's not at my zenith. Okay, so the moon is full, and it's not at my zenith. What does that mean?
But like I can't see the moon now, but like you probably can because like you're in
I
the
can.
US.
It's full.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not
Like
at my
I can't
zenith.
see it. Like wherever I look now, like I would never see it. In a couple of hours, I might. Not now.
Oh yeah. Well, it's almost. I don't know if it's full. Probably full or almost full, but it's not at my zenith.
Mm.
What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. The earth is here at my feet where I'm walking. It's not curving into a ball card. That's the point. Any takers? Hello.
Hey.
The Earth is not curving into a ball tard. Any takers?
I mean, someone could just tell you that it's just too big. That's why.
Well, they would be wrong because it's not. You
It's not
can
big.
measure. It's not too big. Not too big of a ball.
It is
to
big
measure.
though, cause like
Drop over.
yeah.
It's not too big to measure drop over
measure.
distance.
Okay, that part is true. Like yeah, but
Who has done it? Who has ever measured drop over distance? Who's done that? Spoiler, nobody.
I went to Corpus Christi. I failed to measure drop. I saw beach houses from in the water up to my armpits. So the water was up to my armpits. I saw the beach houses from 10 miles away.
Larry, it's so good to hear from you, buddy. It's been a while.
Yeah, I took a little break. I think I spent like 6 months studying law.
It's always good to hear from you. I hope you come back more frequently.
I appreciate that, Patsy, but there's so many good, solid, people in here that got such a good foundation that I feel like you guys are really holding down the fort for new people with questions. So I think you guys got it covered. You guys are awesome.
I love how you call me Patsy instead of Flatsy.
Yeah, I'm not good with names, but I do know about Patsy Cline, and I did remember that you sing.
The glow falls to pieces each time my heart be too far again.
You got the pipes.
But Flatty, why do you keep interrupting people?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get to the point. That's all.
Yeah, but you are so hurried, like you are in rush.
Patsy, I think it's
Absolutely, I'm in a rush.
I think
Absolutely,
it's
I'm
a
in a
cultural
rush.
thing, Patsy. I don't think it's anything that you're used to, right? But in Jordan, the women have a very quiet place in society. Is that right, Ali?
Oh,
Yeah.
snap. I didn't think about that.
Oof.
Oof.
That was spicy. Whatever
I
you
didn't
just
think
said.
about that.
Well, I'm
That was
asking,
pretty
is it true?
spicy, Larry.
It's a cultural thing. Am I right, Ali? Do women have a quiet
No,
place
no,
in
no,
society?
not only culture, man. It's okay. Like, it's okay if a girl talks female, but it's not like before, man. Like the feminism has reached us here in Arabia. The women's are too stronger now.
Okay, well, I'm not trying to rush things. I'm trying to get to the point. Men usually like to get to the point. They don't like to focus on all of the details. They want to get to the point, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the point is that the earth is measured and utilized as flat. So why are we going any further than that? Because we can prove that. We can prove that the earth is measured and utilized as flat. Right?
I was
I'm only
talking
saying
about.
right. Only I'm not saying right like I don't know. I'm saying right like you should know, not just me, but you should know.
But I was talking about the military who will be waiting for me if I was going north or south or east.
Well, that's any of us, buddy. We are all subjected to not just the latitude lines that we can't go past. Also, we're subjected to laws of nature. We don't have to go past those lines of latitude to know the truth. We don't have to.
We
You knew that,
we
right?
cannot just sit. We cannot just sit down and say that it's flat and do nothing. Like
Yeah, but
we
you
should
also
we
don't
should
have to
see the
go
flat.
past those latitude lines to know the truth either.
You can do whatever you want. You don't need to do
So
or not do anything. If you
so
guys say
can
somehow that you have to act, the earth is flat, therefore you have to do something, that's not the flat earth worldview. That's a globe worldview. The globe worldview is like, oh, it's a globe, now you have to go to space. Or it's a globe, now you have to like do all kinds of weird, crazy, cultist behavioral masonry stuff. It's a flat world. You just go about your life like normal. You don't change a damn thing. You go
The
to
thing, you don't have the access to the places that you're talking about without some sort of special pass. You can't go there without some sort of special pass.
that's a
You either
bullshit.
have
I
to have a
need to
lot of
go.
money. Why does it matter? Why does it matter?
They bullshitting, Flatty. I have to go. Like I have to see it. I
You
have to
don't.
witness it. I have to explore
Oh
it. Are
God.
you afraid in my life? Why you putting a
Are
military
you
waiting for me?
you have to go. That's what you think. You have to go, right?
Like what we benefit if you keep say it's flat? What we benefit? We need to witness the fucking land that it's flat and waiting
Who
for it.
cares? I don't care about people's feelings. I don't care about people's
Hmm.
feelings. You have to leave your feelings out of it. You have to
So
be
what
able
do you
to.
benefit? So what do you benefit now
I
when you say it's
benefit
flat?
for knowing. I get to know something
Only
instead of
know?
believe something. Yeah, I get to know something instead of believe something. That's pretty good. That's awesome.
You don't get me. You will never understand what I'm talking about, flat.
So you want to go to these places that we're not allowed to go to know the edges of the earth for yourself, right?
Of course you will not understand.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be like I understand. I'm not going to go into this thinking that I understand. I'm going to go into this knowing that I can prove something. I don't have to believe anything. I can prove it. The earth is measured flat. That is the big elephant in the room. The earth is measured flat and utilized as flat. It doesn't matter what's beyond where we can't traverse. We can know that it is flat. You don't have to look up at the sky. You can look down at the ground and measure the ground as flat. You you smelling what I'm stepping in, buddy?
I'm so upset. I'm so sad, to be honest.
So you're not smelling what I'm stepping in.
You
No,
you
his cat.
just you just saying you
No,
just
his
saying
cat
that it's
died.
a flat. Sorry, what, man?
I said no. Your cat died. That's why you're sad.
I can't die.
Oh, brother.
So she's saying that flat. You saying that it's flat and that's all.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's flat and that's all. Do you need to know more? If you do, then go do your own research. You don't need us at that point.
So you guys, all of you guys agree with her that it's only flat, and thank you everyone, and only it's flat. We cannot do anything
Thank
about it.
you, good night. Thank you, good night. That's what we're saying. It's flat. Thank you, good night.
You still sorry?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Earth is flat.
I know it's flat, man, but
I figured.
What else do you need?
What?
He wants to know what he's supposed to do next. Nothing, dude.
Live your life. Love your life. Love your family. Love your friends. Live a good life. Be moral and live it all extremely flat.
This old boy comes in here acting like he had plans to go to like Mars, but now the Earth is flat. He doesn't know what to do with his life. Like, wake the fuck up, dude. You weren't gonna do anything. You were gonna go.
Are you talking to me, Chris?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey,
Hey, buddy.
Take your head
Hey, buddy.
out of the cloud. It's time to grow up.
Yeah, here's the thing. We don't know any more than you do, other than the Earth is flat and maybe a couple of other things, but do you really need to know anything else? By the way, you don't need to know much more other than what we can prove. You can prove it. So if you can prove it, what's the point in knowing anything other than what you can prove? What's the point? You want to go further. What's further? Hello? What's further?
Would you kick me out of the server if I said something?
I would never
Depends on what you
up
say.
because I don't have the
Depends on what
I
you
don't
say.
have the privilege.
It depends.
I don't have
No.
I don't have the I don't have the ability to kick you out, buddy. I'm just asking you a question. What further? You don't need anything further than what we're giving you. We're giving you the truth. The truth is that the earth is not a ball tard. Oh, snap. That means it's not a ball tard in the vacuum of space. Oh, man. Does that have a lot of connotations for you? Oh, does that have a lot of implications for you? I don't care. I don't care. That means that it's not that. I don't care what it is. I care what it's not.
I think, Ali, as long as you're following the server rules, you shouldn't have to worry about being kicked out. I'm pretty new here, but I imagine that's the standard
Yeah,
that's
no,
set
no, no,
forth.
no.
So.
You don't have to worry about getting kicked out. I'm asking you a very simple question. It doesn't matter what it is. It matters what it's not.
You was this great spirit was toxic to me, and he insulted me actually.
You're okay.
Yeah, you see,
Please,
man,
you're
you
okay.
insult me.
Are you gonna melt in the sun? Are you gonna be full of feelings? Don't be full of feelings.
He keeps asking the same
outside of your
question.
feelings. It's outside of your feelings, buddy.
It's good.
It
It's
doesn't
good
matter
to
what
have
you
your body's
feel.
great
It
spirit
matters
in
what it is outside of your feelings.
Dude, you've asked the same question like 4 times in a row. Are you bricked? Do you know what to do with your life? You need someone to tell you how to live your life? Then grow the fuck up. That's what I'm telling you. I said right away, just go about your daily life like nothing's different. Nothing changed. Today,
You got a woman riding you because of your feelings. That should speak volumes to you, shouldn't it?
Oh no, I talk about conspiracy. He just insulted me, and I'm not okay with it. If I insult him back, you will guys.
no, dude, I've been called worse by. Just a second, Patsy. I've been called worse by far much better than you. You could think of whatever you want to, no effect.
Well,
it's like a maggot.
Don't worry about it. Crit. Stop. Does he have proof do you have any scientific evidence for your Baltard? Ollie, do you have any scientific evidence for your Baltard?
Ball?
Simple. Yeah, globe.
So,
Yeah. Do you
I
have
think
any
he-
scientific evidence for your globe? Please, floor is yours.
What is this question even that?
I think he considers himself a flat earther, QE.
Oh, does he? Okay, I'm sorry.
Man, what selfie? Selfish?
Not very apparent because of his feelings.
Ali, can I ask a
Sorry.
question?
Go ahead,
You
Sasha.
guys, you just simply not with me.
Ali, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Do you think that people here doesn't do enough for
Please
peace
repeat it.
information? Do you think that these people doesn't doing enough with flat Earth?
Man, when I hear someone says that it's flat and yeah, GG will play it. That's all.
Okay.
Man,
Do you
it's
know?
not-
Do you know these people here? What they are doing?
No, it's my second day here.
Okay. And how then you can make that conclusion? People, you need to do something. If you don't know what people are doing here,
We are defending a case, man. Let's say it's a case. We are defending it. Yeah? Or no, we're not doing
I'm
that.
asking you. You are second day here, and you don't
Yeah.
know these people. How do you know that they are doing something? Do you know if they are doing something? Do you know
I
this
don't
guy
know. Of
Quantum?
course I
Do you
don't.
know this? Do you see this guy Quantum Eraser? You spoke.
I saw his name, yeah.
Yeah. What he is doing?
Love
Tell
that
you what,
guy.
let's put this on the back burner for a second. Hey, Larry. Larry.
Dave.
Yeah, what's up?
Who? I know that voice. Who is that?
Hank Hill.
Hank, what's up, man? I thought I'd recognize that voice. What the fuck? Where the hell you
Yeah,
been?
Sabbatical. I've been taking a little vacation.
Providing electric current. You're posting some shit in here. Quantum condensed matter. What the fuck's ether, Larry?
I don't know. You tell me.
Because I thought you were an etherite. All right, that's okay. I knew better than that. All right, you may continue, Flatsy.
No, I do entertain all possibilities, and I believe the science is not settled. So
Science
it's
is not.
very.
Oh, good God.
The one I was
science,
showing you last time.
hold up, Flatsy. 1 second. The science. The science of what?
Science.
Everything, yeah.
Science.
In general, it's not. It's not settled.
What is science?
Yeah, shit settled.
What is science?
Okay, Flatsy, relax.
I'm
You're gonna
sorry.
have to get a little bit more specific than that. You better walk with a light stick here. You know that too, don't you? That's what I thought.
Relax, QE. I was just
Say
sharing
again?
some stuff. Just
Say
relax, bro. Relax.
All right.
I was just sharing some stuff.
All right, Flatsy, carry on, man.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
Ali.
That doesn't sound like Flatsy.
it
Yeah,
sounds
but
like Sasha.
it was on Ali. Ali need to answer that he knows what this server is doing, what people on this server are doing, and what they did in the last 5 years, and why he made conclusion that we are not doing enough.
Guys, I'm sorry, but you didn't do anything objective.
Do you know what these people doing that you can make a conclusion what they are not doing enough?
Absolutely. What should we be doing? Like, what do you think that we should be doing?
Since you cannot go to Antarctica, you cannot do any shit.
Okay, so what should we be doing then, Ollie?
Going to Antarctica.
No. Okay, so like, can you
Well,
go
let me.
outside and give us something of substance? Because we are here where we are. That's not where we are. Where are we? And what are we doing? Are we just only attributing our knowledge to Antarctica? No, we can absolutely know the ground that we're standing on, and we can know other things like the scientific method. We can know logical fallacies and logic, and we can know um, your scientific method. So if we're going to put any kind of information through the ringer, these things need to be what we put them through. If we don't know the truth about some sort of information, we need to be able to put it through the ringer, right? Am I right or am I wrong? Hello? Somebody
see.
answer.
Let's see. Shall we go to Antarctica? But
We don't have to go to Antarctica to know the
yeah,
truth
but
about any information.
let's go to Antarctica. We will leave our kids to Ali. That
Oh, good
take us there.
grief. Please,
Ollie,
somebody,
are you
give
there?
me the answer that I'm looking for. Do you need Antarctica to know the truth about something? Yes or no?
Yes.
Ollie, you there?
No is the answer.
Are you still here, Ollie?
Ollie, that's who I'm asking. Ollie.
No, I know. That's why I'm asking for him, Slatsy. I'm trying to get him to talk. Ollie, you there?
Is it because I'm a female? You don't want to answer me? I can let somebody else ask you the question that I'm going to ask you.
He's already spoken to you, so that can't be it.
But like,
Ollie,
actually, like, why? Like,
you
why
still
not
there?
just go there, guys? Like, why not just visit? Like, why not?
I actually want. And don't mind.
do that.
Yeah,
I
but
wanna-
like, why not? You see, like, just get on a boat, like, go there.
I want to
Let's
say
check
something to
things
Ollie
out.
real quick, if you don't mind. Ollie, are you there? I just want to make sure you're listening.
Yeah, he's put himself on mute, so maybe when they AFK.
I'll wait for him to come back.
I'm here, yeah.
Well, Ollie, the reason I'm asking, first of all, I think it would be great for you to answer Flatsy's question because I think it's an important question. But I want to challenge you on a point you made in the fact that people here are not doing anything objective. And Ollie, something I can tell you from personal experience is that there is a gentleman in this Discord server right now named Quantum Eraser. And one of the only reasons I'm sitting here right now is because he's objectively presented scientific evidence for the flat Earth for 5, 6, probably 7 years. To many of us, I would
And
argue.
the creator, by the way. And the creator.
And
I
so,
fucking respect,
hang
I
on.
respect him
Hang on,
and I
hang on.
love him and
Yeah,
I
yeah,
appreciate his work.
But hang on. So it's objective. He's objectively done something. So for you to come in here and say everyone here is not doing anything objective just because we're not taking a boat to Antarctica is really kind of fucking rude, dude, just to be honest. But I think you should answer Flatsy's question. What do you... Anyways, Flatsy, maybe ask it again now that he's listening.
So, what do you think that we should do that's outside of scientific method, logical fallacies, and logic, and knowing the natural laws? How else should we process information?
By observing, seeing in our eyes, exploring, discovering.
Okay, but if you can't do that, how else will you process information objectively?
From people who would do this.
Okay, so you're saying that outside of logical fallacies and logic, the scientific method, and natural laws, we can't know anything objectively. Hello.
So we can get our help from people who would do this, who would prove for us. We
are
get the help.
already doing that, buddy.
But
We know the scientific method. We know natural laws, and we know logical fallacies and logic. We can come to a hold on. We can come to
continue. Sorry.
a definite conclusion. We can come to a conclusion with these things alone without going to Antarctica or the Arctic Circle. Right? Are you saying that we can't do that without observing the North Pole or the Antarctica without these things?
Sorry, but I'm trying to know what you say. Like I'm translating the words.
Okay, I will tell you again. Okay, can you just pay attention to what I'm saying? First thing, knowing
Overall,
logic.
yeah,
Okay, knowing logic and logical fallacies, the scientific method, and the laws of nature. Can you not process information without going to these places that you're talking about? With those three things, can you not process information with those three things that I just listed without going to those places?
we are simply not allowed to go there.
Dude, I know that. I'm asking you if we can process information with the three things that I just gave you without going to those places.
We can get information from this. Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay. There you go. That's all you need.
Why are you so mad at me? Why are you so mad? Like what?
I'm not mad at you. I'm telling you, this is what I'm teaching my 4-year-old.
Do you think I'm an enemy or something?
No, I'm not mad at you, buddy. I'm saying that I'm teaching my 4-year-old these three things to process information so that he can't be lied to like we all have been lied to in the past. So it won't happen again to him and whoever he can encounter or whatever. I don't know. Maybe we can cause a rift. Either way, you're acting like we have to go to these places to substantiate any kind of claims. We don't have to claim anything. The claims that are on the table need to be substantiated. They're not.
Then how are we gonna discover who told us that's globe? Who made the globe thing?
Shit. Who cares?
So we don't care. So I understand from you that we don't care about who told us that it's globe.
We can't care about that. It's not even about we don't care. We can't care about it because we have to move on from that. We have to find a place to move on from it. You can't let your feelings get in the way. You have to move on and make sure that it doesn't happen again. You get what I'm saying, buddy? You smell what I'm stepping in? You get what I'm putting down? I'm even doing a dance. Like, I'm doing a dance for you.
So there is someone who told me that it's globe and told you.
You're
told everyone that it's globe.
Who cares?
We shouldn't care about this guy who told us that it's globe.
No, you can't care about it. You're literally obligated to not give a shit about that. You have to carry on the truth. Period. Ain't no feelings about it.
Dude, you're shit for brains.
Why do you care, Ollie?
He's been told the same thing for the last half hour, and nothing has sunk in. Not one damn thing has sunk in.
You know, earlier tonight, I was sitting down at dinner with my daughter and my wife, and I
I
had my
want
daughter
him
pull up her
to
phone.
like be good. I do want him to be good and be in the server and be in the loop. I just want him to drop his feelings and forget about what he feels about whatever. I have a son too. I have a 4-year-old. My 4-year-old is a freaking genius. So you can't use that as an excuse anymore. If you know the earth is not a spinning ball tard, then you better be teaching your kids the 3 things that I told you, that they can process information and know what is truth and what is false. Period.
I totally understand you, Flat. And at some point we're gonna need a peak. We should peak something. We should see it in our eyes.
Okay, well, we had a great summer day. I have to put my children to sleep and then I'll be back. Hold on a second. Cepíllate los dientes.
I have one idea better than Antarctica. Why we don't go to Kiev or something like that, all of us, and try to stop that war there? We need to stop there and say people, and we will scream there, stop the war, and they will stop. Here we go.
Yeah.
Let's go. Come on. I also wanted 20, 30 years ago that somebody come and to do that stuff when I was in that situation, but didn't happen, unfortunately. Nobody saved me. Let's do any country. Let's stop first the wars before go to Antarctica. Or better, Ali, if you didn't research, there are people who are doing some street, activity. You can do that, or you can do your own activity. You go outside in front of some government building or something, and then you start to write the earth is flat and make some demonstration. And maybe somebody will listen to you, and then people will follow you, and then maybe you can go to Antarctica also after that.
And I know it's flat since, let's say, a year. And I'm trying to
Can I ask
matching
you,
things up.
what did you do?
Why the fuck all of you met? Like, why? Now, should I leave?
No, I'm not mad. I'm asking you like a normal, like a human question. What did you do to with this information, and what did you do that people realize that we are not living on the globe? I'm not mad. I'm only asking, did you do something that informing people that the Earth is not the globe? Because if you didn't, you cannot judge the other people and make proposition. Let's do this and that.
Who charged? Who charged and made decision? Man, hello, bye. See you guys. Bye.
Jesus Christ. It's all fault of you Americans. You need first to fucking close the NASA, and then we can go on. I cannot do that from UK. That guy from Nigeria cannot do that. We will put all on Americans.
They won't listen.
Fucking Americans, do something.
They're just gonna call us stupid.
No, I will say more weak.
Yeah.
Not stupid. "2016, when I found out this thing, I thought, fucking, now people will realize everything will change now. Okay, we are 2023, it's the same thing like 2016, I think. "2002, I thought that half of American government will be in prison, and that didn't happen. And I said, oh, it's finished. That was 2002. 2019, they make some test, Oh, we failed there, so fucking. And now go to Antarctica. Jesus Christ.
Did I scare everybody off? My bad.
Not your bad. My bad.
Well, I needed to put the kids to bed. They're going to bed pretty late tonight, so just wanted to put them to bed at a decent time. That's why I said cepillate los dientes. That means brush your teeth in Spanish. Also, cepillate el pelo, because we brush our hair, brush our teeth, wash our face, and then go to sleep.
Lava i denti e vai a dormire.
Ah, vai. Okay.
I'm
How do
still
you,
not
how
done.
do,
I
how do you
still have
say
to put
I
them to
don't?
sleep.
How do you say I don't speak your language in any language? Anyone that's multilingual, you say I don't speak your language. Say
No
in
hable
Espanol.
español.
Yeah, no habla español. I know that much, but is there any other one? How do you say it in German?
Non parlo la tua lingua. Ne pričam tvoj jezik.
All right, so let me ask. Let's guess. So, like, if I don't speak English, say it again. So let's guess which language you're saying it. Say it again.
Non parlo la lingua inglese.
I would say that's Italian, or
Yep.
Is it Italian?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, look at me.
Ne pričam engleski jezik.
Ooh, that would be Chechen.
Russian.
No.
No, I'm just wondering.
Yeah, it's Croatian.
Croatian, is that close to Chechen?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, next candidate.
You know, English. I don't speak English. And in Spanish, yo no hablo inglés.
Oh, we already know you're Portuguese. It's the same thing in Portuguese. No hablo inglés. Anyway, next candidate. I don't know why I'm fucking with you guys, but anyway.
Niks verstaan.
What about this one? Helia, what about this one? You ready?
Go ahead.
De Catalaveno.
Oh, well, it still sounds Italian to me. It could lean towards French or maybe Belgian.
Wrong.
Belgium. There is no Belgium.
I know. I sort of know that, but yeah. Say it again.
De Catalaveno.
Ay, caramba.
It's not. I could remember in Spanish, but I'm leaning towards somewhere around the Italian area.
You're close. You're very close.
Greece.
Did you say?
Greek. Oh yeah, Greek.
That's it. Greek. You got it.
So,
You got it.
So I don't speak English in Greek. Say it again.
No, it actually doesn't mean that. It means I don't understand.
Oh, I don't understand. So, me no comprehende.
Me no capish. You know.
No capiche. I mean, well, that's. I was just talking in Spanish. I mean, now you brought up the
That's Italian, isn't it? Me no capish.
No capisce is that's Italian,
No
isn't it? Or is it the same in Greek?
Yeah.
That's definitely not Greek.
Okay, well, capisce means understand, right? Okay, is it in Greek and Italian? It means the same thing.
No, definitely not.
Well,
Definitely not. It's just a lot of my school friends. Their parents used to say that when they didn't understand, and they were Italian, or should I say Italian?
If you say capisce means I understand, right? Capisce, or I don't know. I'm making shit up right now. Because I don't know anything about Italian or capisce. That's the only thing I know. That means understand in Italian. But is it similar? Is it a similar word in Greek?
Sorry, I was talking to someone at the time. I was on mute, so I didn't hear you.
Do you capisce me now?
I capisce you, Helio.
I'm just messing around.
Ich spreche kein English.
Yeah, I mean, I know, especially in German, it'd be like, especially, there's like a guttural thing with it. Especially, somewhere.
Ich spreche kein English.
There you go. Tell me how to say, do you speak English in German? Somebody knows it here.
Oh, sprachst du, I know it.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch.
It has something. Express yourself in English is pretty much what it means, right?
Sprechen Sie English, yeah.
Frequency or express it. I mean, it depends on the context. Express, it really sort of depends on the context. I mean, all of our languages are different, but this is a fun little game. It's like, all right, so do you understand English? You can say it in Chinese, Japanese, Western, Greek, Spanish, Norwegian. We have people from all over the world that come here every single day and ask us about Flat Earth, right? And they're huge fans of the conversation, not because they're fans of us, because they are fans of the conversation.
Well, I had to put my babies to sleep, and I'm back now. Does anybody want to challenge me? I'm ready. By the way,
hey, Flatsy, what? How do you say the Earth is flat in Alabama?
The Earth is flat. Also,
shit! That was fucking awesome.
Also, in Spanish, you could say "La tierra es plana."
Yeah, exactly. Say "La tierra es plana." I mean, we know that, right?
So Flatsy, how do you say the Earth is flat in Crimson Tide?
The Earth is flat. Roll Tide.
Okay.
Roll Tide.
What more do you want me to say?
That's my fault. That's my fault because I was talking about Roll Tide in the chat earlier. Crimson Time, Alabama Crimson Time. That's a freaking hardcore.
We just
Crimson
put the
Time means like blood. That means like blood roll. You know what I mean? It's like crimson. It's red tide.
You're catching me like you're telling me to tell you what something means in Roll Tide. Everything, then Roll Tide. That's what it means.
No, man, while you were putting the babies to bed, we were talking shit in the background. I was just like, I knew you from Alabama, so I was like talking shit about. I'm from Arkansas, we're in SEC kind of shit.
Yeah.
And I was like, Roll Tide, but Alabama Crimson Tide, it's just like, that means red. Fucking Roll Tide is like, that's a tide of blood, That's freaking hardcore.
If it's 11:32 p.m. in Alabama, how you say that is it's 10:32 p.m. Roll Tide in Alabama.
Roll Tide. Yeah, 10:32. Roll Tide. I just put the babies to bed because
Yeah.
they were kind of having a lot of fun. It's summertime, so
Hey, is there-
summertime and the living's easy.
Hey, let
So,
me ask you this.
Give me a
So,
break.
what is the origin of the name? You know, the Crimson Tide, the Alabama Crimson Tide. Do you know that? I don't know.
Yeah, it's some sort of river that flows blood red, man.
Ooh, that's what I'm saying. It's a real friggin' river of blood. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's hardcore, bro.
Yeah, but
Anyway,
it's probably
I
not
wasn't
for a
wrong.
good reason. It's
I mean,
probably
just
not
like the
for a good reason.
Arkansas Razorbacks, bro. I mean, if you ever meet a Razorback in Arkansas, you're not gonna have a good time with it.
I'm not telling you to have a good time with Roll Tide. I'm just saying that's where I'm from.
I'm
saying.
just, yeah, sure. I mean, but no, that's just a description of what happens in Alabama. Sure, there's a river of blood that runs through Alabama at certain times. And sometimes you'll meet Razorbacks in Arkansas, and it's not always a pleasant experience. That's why the football teams are, football and baseball or whatever. That's why their mascots are made after this, because certain areas we do have a lot of wild hogs in Arkansas, and you don't want to meet them unless you're ready to. You know what I mean? If you meet a wild hog, one of the Razorbacks, a lot of people think that they don't exist here in Arkansas and it's just a cartoon. They do. They're here, and you don't want to meet them alone. It will fuck you up. Have big husks. Hey, and by the way, as far as like one of the quarterbacks from the Arkansas Razorbacks died last week. He went and played for the NFL for several years. What's his name? Matt. What's his name? I don't follow sports a lot. So NFL quarterback died in the last week or so. Oh, the name is on the tip of my tongue. And he died in the Gulf of Mexico. He was swimming in the Gulf of Mexico, and he went too far out or whatever it was. Might have been caught by the Crimson Tide. So we're gonna blame you for that shit. We're gonna blame you for that shit.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the blame.
Oh, I'm just
Also, the full moon, I don't know if it's a full moon, but it's pretty good ass full moon almost.
not tonight.
Can I? Maybe not quite, but almost. It looks like a full moon.
July 2nd, July 3rd, full moon this month.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't
Well,
think it's
it
a
looks
full
kind of like a full moon. I bet it'll be more spectacular tomorrow. Just saying.
It's Ryan Mallett. You guys remember that guy?
Dang, it looks like a full moon tonight. It's not at its zenith yet for me. So, it's subjective. So, what am I even talking about?
Well, you won't even know when it's at its zenith.
I do know when it's at its zenith, Helio.
Oh, How?
I will tell you when it is, but it's not now, and it's so freaking beautiful right now. It's so good. Why? Why do we like take it? We literally we take advantage of the things that we're given.
Sure.
It's
Well,
beautiful.
yeah, of
Where are
course,
you right
Zeta.
now? Do you see? Do you see the moon right now, Helio?
No, I'm sitting I'm at my desk in front of my computer
Well,
screen
go
talking to
outside,
you.
you little motherfucker, and go tell me if you see the moon. Take your ass a smoke break
Definitely
and tell
plan
me
on
if you
doing that
see the moon.
because I need to go smoke, and I'll definitely look at the moon.
Here's
I did see it earlier. I did see it earlier. I didn't really think about it being at Zenith. I live in the hills. I mean, how the fuck am I going to see it at Zenith?
It's not at your zenith right now. If it's not at mine, it's not at yours. But
Okay,
tell
then
me
what are
what
you
you
talking
see,
about?
please, because it will be so cool to compare.
Here's a little something on the inverse square law of light. If the moon in their fairy tale is 240,000 miles away, and that would be 100 lumens, which is a unit of light. Then if you take that down to 120,000, 60,000, 30,000, 15,000, 7.5, 3.75 thousand, 1.85, and then 1,000, then the moon would be 65,530 times brighter when you're at 1,000 miles away from it than when it is right now at 240,000.
Right.
Yeah, but what if it's just?
Here's one thing I want to ask. Hold on, Flatsy.
Fine.
Hold on. Don't get upset. Because I may be ignorant about this. So when you observe an object in the sky at zenith, are you trying to use it to travel, or are you just observing it at zenith? Because zenith could almost mean anything.
You're making me roll my eyes at your question right now. Can you please
You better
just
fucking
get
tell
to
me
the point?
exactly why I'm wrong about this.
Well, then get to your point.
Oh, you said, like, when you mean zenith, it's usually the term zenith. It's the zenith point.
You know what zenith means.
I do.
Okay.
And you
so
observe
why are
zenith
we,
from
why
where
is this
you
in
are.
question? Okay, I'm in Alabama. You're in
You're in
Louisiana. No,
Alabama.
you're not in Louisiana. You're in Arkansas.
All right, I'm in Arkansas, in northwestern Arkansas, and so can I see the moon at zenith from where I am?
Yeah, but not yet. I'm not seeing it at zenith right now. Then you aren't seeing it at all at zenith.
So people in North America
Go outside.
should see the
Helio.
zenith of the moon where?
When it's at your zenith, I'm not giving you a specific time or place that it should be at your zenith.
Is this comparable to where you should experience it as part of the analemma?
Oh my gosh. No, it's just observation right now, tonight.
What do you mean by zenith then?
You little motherfucker.
And can you post what you mean by zenith?
When it's overhead at your zenith. I can't post
Yeah, I mean,
what your zenith is when it's at your overhead. When when the sun is at your 12 p.m., your noonday, your zenith.
yeah, but you're not going to be able to observe the moon like that. I've never been
Yeah,
able
you
to
are.
observe.
Yeah, you are going to
Really?
be able to observe
Really?
the moon like that.
Show
Yeah,
me-
uh
show
huh.
me that
Yeah,
you
really.
have.
I
that
can't
you
right now
have.
because it's not at my zenith.
I'm sitting in front of my desk and I can't be. I can go outside.
Yeah,
but it's
exactly.
still
So
gonna be
you
a
can't
show.
go outside and tell me anything, you little shithead. Go outside right now on your phone. Get on Discord on your phone and go outside and tell us where the fucking moon is for you.
I can see it, but I won't be able to
I
tell if
love
it's at
it. I love that you can see it.
Zenith.
I want to know where it is for you. I don't care about. I don't care about Zenith or whatever. It's not at my Zenith
Wait,
yet, and I'm in
wait,
Alabama.
freaking 30 seconds ago you cared about Zenith. Now you don't care about Zenith.
I care about Zenith, but it's not at my Zenith right now.
Well, whose Zenith do you care about then?
Anybody that has the moon at their Zenith.
It's already past your Zenith or before your Zenith?
Well, whoever it is, like at their Zenith right now, that's who I care about if they're observing it at their Zenith.
Yeah, it gets deeper than. It seems like you're trying to simplify something.
Helio,
Yeah, no.
you're being a shithead. Yes,
Big
you're
as shit.
being
I'm
a
making a
shithead.
point.
No,
Zenith,
you're not making a
You're
point.
saying misdescribing the word Zenith to something.
No, I'm not.
Okay, maybe
I know
I'm
what
just.
the Zenith would be for me if the moon was at that right now. It's not. It's almost there, but it'll be maybe an hour or so before it's there.
Why don't you do yourself a favor and look up the word Zenith, and then we'll.
I know
we
what
can-
Zenith means. It means that it's at my top point of my azimuthal grid of vision. It would be at my top point.
How can you actually establish that?
She got you on
Because
that.
life
She got you
is
on that one, Helio.
subjective. I get that, but it's also objectively somewhere in the sky for whoever is at some sort of observation point. So you are in Arkansas right now, right? So the way that you're seeing the moon is going to be way left than where I'm seeing it right now, which
As
is
far as
so close to my zenith. It's
yeah,
not
it's pretty
quite there,
close,
but
Yeah,
it's almost there.
Only one time zone over from where I am. So it's not-
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, look at where the moon is for you, and I'm telling you where it is for me. This is awesome that we get to, like, put this information together. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm not just trying to,
Sure,
like,
and
put
that's why I brought
some
up
sort
the
of crap on people.
the analemma. I'm saying it's just
Who
like
cares about the
I live in the-
analemma? That has nothing to do with
I
what
do
we're
because
looking
it
at.
makes a difference. Because I might
Not
not be able to
tonight.
see
It
the
doesn't
moon.
make a difference
Hey,
tonight.
I don't think I can see the moon tonight. Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't.
You're a little.
Would it make a difference if I
Your
couldn't
face
see the
line
moon
punk ass.
tonight?
Go outside then. Stop asking me if you can see it and go outside and tell me if you can.
Helio, you need to bow to Flatsy because one day she talks about quantum mechanics and the next time she talks about zenith angles. So I want you to bow to Flatsy right now in Arkansas.
Don't bow to me. Just go outside. Check out what you're looking at instead of telling me what you're looking at. You don't need to tell me what you're looking at from a screen. Go outside and tell me what you're looking at.
Right. I'm
outside. I'm looking at the moon right now. I'm not telling you something from a computer screen. I'm looking at the moon right now.
And, 2 hours ago, I was looking at the moon myself. So I was.
Well,
really
you
kind
need to
of
be
saying-
looking at the moon right now. Right meow.
Right now. I'm gonna go out, but I'm in front of my desk. I'm on this microphone, so I'm gonna have to.
It's
be
cloudy.
on the mic. I'll
It's
go out.
cloudy
I'm
in northern.
listening to cigarette.
It's cloudy.
I don't think there's clouds here in Arkansas, so we'll see.
Well, it's cloudy in northern Indiana, so I can't see the moon tonight. Maybe tomorrow night.
I think that I'm probably
I'm going to take a
see the
picture
moon
right
when I
now
walk
of the
outside.
moon so you can see what I'm looking at.
Okay.
Take a picture and post it, Flatsy. I want to see what I
saw
can
the
see
moon a
tonight.
couple hours ago when I was out there, like looking. But I mean, I do live in the country, and there's a lot of trees around me, so it's like they might be blocking it. Let me go check it out. And none of this. I'm not trying to take piss out of you, Lassie. You already know that about me.
See, my weather forecast for tomorrow night calls for at 8 p.m. sunny skies, and then the sunset is 8:25, and then it's clear at 9 p.m. So, Flatsy, tomorrow night I'll take a picture too with my
I just
P1000.
posted my shit. I
You
just
did?
posted my shit. Yeah,
That's
I
cool. That's cool. Yeah, I can't see that tonight. I'll see it tomorrow night.
did. That's mine. Over where I live. It's not at my zenith. It's to the left.
I took this last month from Lake Michigan on the pier. So this was my first attempt with the P1000. So this was, I don't know, at 1500 millimeter, something like that. But that was my first attempt. So I'll do this tomorrow night. I might even go. I'm about 4 miles from Lake Michigan. I might even go to the beach and take it a full moon tomorrow night, and then post it. So Flatsy, I'm gonna look you up tomorrow night about this time. I want you to know.
Do it. I like when people make their own observations. I mean, what the hell are we even doing this for if you don't go outside and do it? Stop staring at your computer screen and go the fuck outside.
I'm gonna start at 24 millimeter, and I'm gonna zoom it in as far as it goes until it goes out of focus, which it may not. I think the camera can read itself when it looks out in the air, not over the water. So I might be able to do a video and put it on YouTube, as well as take a still photo like this tomorrow night with full moon. You know, Flatsy, I'm going to do this.
One of my neighbors has a telescope. He lets me use it from time and time again. You know, whenever he's feeling, I don't know. He's a globe earther. I try with this guy, but he's so sure that he watched the moon landing. So you got to give me some credit. I'm trying with this guy.
Oh, I got.
He ain't trying to have it, but he lets me look at the moon through his telescope, and he's also sending me like Bible verses here and there. So he's a good guy.
Bible verses that you live on a ball. Is that what I'm hearing?
No. But he's being kind. He's a great guy. I call him Papa Timmons. Okay? Like, he's a good guy. He lets me look through his telescope, and I zeroed in on the full moon one night while you guys were, I don't know, it wasn't you specifically, but a lot of you on this Discord was going at it. And I was even trying to chime in one night that I was looking at the moon on how entropy completely disproves evolution. But that's hearsay nor there, whatever. You know that entropy disproves a lot of the heliocentric religion. I don't have to tell anybody in this forum that's not a globe earther. Anyways, he lets me look at the moon through his telescope, but I don't even have to do that right now. This moon is right here. It's so beautiful and so clear as day for me without anything. I don't have to zoom in on it. It's right there.
Get hold of your friend with the telescope and show him what I just posted at 50 minutes after the hour, and tell him the moon would be 65,530 times brighter for Neil Armstrong on July 20th, 1969, than when Neil Armstrong took off Cape Canaveral or wherever he took off from. Oh my goodness.
Oh, thank you guys. Everybody took a picture of the moon from where they are right now. Oh, that's precious. You're all freaking precious.
Oh, that's cool. Teos
So great.
has a really nice one there. And tomorrow night that little bit on the left will be filled in.
And I just showed you where it is here in Alabama.
Oh, that was last night.
You,
Okay, never mind.
and I had to go to the left. I had to go to the left to show you. So if you had to go to the right, let us know. Okay? Let us know. Because I went to the left to show you the moon. It was precious. That's precious that you all did that. I appreciate you.
Well, I want you to know tomorrow night about this time, I'm going to give everybody in voice text a show video and stills of my full moon over Lake Michigan. It's going to be so cool. Thank you, Teos. That's what it looks like
I can't wait.
Yeah.
I can't wait, Jim. Thank you. Literally, go out there and make these observations for yourself. You don't need anybody else to tell you what is and what isn't. You can decide for yourself what is going on. Because it's apparent. It also is apparent. Reality makes itself apparent to you. Not apparent, but evident to you. Like self-evident.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now. They love their globe so much that they forget about Newton's third law of motion. They forget about the second law of thermodynamics, and they forget about the inverse square law of light. And because they love their globe religion so much, they go, screw those three laws. We live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space. Heck with you. I don't care. Throw it out. Throw this law out. Throw this law out. Throw this law out. I don't care. Oh, they literally do that. They do. If you ever hear Globers, on a live stream talk about Newton's third law of motion, they'll go like, well, there's something inside this rocket that lights it and it spews out the sides and it pushes off what's inside the rocket, and there's such a big burst on the inside of the rocket that it propels it forward. And I'm going, okay, what's it pushing off of? It doesn't matter because it's such a big burst from the inside of the rocket that it's moving forward. I'm sorry, And I'm going, okay, what's it pushing off of? It doesn't matter. It's a big burst, and it propels it forward. Going, you love your globe. Hey, tell you what has your globe ever done for you? That's what I want to know. I mean, has the globe taken you out for dinner? Has the globe tucked you? Has the globe tucked you? Has the globe tucked you in and given you a bedtime story? Oh, that is the globe. That's the bedtime story. Forgive me.
Osho's in the chat right now. Maybe he can tell us, or he may not have Lincoln bedroll, whatever. I don't blame him. You go ahead and post in the lobby, Kosho, what the hell your globe has ever done for you.
Hey, back when I was a globe believer, the globe made me smile, Flatsy. I smiled.
I smiled when I thought that I understood something when I really didn't, because, it makes a lot of people have these egos where they think that they know something because it's been told to them that it is this certain way that it isn't. It's fine. Whatever. Just put your ego aside and tell me how I can see the moon right now. And it's emitting its own light. How is the sun a black body, or it acts like a body, but it isn't a black body. Why don't you tell me how the sun isn't a black body when it acts like one? Why don't you
So-
tell me that, Kosho?
Some days the sun is a black body, and some days it isn't. I learned that the other day. That some days it feels like a black body, and some days it doesn't. It's kind of like the nut. Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. Sometimes the sun feels like a black body, other times it doesn't.
Well, you're going to have to extrapolate on that because my own research tells me that the sun acts like a black body, but it just isn't. It just isn't. But it acts like one.
I got notes on it somewhere, Flatsy. I want to see if I can find it. I just did the notes literally like yesterday, or the day before. Let me see if I can find my notes this second. I can't memorize this stuff because it's so stupid. I gotta write it down. Gonna be so cool. The picture I took when I posted up there was at Lake Michigan. The last time around, but tomorrow is going to be a full moon over Lake Michigan. It's not over Lake Michigan. It's over land. I'll be on the beach or on the pier looking south over land when I see it. It won't be over the lake because I'm on the south side.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now that QE left when he did because we were asking all the right questions when it mattered. He didn't feel needed if we're always asking the right questions, by the way.
Man, I can't say this enough. I love their explanation, how they get away with explaining away Newton's third law of motion in outer space when it has to. It works everywhere down here terrestrially, and if you took a car is working against the road and things like that. You take a car and move it up 10 feet. You might be able to spin the wheels just fast enough to get a little bit of motion going forward because the wheels would be working against the air. But, can you imagine going like 60 miles an hour in a car and all of a sudden the car goes up in the air like 10 feet? It wouldn't continue going 60 miles an hour. It just wouldn't. But in their fairy tale of outer space, it would. So it's just so much fun, man. I tell you what. I don't know. This globe religion is unbelievable, man.
It is. It's so unbelievable. the fact that everybody believes that they're on a spinning space monkey ball, that they all just somehow evolved from monkeys and can be in a vacuum of space is just so funny. So funny. It's just impossible. It's impossible, but they believe it. And so their minds wander. They think that it's such a wonder. You know what the vacuum of space does for people, Jim? Do you know what that does for people?
Well, it gives them a warm and comfy feeling.
No, think about it. Think about it. Think about this logically, okay? I want to give you an idea of what it does for people.
See,
Are you ready to hear this?
what did it do for me? But go ahead.
Yeah, but when your brain has some sort of void, it likes to fill it, right?
When your
Right?
brain when your brain
When
has
your brain has a void,
you got to fill it.
your brain likes to fill that void, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so when you give somebody the vacuum of space, which is a void, their imaginations can run wild and their brains will fill that void for them to understand something that they don't actually know. They just want to understand something that is a void, so their brain will fill that void, right? You smelling what I'm stepping in?
I smell it fully.
Okay. That's that's kind of where my inquiry will go at this point when it comes to Globers who think that they live on a spinning space ball. They're going to have their own cosmology because they're told that this is the way it is with their stories, but they don't actually know, so they have to understand it somehow in their brains. Their brains will fill in the void of space. They can create their own cosmology at that point because they're given enough information about, the cosmology so they can fill in their own cosmology with that void of space. You get what I'm laying down? You smelling what I'm stepping in?
I tell you what, roll tide, babe. Roll tide.
Roll Tide.
Hey, whenever I don't have an answer for something, I'm just going to say roll tide.
Okay, that's
a good answer.
Yeah, roll tide.
That's a good answer. Okay.
I'm going to answer. I'm going to answer Rebel here. Your reference frame is different. What you're looking at, your perspective, is different from Central Florida, which is probably around Orlando, somewhere like that, versus Western Pennsylvania, which is probably like Pittsburgh. And so your reference frame, where you're looking at it from, your perspective has changed from Central Florida to Western Pennsylvania. So that's why you can get a slight difference in the position of the Tycho crater. The moon is fixed, but the person looking at it has changed. So it's the same thing with Chicago, looking across Chicago from looking across Lake Michigan, Chicago. Go ahead.
Here's the problem. I don't give a shit what people observe in the sky. I really don't. I really don't give a shit. I love observing the sky, don't get me wrong, but I don't care. I don't care what people observe in the sky. We're all observing the same thing. That's objective. We can look at the sky and we can observe the same things, maybe at different times, but we're all observing the same thing. Right? Can we all agree on that?
Yeah, it's all the same thing. It's just it just comes down to where somebody is looking at from versus somebody else. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I don't care. I care about what the ground is doing.
Okay, I got
What
an
is the
answer for
ground doing?
I
What's
got
the
an answer.
ground doing, Jim?
I got an answer for you, Flatsy. Here it is.
I know
Roll
you
Tide.
do, and I love
Roll
it.
Tide. Roll Tide.
Ah! I love it.
That's my
That's a
answer.
good answer.
That's my answer for everything when I talk to you from now on. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide. What the fuck? Hey, you know what's crazy is I went out, per recommendation from Flatsy to take an
Thank
image
you,
of the moon.
Julio.
Yeah, sure. And what I did, I posted some images, but I posted them in the live stream locker room instead of fucking.
It's okay.
So I'm gonna post. I'm gonna post what my phone. It's probably not so bad. I mean, it's an older phone, but it's not bad. But I thought I was talking to
Hey,
you
those are
guys when I was
great.
typing it.
Those are great. I love them. Where were they though? They were very far left, weren't they?
Oh, this is just what when I walk outside and there's a lot of trees
Julio.
around me, so there's only a portion of the sky where I see the sun or the moon at certain times of the year.
Left. It was left.
Left?
Right.
That's, well, I mean, the moon and sun move left to right, from my, where
Am I
I'm at.
pulling your teeth asking you this question? Am I pulling your teeth?
I actually don't know what you mean by that.
Am I pulling your teeth asking you which direction you took these pictures?
Then when I stepped outside and just took a picture of the moon, I mean, it wasn't left or right. I don't know what you mean by that.
Think about the way that the moon is traversing. Did
Yeah, I
you
mean,
take
from
it
my left to
left?
right. I just said that.
No, you didn't.
The moon, later on tonight, I won't be able to see it as clearly.
You're such a shithead. Would you please just answer the question?
What?
Was it
There's
to your
two
left?
pictures. I didn't take it to the left
Think
or
about,
to the
think
right.
about where.
I stood outside my fucking door and I took a picture of the moon. What the fuck are you asking me?
Helio,
Okay.
if you have no answer, Helio, just say Roll Tide.
Roll Tide. Roll Tide. Hey,
Was it at your zenith?
I'm
or
a
did you have
Razorback.
to point your camera to the left?
No, I didn't. I had to point it above the tree line because there's tall trees around me, and there's a certain portion of the tree line that where the moon travels a lot, and so that's where I see it.
Okay, so
where
you're
I'm
just
at.
saying
And
that
I
you
just
pointed
posted
your phone
those
at the
pictures.
moon and then took a picture.
That's right. Yes, exactly.
Okay, but was it at your zenith? Or was it to the
I
left?
wouldn't say so. No, I don't think I would ever experience the moon at zenith.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, you would. Why would you say
Really?
you wouldn't experience that?
Okay, well,
Why would you say that?
why would I even look for it that way?
Because I don't know. I'm out here knowing where the moon
reason you
comes
don't know
from.
the reason
I know where the moon
hold on. The
is
reason I
coming from.
wouldn't look
I know where the moon is going. Where
The
I'm
reason-
looking and observing the moon, I know where it came from and I know where it's going. And I know that it's not at my zenith, and I had to point to the left to take a picture.
the reason I wouldn't even consider zenith is because I'm not moving anywhere. I'm just standing in one point, observing the moon moving the way the moon moves.
And you guys need to observe the moon more. That's
Really?
that's the only thing that I can. If I can give you any advice, I'm saying observe the moon more so that you know where it's coming from and where it's going, so you know where the zenith is. I know where the zenith is because I know where it's coming and where it's going.
All right, from where you are, you're not to
Exactly.
tell me what you mean by that. Like, where's the moon
Okay.
at zenith?
Okay.
Where
So where
you
the
are?
moon comes from the horizon, everything comes from the east and sets in the west, right?
You
Yeah.
see, like in the image I
Yeah,
posted.
yeah, you get what I'm saying, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
You know
so
what
it
the
comes
analemma
from
is, right?
the east.
Analemma. You know
I
what
know
that
what
is,
the
right?
analemma is. It doesn't matter. It does matter in the grand scheme of things, but at this moment, no, it doesn't matter. You know where it's coming from, you know where it's going, and you know where the zenith is because
Predicted
you know where it's
pattern.
coming
Yes,
and where it's
we're quite
going.
aware. Yes.
Why am I even having to explain it then?
I mean, it's just like to capture that picture that I just posted. Those two
It
pictures,
was beautiful. That was a beautiful
dude.
picture, by the way.
If I moved 10 feet toward that tree line, wouldn't be able to see that moon anymore. You wouldn't see the same picture. I had to move back away from it 10 feet.
So if you went up to observe the moon from like above the tree line, you know where it's coming from, you know where it's going, and where it
I
is.
don't know where it's coming from.
Then you're not observing anything, Helio. You're a flat earther. You need to go outside and you need to observe these things.
Dude, if I'd have moved 10 feet, toward the moon and tried to take that picture, it would just be tree line. You wouldn't be able to
Okay,
see
well,
some,
I'm just saying, buddy, look, we're both flat earthers. We know the earth is flat. You have to go outside and find out that it is flat and observe the things outside without anybody telling you what's going on outside, right? Am I right or am I wrong?
well, neither one of us are trying to convince each other of that.
I'm not trying to convince you, Helio. I'm trying to get you to go outside and know where the moon is coming from and where it's going and where it is at its zenith from your location. That is important that you know that.
No, it's not. If I'm going to
Yes,
stay
it
in the
is.
same place. No, it's not. If I'm going to
Yes,
stay in
it
the
is.
same place. Really? Where's the
It
moon
is.
zenith from where you are?
It's not at its zenith right now where I'm at.
Well, so if you stay where you are, does the zenith matter?
Yes, it does. So I can track where the moon is for you, buddy. I can track it for you where I'm at.
You know
act
where
like it
you
doesn't
are.
matter, but
So
it
when
does.
the
Because we
moon
all need
reaches
to go
zenith
outside and
where
check it out
you
for
are,
ourselves, right?
so when
No,
I
where
think
you
this
are
is-
too.
So your zenith, your observation at the moon at zenith is the same as it is for me. Where I am.
No.
Well, then
Did I
what the
say
fuck
that?
are you talking about?
Did I say that?
I don't really see how it's relevant.
It's irrelevant because if you know where it is at my zenith and where it is relative to my zenith to you, where you know where your zenith is, you know how it's traversing the sky. I'm helping you and other people around me know where the zenith for me is so they can tell where it is for them relative to my location, to your location,
Right,
to
so
someone else's location.
where was the zenith of the moon in your sky? At what time
It's
did it
not
reach
even
zenith?
at the zenith yet. That's what I'm saying, Helio.
It's all early right now for those of us in the United States. Still a little early for us.
All right, so I mean, hold on. Maybe am I confused or is
Yes, you're confused.
okay?
No, Helio is not confused. He just forgot to say "Roll Tide."
Roll Tide.
I mean, zenith is just
Dang
like
it, Jim.
Zenith is the top of the triangle, right?
Zenith is where it is at the top for me, like where 12 o'clock noon would be for me for the sun. That's where the moon's going to be at its zenith for me.
Yeah, I call bullshit on that too. So anyway,
Why would that be bullshit?
because you're not going to be able to tell that
Yes, I
altogether.
can. I can tell you when the moon is at its zenith for me.
You're not going to be able to
Because
tell.
I know where
you
coming from, and I
say
know it's
you
going.
say where
Not
when
at
the
its
sun
zenith
and
right
the
now.
moon is at their zenith altogether.
You're being such an asshole.
Do you want me to
Helio.
pull up the definition
You
of
know
zenith?
that the
I'll
sun.
fucking do it right
Okay,
now.
okay. Listen. You know that the sun is at its zenith when it's at 12 o'clock noon for you, right?
Not true.
Yes, right.
Oh.
Okay, so when the moon is at its zenith, it's not necessarily any kind of particular time because the moon is not like the sun, and we don't tell time from the sun like we do, or for the moon like we do the sun. So wherever the moon is at its zenith, it's not there for me right now. It's not right overhead where it would be before it starts going towards its set, like where it's going into the horizon away from me. So I'm talking about the zenith where it's right above me. It's not right above me yet.
It will never be right above you. So I don't know where you can.
I know, but the moon also has its own zenith. You know where
it doesn't.
is relative to you. Yes, it does. Relative to you, you have a zenith of the moon where it is in your position.
Right, so it might mean what? The extent of before
It's just letting you know where it is relative to me, relative to you, buddy.
not going to really convince me of
You're
this.
such an asshole.
It's like I'm the asshole. I'll be the asshole in the room because this moon zenith thing it doesn't really line up in my mind. I mean,
I don't know what to
think
tell
it's
you,
something
man. I
when
don't
it's
know.
actually not.
I don't know how to tell you any clearer than I've already done it. Roll Tide.
So
Roll Tide, babe. Roll
Roll
Tide.
Tide. Yeah, we just freaking.
Hey, Helio, I'm going to
Arkansas guy disagrees with an Alabama lady.
Razorbacks, babe. Razorbacks. Hey,
I love you, Helio, though.
Helio, I'm going to rescue you right now. You know, my new favorite drink is cranberry juice, Sprite, and vodka. So I'm going to come on here sometime when you're here, and we're going to drink together while we're talking. Deal?
Sure, but I mean, as far as like this zenith of the moon, I really don't think that's a thing. I know there's an analemma, and all that kind of stuff. I'm
You're
quite familiar
fucking
with all
pissing me
of
off.
that.
If you don't fucking shut up.
Helio is
not just being obstinate for the sake of it. I'm just trying to tell you, as far as analemma, I mean,
Everybody else knows what zenith means, okay? I don't know how you don't understand what I'm talking about.
I think the Roll Tide. I think the Crimson Tide beat the Razorbacks one time, 63-6. What do you think about that,
All right.
Helio?
All right, well, fuck it.
I love you, Helio. Damn it.
And I want you guys to send me links to show me how I was wrong, and just like so I can research this more. Go ahead, guys.
Poor Razorbacks. Poor Razorbacks, man.
That's all good. I mean, every once in a while the Razorbacks kick ass. Sometimes the Crimson Tide freaking roll. That's all good.
Goodness.
I'm just not getting the Moon Zenith thing.
Helio,
not seeing it.
Hey, Flatsy, Helio's
You fucking
not.
asshole.
Hey, Flatsy, Helio's not getting the love he wants.
It's not about me. It's just I just don't understand this Moon.
It is about you, Helio.
Does it make more sense if you call it the apex of the moon rather than the zenith?
Oh,
Okay, yeah.
No, it doesn't. It actually.
Oh,
It
of
means
course
the same
it does.
thing if we're talking about the analemma. I mean, it's really the same thing.
The analemma has nothing to do with what we're
Directly
observing
overhead, right?
tonight. tonight. What are you observing tonight has nothing to do with the analemma.
Okay, well, I've never seen the moon directly above my head, so maybe that'll be.
I didn't say that it's directly above your head. I'm saying that it's at its zenith above you. So it's at its zenith at your perspective where you are, where you're observing it.
Before it starts to descend during the analemma. I mean,
No,
so that's not the same thing then?
it's not the same thing as the analemma. It's tonight. Where are you observing the moon tonight? I told you where it is in my perspective. I know where the zenith is in my perspective. It's not quite there yet. And you can see the moon probably left of where your zenith is. Way left. Because it's only slightly left of my zenith right now.
Hey, Flatsy, let's give Helio a little special relativity. Hey, Helio, it's in your reference frame.
It's in my reference frame.
Shit.
And so I'm looking at what is the zenith? What is the zenith of the moon called? This is from Stack Exchange, or where should I find it? Oh, zenith.
Just go look it up. I don't care where you look it up. Just do it.
So it should mean the same thing everywhere.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll go.
Go to your stellarium. Do you have a stellarium?
I'll go to time and date. How about that?
Go to stellarium and see where it is from your perspective, where you're observing up above you, and where it is traversing you.
Stellarium?
Yes.
Is there an article explaining it? You know how the moon's zenith?
The closest thing that Globers have is stellarium.
Stellarium will explain what you're going to say. The exact same thing you're saying.
The apex is what somebody just said. That would the apex of the moon in your
its highest point during its
highest
traversal.
point. Yes, exactly.
Above you.
Well, it's not
Above
going to be
you.
above you per se. That's why I say apex, not
Yeah,
zenith.
it's kind of off to the side, really. So you're watching
Because it never goes
traverse the
above
sky.
you. So
Yeah, it's not like the sun. Man, the sun is something else.
I'm not
You
gonna
know how
download the app to
the
friggin-
apex of the sun at noon is right above you, right? The apex of the sun. So we're talking about the apex of the moon, and it's traversing the sky. So when it's at its apex, to your perspective, so it's at its apex. It's not there for you because it's not even there for me right now.
It's called the Meridian
And
Passage.
it won't be. It won't be.
It will. I mean, it won't be right above you, but I'm talking about.
Well,
the
you're not going to be able to
apex
see
that it's in.
it. Not gonna be
I see where the moon is. I just gave you.
No, you're
a
not going to
picture.
see the apex, though.
I can see the apex of the moon.
All right, so you're in the proper position to see the apex of the moon.
Yes.
It's in its travel.
Yes.
What did someone else say there? Meridian something or?
Yeah, that
Called
that
the
works
Meridian
too.
Passage.
Yeah, that
When
works
it
too.
passes. Yeah.
Who is
Ruhif,
that?
is that you again?
Is that Ruhif?
I'm back.
Fuck Ruhif.
Fuck you. I'm sorry.
Ruhif.
Do you mind if I drop an F-bomb to it?
Yeah.
She does
It's
mind.
all good.
Okay. My daughter says I can't swear.
Oh yeah, well I can, because I'm.
Oh, that would help because yeah, we have a little girl in the room. Nobody can swear.
No, I've got headphones
If
on.
the little girl
can't
is
even-
swearing, then everybody else can. If they're not silver, then you can't, because then you'll be taken by the bot.
Hey, I wonder if Ruhiv clocked in as a paid Globe shill at 2:25 p.m.
It doesn't make
Australia
it
time.
doesn't make any sense that Ruhif is even in this room right now.
Oh, hold on. He's allowed to be here by,
I love it
by
when
the
he's here.
admins and mods. It's okay. And unless he's just overtly just rude and tells everybody fuck up and just
He's
we
never
might
that.
as well let him in here, it's all good.
He's never that. He's not what you just said. He's not that.
I know, but until we get tired of him, and he's welcome here.
Okay, well, I'm tired of him.
All right.
But I don't matter.
You're
I'm
not an
still
admin or mods.
Exactly.
hey, Flatsy, Helio just said you're a nobody. He just said that.
I'm a nobody. I know that.
Dude, I actually propped her up. Freaking, I've been propping her up for a couple of days.
Roll Tide, roll Tide.
Roll Tide, roll Tide.
I love you guys. I do. I love you all. You all make my day so much better.
Hey, Jim, have you taken any shots of Chicago yet?
Chicago, yes, from 28 and 38 miles, and I will specifically be here in January just for you and freeze my freaking rear end off just to take video of Chicago for you and send it directly to the bottom under of your ball, your globe, your sphere, and I'll send it directly to you.
Cool.
And then I did a 15-minute video that I posted, Ruhip. I'm going to send it along to you as well. It's an introductory explanation of special and general relativity. It's a 15-minute video that I did. I'm going to send it to you because you don't want to deal with it because you think relativity is irrelevant, even though the science world, the physics world, has dealt with it for over 104 years since the Royal Society meeting November 6, 1919, which declared Einstein the savior who saved the ball going around the sun. Thank you, Eddington. And
Yeah,
friends.
that's right. That's right. Okay, Ruhif, you want to talk about your stupid observations with your theodolite, whatever.
Oh, hang on, Ruhif,
Outside of-
do you see the moon right now? If you go outside, can you see the moon? That's the first order of business.
It's 2:30 in the afternoon, and I know the moon's full, so no, I can't without going
Damn it.
outside.
Okay, go ahead, Flatsy. Sorry.
Yeah. But was there a question
I
before
wasn't
about
even
people being
gonna-
confused about the moon and the sun in the same sky?
Who gives a shit? I'm only talking to Helio because he doesn't seem to know what the zenith is of the moon.
Yeah, so the meridian passage.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's not quite there for me, but it's almost there. So, how do you reconcile the fact that all of these things are at a right triangle with the GP of celestial bodies? Go.
You're talking about navigation?
Yeah, because you don't know anything about navigation. You've only done it from
again-
your house, not from the sea.
Okay, so as the only person here that has taken angles to stars and worked out my position,
oh my
the only
Hold
person
on
here that
before
has
you
done
say that. Hold on before you say that, because it may not be true. So don't say that, because some people may have done that
that.
you don't
Kosho
know.
may have done it. Kosho may have done it. It's possible.
I doubt it. I doubt it.
Well, if you can unmute him, he could answer. So
Hey, Flatsy,
I can't.
only Globers do this because flat earthers, well, we're flurfs.
Oh yeah, we would never be able to do anything that they can do. Oh no.
well, anyway, I got halfway through. So as the only person that has done the process, I can tell you that it's
Stop
not a right
doing
angle.
that.
It's
Stop
not a
saying
right
that. You're
angle.
the only person. Please stop saying that.
Okay, unless someone can say that they have, I will assume it. Okay. Anyway,
Oh, good
it's
grief.
not It's not a right angle triangle between the
It
star,
is.
the GP, and the observer.
Yes, it is.
Nuh-uh.
Yes, it is. Yes,
Nuh-uh.
it is.
Nuh-uh.
No. Okay, well, no, it's not a good answer.
Right, again,
It
so I'll
is.
repeat. There's a reason why I said what I said at the start. I'm the only person here that has done it. Can anyone dispute that?
You're not the only person, though, Ruhif.
Who else here has done it?
I have been
don't
in a
know.
sex tent. Never mind. Okay, carry on.
Yeah.
Other people have definitely, in this forum, used a sextant to navigate with the celestial bodies. You have only done it from your house, Ruhif. You
And you
haven't
named
done
that
it
person?
on the sea. Hush. You haven't done it out on the seas. You haven't done it there. You're
Can you
only
name the person
telling
that's done
us what you've done from your house.
Can you name the person that you say has done it?
Flatsy, you have to remember
Honey.
this. Flatsy, you have to remember, you're talking to somebody who said to me that relativity is irrelevant. So just remember, going forward, I can say roll tide, and then I can say relativity is irrelevant. God bless Ruhif.
Well,
even though he doesn't
Ruhif-
believe in God because he's an atheist.
Well, Ruhif is a good laugh. He gives us a good laugh. Right?
So who has done it?
I love a good laugh. Thank you.
Okay, but you said someone here has done it. Who is it?
So we've got Jedi, we've got Sunny,
Jedi?
we've got QE, we've got plenty of people that have done this.
I'm writing them down. Jedi, Sunny, QE. So these are people
Mm-hmm.
that have taken angles to stars.
Are you
and
writing
worked
it
out
down?
their position.
Are you writing it down? I hope you're
QE
writing
is-
it down.
QE is he who shall not be named.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Sorry.
QE should be named because he's the one who
I'm not allowed
gave this information out to these Globers that they're scrambling. They're scrambling to refute.
Okay. Jedi refuses
okay.
to show a demonstration. Flat out refuses. So he's off the list.
You also do because
No,
you
no.
haven't
I'll
done
show you
it from
videos.
anywhere from your house, dude. You
Why
have
is
to
my
do it from
house?
the sea.
Why is
Your
it-
house
why?
does not count.
Why do I
Because-
have to do it on the ocean?
Oh man, I guarantee you, if you try to do what you've done from your house from the sea while you're navigating the seas, you will be lost. You will die. You will die. You will not be able to figure out your location on the oceans because you are incompetent of the actual reality that we're dealing with, buddy.
I am sure that I could do it with a sextant on the ocean. 100%.
Oh, well, then go ahead. I would love for you to go out to the ocean, do it, and then come back to us and tell us how it went.
I don't need to, nor want to.
Okay,
I mean,
then
it's
go
basic
ahead, do it.
stuff. Right. Anyway,
No, it's not basic. It's something that you need to go do and then come tell us about it. I would love for you to do that because
Okay.
you're going to get
The
lost to sea if
process-
you're going by your own method. Thank you.
the process of celestial navigation is turning angles
Is what?
into a location. That's what it is.
So,
Right?
so
I have
you
done
don't
that.
have to. So you don't have
don't
to
have to
figure
be at
out the
sea.
GP of the celestial body that you're finding
do.
out. Oh, so it's not a right angle triangle.
Correct. It's not a right angle triangle.
Oh, so what is it?
I'm going to post the actual.
Yeah, I would love for you
Actually,
to
I'll
post
post a
the
link.
actual thing. Because
Yes,
how are
I
you
will
going to
post
figure
the
out the
merger.
actual GP of the star if it's not a right angle triangle, mother?
Yeah, that part is absolutely. You can work out the GP regardless of where you are. It's nothing to do
You
with
can't
the,
work out
working
the
out the
GP
GP.
of the star if it's not a right angle triangle, Ruhiv.
I'll say it again. The GP of the star is what it is, irrelevant, completely irrelevant to the observer. Do you understand that?
It's completely irrelevant to the observer because it's at a right angle triangle.
No. Did you not
Ruhiv.
understand what I said? The GP is
No, I
where it is,
completely understood what you said.
irrespective of the observer. Do you understand?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so
exactly.
I had nothing
it's
to do
gonna
with the
be
GP then, right?
irrespective to you. It's going to be a right angle triangle GP of the star. Thank you.
I'm going to post The
Go ahead,
actual
post
geometry
whatever you want
of
to. It's not going to
celestial
change the
navigation.
facts. You're not posting anything that is relevant to reality, buddy.
Okay, I've posted the actual geometry of celestial
Okay, I
navigation in
see
the
it.
chat.
I see it. Guess what it is?
What?
Guess what that isn't? Guess what that isn't?
That's the geometry of celestial navigation.
Guess what that isn't?
It's not a right angle triangle, correct?
Yeah, it is. The
No, it's not.
GP of
It's
the
no right angle
star.
triangle.
Look at me. Or you can't look at me. I wish you could. Flatsy over here in Alabama. You're in Australia.
Yeah.
Right. This star that you are figuring out the GP to a right angle triangle from you. The GP of it is the right triangle to you.
And I'm telling you
To
that's
you,
incorrect.
the GP of the star is the right triangle to you. Okay, what do you want to say to that? I don't
I've
understand.
shown you
Or you're
the
not
geometry.
getting it. You're not getting it. You're not getting it, buddy.
No. I understand your point, right? And I'm telling you you're
No,
wrong.
you don't. No, you're
I do
wrong.
understand your point.
You don't.
You think it's a right angle triangle. I'm telling you you're wrong. It's not.
It is a right angle
And again,
triangle.
I'm the
at
only
the
person
GP
here
of
that's
the
ever
star.
done it.
The star that you are locating with the angles of the sextant, the right angle triangle is at the GP, the ground position, the apex of the star to the ground.
So I've
To
shown you the geometry. Okay?
I
I've
have
shown you the
told
geometry.
you the geometry
I know.
of celestial navigation. It's been done way before any of this has been in like any of us could even
Before we get all
or
y'all
talk
excited
about
and
or
talk about this,
argue about. It is what it is, buddy. It
seems
is
like
what it is.
he's
You
convinced.
are looking at a star. The apex of that star is the ground position, which is a right angle triangle to you.
And,
You
and,
just
and
keep
let's go
asserting it.
through this. Hold on. Seems like you're convinced that the only way it can work is if the
It's
Earth
on a
was a
globe.
globe.
It's on a globe. Your globe is dead.
No, but so is that true or not? The only way it can work is if the Earth
Oh,
was a
his
globe.
poor globe is
Yes,
dead.
Hold on.
Oh,
He
it's
said
so
yes.
sad.
Yes.
Oh,
correct.
it's only workable on his globe.
Yeah. Show
Let
me
me
the
tell you
geometry.
something, buddy. You're on a flat Earth server. It's
Yeah.
kind of weird. Just saying.
Okay.
Well, tell
Okay.
us why it can only work on a globe. Tell us in detail why it can only
Okay.
work on a
Please
globe.
tell us in
Yeah,
detail
so
so we
with-
can laugh, Ruhif.
Okay. With reference to that GeoGebra link that I posted, we would all agree that it's 60 nautical miles per
No.
degree.
No.
Do you disagree that it's 60 nautical miles per
Hold
degree?
on. Let him try to explain it. It's not going to make sense, but go ahead.
Do you agree that it's 60 nautical miles per degree, Flatsy, to the GP of the star?
Up, Ruhif.
Wait. Hold on. Now you're talking
Shut
about
up.
something else.
I'm trying to get some agreement so we can move on to the next point. Do you understand 60
about-
nautical
You're
miles?
talking about- are you
Agree
talking
because
about
you don't agree
longitudinal
with the
lines
basics
now?
of celestial
No.
navigation, buddy.
Latitude lines or
Not talking about longitude, just from any GP
We
of the
aren't getting
star.
past this.
latitude.
No.
Which
Don't
one?
don't let him whistle past the graveyard, please. Helio, do not let him whistle past the
All right,
graveyard.
go ahead, sis.
You don't get to whistle past the graveyard of what celestial navigation is. It is what it is without your inferences. Thank you.
Okay. I can't believe I waited for that.
Okay. I appreciate it.
There's no
You want to go ahead and
pretense.
infer the curvature of the earth with your shit? Thank you. Go ahead.
There is no pretense or pretending something
The
can exist.
pretentious
Yeah,
person is Ruhif.
We're not going to pretend the Earth is a globe.
No,
Show us the evidence
we're not going
that
to
it is.
infer it either.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll answer it very simply, Helio. Let's assume that the Earth is flat and it's a right angle triangle. Oh,
No.
Flatsy, please.
No.
Oh,
we're not going to assume anything.
He's right. No, you can talk to me or her. We both agree. So go ahead and
Okay.
go
So
on.
let's say it is a right angle triangle, and I have some angle.
It's not. Let's say it is.
Okay. That interruption was not useful, Flatsy. Okay.
Yeah, it was. It was very useful. Thank you. I
Okay, so I'll start
appreciate
again.
you giving your input that it wasn't, but it is.
Okay, so I'll start again. Let's say it is a right angle triangle.
It is a right angle triangle. You little shit.
Okay, let's say it is a right angle triangle.
It
and you have an
is.
Okay, I'll keep going. I'll keep starting again, Flatsy, until you shut the fuck up, okay?
Because we already know what you're going to say before you say it, dumbass.
Okay, what am I going to say, Helio? What am I going to say?
You're going to
Let's assume that it is.
I'm not going to
And
bring up
then we're
logic.
going to imply that
Presume the
it's
fucking Earth might be a
with the-
globe, if probably, maybe. I mean,
No,
we
I'm
fucking
not going to
already
say
know
the
what
word
you're gonna say.
longitude at all. Not going to say the word longitude. So would you like me to say what I was actually going to say?
All right,
Say
again. Go ahead.
Okay, let's say that it is a right angle triangle and we have an elevation. Okay, I'll start again. Let's say it is a right angle triangle and we have an elevation angle and a distance to the GP. Okay, if I move back 60 nautical miles, is that angle going to change by 1 degree?
Oh, you
Geometrically.
poor thing. You think that the Earth is curving at 1 degree per nautical whatever. It's not.
Isn't the
So tell me-
elevation angle acquired with a flat baseline, or
He is trying to tell you that it's curving at some sort of nautical mile, the 60th. Just don't. He is full of shit, is what he is.
I admire his determination.
There is something, as far as navigation goes, as far as nautical miles, there is a difference. The way that they measure things.
Oh, the elevation angle.
Sure,
Oh,
sure.
the elevation angle from the horizontal.
So you want to do the horizontal thing first?
But it really
Oh,
wouldn't.
you poor thing, you.
It wouldn't necessarily, the difference between nautical mile and an actual mile. It really
full of
doesn't.
shit.
It doesn't make the
Helio.
Earth a globe. It doesn't make the Earth a globe.
He's full of shit. He's only trying to say that the Earth is curving at a certain nautical mile of the meridian.
All
He's
right,
full
where
of
were we?
shit. Is what he is.
Do
I'm
we
about to
want
post
to
a
do?
link about it. I'm about to post a link about it. So,
Okay, do we want to do horizontal or 60 nautical miles per degree? Pick one of those. And I'll
Oh my
address it.
gosh, you're so
oh,
full of
yeah,
shit,
per
dude.
degree of what?
Angle.
Angle, which requires what?
2 directions.
2 straight lines, you little shit. Which
Okay,
you
2
don't want
directions.
to admit. No, you don't want to admit that it's 2 straight lines.
Well, the light does actually curve getting to you, so that's not straight.
Oh,
That's why it's
does the light curve? Oh, to see your beautiful globe. Oh, I love
You
that
don't
it
think-
curves
you don't
just
think
to
light
fit the
curves?
globe. Oh, does the light curve? Does it? Does it, Rufio?
You disagree with celestial navigation then?
Does it? I don't disagree with celestial navigation. You do, buddy.
So why is there a
You
refraction
disagree with
correction?
it.
Why is there a
Oh, you're
refraction
such a-
correction in this?
There
in the almanac?
isn't a refraction correction for what? What's the refraction? Please,
It's like
please
a-
tell me what the refraction is. Is it 7/6R? Is that what you're referring to?
For dip correction,
Is
they
it
use about
terrestrial?
1.2.
Is it terrestrial refraction or is
Well,
it
there's both.
Snell's law?
There's both.
Oh,
right?
it's
'Cause you look-
both. Oh,
well, you're looking at the star in
Oh,
one
I'm so
case, and then-
dumb.
Well,
I'm
if you would let me actually answer you, Flatsy, rather than just talking
Well, you're
non-stop, I could answer
full
you.
of shit. Why would I let you answer when you're so full of shit?
Why would you let me answer? Why are you asking questions if you don't want answers? Do you want
Because you're
answers?
full of shit, Ruhif.
Okay, so I'll just pretend that your questions are rhetorical and don't need
Pretend that
responses.
you're blah, blah, blah. Okay, go ahead, pretend. Pretend that there's a curve.
He's going to show us how nautical miles disprove.
Pretend there's a curve. Pretend there's a curve, Ruhiff. And tell us how celestial navigation works, please. Please. Pretend there's a curve.
Now, check this out, though. I mean, there is a thing about nautical miles because people use that, to traverse across Earth.
Helio.
That is a thing. Hold on.
What are you talking about, Helio?
I'm kind of.
Do you want the wrath of Flatsy?
I'm saying that as far as nautical miles go, navigators do use nautical miles.
I think at this point, Helio should sing "Have you ever seen the curve?" I think that's the right.
Have you ever seen
the curve? And I guarantee you, none of these shipmen have ever seen the goddamn curve.
Do you know the difference between a nautical mile and a knot, Helio? Do you know the difference between a nautical mile and a knot?
I just posted a link.
I'd love to go. Hold on.
Do you think I don't know?
Let's go into Ruhiff's imagination. Let's go into your imagination, Ruhiff. Into your imagination.
Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah, it's into your imagination. It's not ours.
Okay.
Okay. Go.
There we go. That's the answer.
What's the question? What's the question?
Go into your imagination about celestial navigation, you little shit.
Okay, so we want to talk about 60 nautical miles per degree or the horizontal
We want to talk
baseline.
about your imagination. That's what we want to talk about.
You know what's really funny to me about Ruhiff? He has a really cool talent. I mean, Kosho's still server muted here. We might be able to, just kind of get this going, like even on a hotness level. But he's making shit up in his own mind.
Exactly. This is what I'm trying to entertain. Let's entertain his imagination, please. Let's laugh for a second. Let Ruhiff talk while we laugh about his imagination, please.
We've already done that. You guys ready to bring Kosho in?
We have, but why not?
He's already in the chat. Kosho, you want to come in?
Yeah, go ahead, Ruhiff. Let's hear your imagination, please.
Yeah, do we want to talk about 60 nautical miles or horizontal?
We want to talk about your imagination. That's what we want to
he
talk
left
about.
as soon as I... Never mind. Kosho left as soon as I unmuted him.
No, Kosho's here.
Go ahead. Is he coming back?
Kosho's here. Anyway, do we agree that for every, say, 60 nautical miles
Stop asking us what we agree with, buddy.
Okay, I'll ask again.
Stop that.
Do you...
No, don't ask
that. Question. I need your agreement so we can move on.
We want to go into your imagination, Ruhiff.
Okay.
Stop asking us if we agree with your imagination.
Okay,
Please.
there are 60 nautical miles for every degree you go south of Polaris. Cool.
Absolutely not true.
Okay, so you disagree.
And by the article that I just fucking posted.
What?
Let's hear your imagination, Ruhiff.
Okay, there are 60 nautical miles per degree of latitude.
Are you talking about time zones?
No, every 60 nautical miles that we go south of Polaris drops by 1 degree.
It's speculation Sunday. Let's let him finish. Right?
Let's go into Ruhiff's imagination.
In Arkansas, we're about 9 minutes away from it, but fuck it. Let's roll in.
You understand that you can get your latitude and your distance to the North Pole by getting the angle to Polaris.
Right. So
Yes.
you think Polaris is important, just like we do. Let's start there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, let's start there.
Okay, and every 60 nautical miles you go south, it drops by 1 degree. Correct?
Yeah. Okay.
Polaris doesn't.
Okay.
Polaris doesn't move in your. say you're standing at North Pole.
Just let
you're
him
looking
go,
at Polaris.
Helio.
No.
He's
To
a
make
dummy.
it clear.
It's fine.
Hold on.
We're in his imagination.
Come on, Patsy. Come on, let me say this really quick.
Okay.
Well, that means if you're at the North Pole of Earth, looking directly above your head at Polaris, and if you start moving across the Earth, then south, which is every direction. Now continue. Go ahead. You start at the North Pole, and you move south. Tell us about it.
Then Polaris will drop by 1 degree every 60 nautical miles.
Doesn't drop. It just changes position based on the angular.
Yep. The angle changes by 1 degree.
Okay. Doesn't drop.
Okay.
Yep. The angle changes by 1 degree.
Hey, you guys want to get specific? If you fucking A, man, don't fucking stop me.
I'm just having a good laugh. Can I just have a good laugh, please?
Yeah. Go for it. Knock yourself
Tell
out.
us about it. But tell us more about it. I mean, since
Come
you
on,
have
tell us
all
more
this,
about your
you have
imagination.
all this shit together. I mean, tell us more about it. I mean, so
every
when
star.
you move 1 degree,
let him tell us.
1 degree.
So every star has that effect. If you back away from it 60 nautical miles, the angle will change by 1 degree for every star. Oh, do we agree?
Oh shit! Yes, we do.
Yeah, stop asking if we agree to your imagination. Just go
Sorry,
with it.
it's not an imagination.
You have
it's
the floor.
empirical fact.
Do you have the floor in this server? Just shut up and go.
I feel like most of us are inebriated except for Rubiff.
Yes.
That's what I feel.
It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
So it's like I'm the most fucking drunk motherfucker in here, and I'm following the conversation quite well. I think.
I just want him
for every
to
angle,
bury
though,
himself.
Rubiff. For each
We
angle
can let him
measurement.
bury himself. We can let him bury himself. Let him
Okay,
go.
I'll be quiet.
If you want to. You don't have to. I'm not a moderator on this channel, so
Yeah, but
I'm just having a good laugh.
You know, that's why I was asking him. We'll start at Polaris. All right, you move 1 degree south of Polaris. Oh, it's 1 degree away from your point of view.
Just let him go.
And then you move to the 2nd degree. Are we still on the
Just
globe?
let him go.
We're
It's
moving
fine.
like around the globe as we move from it. Nobody can do that. You believe
funny.
this
It
nonsense?
really is so funny.
You're making shit up.
He
I'm trying
is.
to
He's
tell you
totally
this,
making
bro.
shit up.
That's why I
But
made
it's fine.
that at a certain point. You guys were like, "Shut up, Helio." No, I
No,
wanted him
I'm
to
not.
say.
I don't
I
care.
wanted him
I don't
to
care.
say that.
You can interject, Helio.
When I
It's
asked
funny.
him to agree with me on that,
No, he wants you to agree with him.
Oh,
That's the problem. He wants you to agree with him. Oh, do
I
we
just
agree
wanted
on
you to
it?
sing.
No.
When I pointed it out, he said yes. And so let's continue. 3 degrees, 4 degrees, 5 degrees, 6 degrees, 7 degrees. Oh, we can go latitude, longitude, or which one?
Oh, the moon is almost at my
South from
penis.
Polaris, right? Just going south from Polaris.
man.
All right, but that fact of 60 nautical miles per degree is the same for all stars.
Blah, 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 blah. Okay, what?
Okay.
What are you trying to say? Blah, blah, blah. Okay, what?
Okay, so that linear relationship of angle per distance, right? So 60 nautical miles per degree doesn't work with right angle triangles. So if you have a right angle triangle and you know the elevation angle and the distance, if you move back by 60 nautical miles, that angle geometrically will not change by 1 degree.
If you
Simple.
assume the Earth is a globe.
Year 9. No, we're assuming a triangle here. We're assuming
Oh my
flat with a right
God.
angle triangle.
Oh my God! Yeah,
You're so insufferable.
oh my God!
You're insufferable because these latitude lines are your degrees from Polaris
Right?
with
There's also
right
a
angle
distance to the
triangles.
North Pole. It's not a
Oh,
right
you're
angle
so
triangle.
insufferable.
Jesus.
You're insufferable.
Okay.
That's cool.
Okay.
And Are you a shipman? Like someone that
What?
travels
A
on
shipman?
ships?
No, I get seasick, so no.
He's not. Of course he's not. He's
Alright,
just a
cool.
layman
You know what
trying
shipmen
to
do?
explain
You know what
something that
shipmen
isn't in his
do? They
category
travel
of what he should be explaining.
from- I was just saying. I mean,
He doesn't know
shipmen
what he's
travel from
talking about.
one port to another. They go in a straight line from one port to another. They're not considering, these nautical efforts or whatever. I mean, in modern times, it's just they travel from one port to another. They don't necessarily have to navigate that way.
Who
So
cares?
we're actually, well, apparently, Riff does.
Yeah, but
Even though
he
he
is
never
talking about
does
from his
that.
house. He's talking about from his house with a
I think-
theodolite.
I think you had a
He's
better play with the Bilby Tower.
insufferable.
Say again, Blindspot?
I said I think you had a better point with the Bilby Towers. I just feel like every angle requires straight lines. An elevation angle
Every
requires
angle
flat
requires straight
baseline.
lines. Thank you.
Yeah, and so first of all, I'm super new, Ruhif, and I think I really appreciate your determination. And
No, he doesn't have determination.
no. Listen. I actually enjoy. I love hearing the back and forth because I'm learning from both sides ultimately. But I just feel like this is a losing art. If I'm coming in, right? If I'm hostile witness Ruhif coming in, this is probably not my point of attack. I think you have better arguments in other places. That's just personal opinion, and I'm super drunk.
Fighting a losing battle.
Super drunk. Platzi and Helios.
No, you're just fighting a losing battle. You
No,
this shit.
Yeah, it's all good. Hey, Blind Spot, you want to take a, you want to take
Take
it?
a swing at it, buddy.
I'll shut
I'll
up.
mute up.
Actually, I'm curious. Yeah. I want to
Let's do
hear
that.
what Blind Spot has. I want you to
do.
I know very little. I'm ill-equipped, but from my very
this is baby steps right here, man. Go ahead.
From my very simplistic understanding, angles require straight lines. To find a GP, you need a right triangle because the GP is the star that you're acquiring. Its zenith, right, is directly related to the GP, which forces the right triangle to the baseline that you're acquiring the angle of, right, from the whatever. It's the opposite of the hypotenuse, whatever you want to call that.
No,
So
you're spot on, buddy. You're so good. You're right on. Thank you.
So why? So
you cannot acquire an angle from a curve. You agree with that, Ruth? That's not news, right? You cannot
Let's
acquire
talk
the
about
angle
what that
from a
means
curve.
first.
Yeah, go ahead.
2 hours should be fine.
I'm listening.
Yeah, so you talked about getting an angle from a curve or to a curve or whatever.
No, from a curve, not to a curve.
From a curve. So
yeah.
So you say I can't measure an elevation angle on a globe. That's claim.
Without a flat baseline. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
You might be
If I
able to
tell you
do it from a theoretical globe as long as you honor the fact through your sextant and you calibrate it to horizon, right? And get your flat baseline. But the GP is often far beyond the horizon, right?
Yes.
Obviously. And so you require that flat baseline to generate that GP at a right triangle to the zenith of the star. That you're
let's just do the
Blindspot, you're
baseline
doing
first.
great.
Okay, so the baseline
you don't
from
have
elevation
to keep encouraging him. Let
I
him
thought
do
you
it.
guys were going to go mute.
Yeah, I am.
I love the peanut gallery. Okay.
Oh, yeah,
I need
you're
the
right. I'm
encouragement.
sorry.
No. I need the encouragement.
All right. So the baseline for an elevation angle is horizontal, and horizontal is simply perpendicular to vertical. That's all it is. It has no relation to the shape of the surface. All right. It's simply, hang a plumb bob and make something at right angles to it, perpendicular to
You're
it.
not really doing the plumb bob like a level table on the ship. We're not doing that argument, are we?
No, I
You're
know,
not
but I'm
doing
just
that on a
telling you
ship at all.
Jesus, Flatsy. I'm just explaining what horizontal
Like in rough
sorry.
seas, on the
Yeah,
ocean,
we'll get there.
you're going to hang the
We'll get
plumb
there.
bob.
No, we'll get there in a minute. Okay? All right. So horizontal is simply merely perpendicular to down. Okay? It is not related to the surface of the earth, the shape of the earth, simply perpendicular to that down direction. Okay? On a boat, obviously you can't hang a plumb bob because it's rocking all over the place. So what you do in the sextant is you take an angle between the horizon and the star, right, which is not technically an elevation angle because you have to correct the correct for the dip down to the horizon, right? So there's an angle.
Oh, you mean?
Yeah, I'm not so sure I buy
the
that.
elevation angle. Oh, he's talking about the elevation angle from you to where
From the eyesight
surface-
to horizon.
Yeah, to the surface.
Dip to horizon.
From
Okay, go ahead.
from horizontal down to the horizon is a calculable.
No, horizon
known
is the
angle.
horizontal.
No, it's not. The horizon is demonstrably, measurably below
I'm
horizontal.
sorry, I have to laugh.
Would you like to see some of my horizon
No,
measurements?
absolutely not. I'm totally.
Shut up,
I'm mostly making shit up. So
Okay. All right. The horizon is not at horizontal. It is below horizontal.
the horizon is not at horizontal. The horizon is below horizontal. Is that what you just said?
Look up dip correction. Dip correction for celestial navigation.
Stop laughing.
Yeah,
I'm
shut up,
sorry.
Flatsy. You're not adding anything, right? You're just being childish.
Yeah, I'm laughing, but
Am I?
I'm muted.
Am I being childish?
Yes.
Or is it really funny what you're saying?
Well, again, only one of us here has done it.
But you are calibrating the sextant using the horizon mirror to the horizon.
I wouldn't call it calibration. Right? You're taking an angle between the horizon and the star, and then you're adjusting that angle because you know what the angle is between horizontal and the horizon.
Yeah,
and
that's
you know
super
that angle.
confusing. I believe you. Sure.
No,
I don't know.
no. Your dip
I don't.
is what? Okay, sorry.
No, you're
Let me find a.
Flatsy,
All right,
let
I'll
him
post
do
it.
this. Let him do this, please, Flatsy. Please.
There you go. I'll post a couple in the chat, actually.
That doesn't help the blind guy. But I.
That's true. Sorry. Shit.
You know,
No.
I'm laughing too, but muted. Go ahead.
And look, I'm literally just reciting some things I've recently learned. So I am not an expert. I've not measured with a sextant, but from what I've heard is that the dip correction is bullshit. So I'm just going to put that out there. Now you might be able
the
to
dip correction. Hey, the dip correction is just you to the surface. You have to adjust.
Yeah,
from
your line of sight with your eye
level to the surface.
to the horizon.
Yes. No,
Right.
to the surface. Your dip correction is from you to the surface of sea level.
Not the horizon.
Hang on,
Well, the horizon is not a physical place, so it's not the horizon.
Well, hang on. So many things here. All right. So, blind spot.
Yes,
can you
I was
imagine
just
standing?
Don't act
clearing
like
it up.
you know, Ruvia. Shut up.
Well, I'll say it again, Flatsy. I'm the only person here that has done it. Prove me wrong.
You're the
You
only
have
person
not
here
done
that's
it.
done what?
Celestial
You have
navigation.
not done it, Ruvia. You have done
I
it
have.
from your house.
Right.
No,
I've taken
buddy.
angles and
Nuh-uh.
converted that into a position.
No.
Yes, I have taken angles to stars and determined
Go
my
do it
position
on
from
the
those
sea,
angles.
and I guarantee
have to.
you will be lost at sea.
What the hell was that? Nice. Crap. Hold on.
You know what's interesting, Flatsy, is here in the chat right now, we have Kosho, who a few Sundays ago agreed to debate me the following Saturday over 3 agreed debate topics, and then backed out. Would have gone on YouTube, and he actually backed out. He's the physics guy over on Geos, but he
I
backed out.
don't know what's going on in the. I don't know what's going on in the chat.
And then Ruhif on another day, I went into a different server and I said, Ruhif, do you want to debate me on Modern Day Debate? And he said yes. And then I said, well, make sure you say yes because I want to get hold of James Kuntz right now on email. And he said, yeah, we're going to go ahead and debate. So I got hold of James, right after that. I said, James, Ruhif and I want to debate. And then I sent the email off, and then Ruhif got hold of me that night on DM and said, I don't want to debate you. if we have to talk about cosmology, I'm not going to talk about relativity or cosmology. We have to just talk about what I want. So we have two people here in the chat right now, Kosho.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me in the least, Jim, bro. These guys are a bunch of pussies.
Who
They've
agreed
been
to
banned
debate?
from this.
Yeah, who agreed to debate
this Discord several times. We let
Hold on, Helio.
They agreed to debate me in front of other people and then backed out.
Yep,
and
because
so
they
I prepared. I made time on that Saturday to debate Kosho, and he didn't show up. And I actually got an okay from Ruhif to debate, and I actually contacted James Kuntz on a email. And I had to send him another email and said, no, Ruhif doesn't want to debate me. So thank you guys for playing. Thanks for being in here and wasting our time because you're a bunch of globe pussies.
Oh, hold on,
Flatsy.
No, you hold on, Helio. They are giving us a good
hold
laugh.
on for a minute. Say what you're going to say.
They're giving us a good laugh, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the good laugh. Thank you.
I don't appreciate them being in here
Can
fucking
Blind Spot
giving
not
everybody
continue?
a fucking run around. Ruhif,
they're giving us a good laugh.
Show. But it just like you're very creative with nonsense. It's just like,
Yeah.
it's
They're very
I'll give you
creative
that
with their
part of it.
nonsense.
It's just like it's entertaining for people, but you're
It is
not
for
here
me.
to. You're not here to spread truth about anything. You're just trying to pigeonhole every single little. Oh, well, the flat earthers say this, and then you just make shit up off the top of your head, and sometimes everybody gets tired of it, and we
Some
ban
people
you,
like me get entertained by it.
Roll Tide.
I don't know.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
Go Razorbacks. Go Razorbacks.
Anyway,
Dude,
can Blind Spot not continue?
But to be
Wait,
honest,
are you going to continue?
Ruhif and freaking Kosho have been here. They've been here, allowed and bound freaking at least 10, 20 times. But if you guys are entertained by these fucking assholes, that's all.
It's only because they give me a laugh, okay? That's the only reason why, Helio. I get to laugh when they talk the nonsense that they talk. It's really kind of funny.
Hey, Flatsy, talk quantum mechanics for a second, and just imagine Ruhif's brain going, duh.
Anyway, last time. Can Blind Spot and I continue our conversation? Can Blind Spot and I continue our conversation?
Freaking Ruhif's a total prick.
And
he knows exactly what he's doing.
I guess that's a no.
He knows exactly what he's doing.
And
hey, Ruhif, fuck off.
Hey, Flatsy, we're the flat earthers and dumb, and Ruhif's the smart one. Duh.
Did he leave?
It's okay. It's okay. It's kind of funny for real.
I was doing so well.
No, Blind Spot, you were doing very good. You were doing very good.
I did love. I was trying to shut up so you can post it.
I'm sorry, Blind Spot. It's hard for me not to just laugh at the shit, though. Okay, and I want to make it public that I'm laughing.
I want to give you a shout out, though.
I don't want to laugh in silence.
Killing it, bro. I love it.
Oh, yeah, you were killing it.
I'm learning,
go ahead.
and I don't know much about celestial navigation. He might have some.
You
good
knew
points that I can't
you knew
refute.
plenty enough to bury Ruhif. Go ahead.
No, I'm just thinking. Often, and look, I know you guys have a history there or whatnot with Ruhith, but I often think it would be really cool. And I know this is very difficult to even think about, but to have a truly neutral platform.
Say what you're going to say,
Okay,
before you say what you're going to say, think about how weird it is that Ruhif is in a flat Earth server right now, trying to spout his.
Yeah, no, I've thought about that. For sure. But I would love.
Okay,
and
go
look, if I had to say, look, I'm super new, so bear with me. But if I had to say the guy or some of the guys, two of the guys that I think are probably the best when it comes to celestial navigation from a flat Earth perspective would be 10th Man Rising, potentially Brian's Logic, and that's because I listen to a lot of FD.
You cut out for me.
Oh, did you not
cut
hear
out
me?
for me. I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you. What did you
I was
say?
saying,
I got you loud and clear, mate.
Yeah, two of the best guys I think on celestial navigation from a flat Earth perspective would be 10th Man Rising and Brian's Logic, both from the FED
No.
crew, right?
No.
Well, either way, bear with me, Flatsy. What I'm saying is,
Okay, yeah.
let's say Flatsy, I come to you and I say, Flatsy, who is the best when it comes to celestial navigation? Someone that's been out there, done it, right? That whatever. And Ruhif, right? Because Ruhif claims that he's done it, right? And he's good at
He's
it or
not
whatever.
done it.
And
He's a fucking bullshitter.
fair enough.
But yeah, go ahead.
Besides the point, it would be really interesting for me as someone new coming in to have a truly, and this is the tricky part, a truly neutral platform for them to be able to have an appropriate debate, right? I've seen debates on Whitson's channel. I've seen debates on FED. I've seen debates on Flatzoid, but none of those are debates because they're all not neutral. You know what I mean? And I would just love.
No. It's not a debate, though, buddy. Here's the problem.
I get it. I
You're
know, but
thinking that it is a debate. It's not a debate. Here's the problem with Ruhiv and Kosho and all these other people. They're coming onto the platforms with us that know the earth is flat. It's not even a debate at this point. They're trying to convince the people that aren't the people that know to go back to the globe. You get what I'm saying? They're not even here in good faith. They're not here in good faith. They don't care to hear our side of the argument. They want to.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
No.
Do you,
Hold on.
Do you,
They want
do you
to
think
whistle
Ruhif
past-
believes what he's saying?
No, he doesn't. They want to whistle past the graveyard, buddy, because the graveyard is the globe. The graveyard is the globe, and they want to whistle past it. We have already falsified the radius of the globe, and they want to whistle past it and spout what? Refraction, gravity. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're talking about, buddy. They don't understand that. Or maybe they do. Maybe they do.
No. Hold on.
They want
You're
to,
making a really good point.
They want to bounce this shit to other people who don't know the actual truth.
And look, I'm probably the target audience, right? I would even place myself
you're the target.
in right.
You're
I would
blind,
place myself
right?
in a vulnerable category, right? Because
you're blind, so you're vulnerable to them. They would love to deep into your pores and let you know what they think they like. They want you to think that they know what they're talking about. They don't.
Think of it from my perspective for a second, Flatsy, right? And bear with me.
Sure.
I know you've been in this. You know what I mean? I know you and Helio have been in this. And the Australian guy who chimed in, I always get your name wrong. What is your name again?
You talking to me? Timbo?
Yeah.
Timbo.
So I get you confused. I called out Timbo a couple of times today, and apparently it was someone else who was called something else that started with a T, but it wasn't Timbo.
The moon is at my zenith. By the way, the moon is at my zenith right now.
But here's my point.
Twadwazzle and Timbo. So Twadwazzle's probably got a different name at the moment, but he's originally
it was like T-DOS or something like that or something.
Yeah.
But, yeah, and so, and I guess what I'm saying is, and bear with me, don't get upset with me, please, because at the end of the day, what am I here for, right? I'm searching out the truth, right? Whatever the truth is, right? And after 40 years of indoctrination, I've been told truth is A, right? But what I've realized over the last couple of months now, that there's a possibility that the truth is actually B, not A, right? And I'm very heavily leaning towards B, not A, obviously, I think, in my discussions and even in my conversation with Ruhif. And so what I'm saying is, ultimately, I think I am the target audience, right? Because I think I think they know that there's people like me who are on the fence or theoretically on the fence or potentially on the fence. And so let's go grab those people. But ultimately, I kind of, and look, this, I know you dispute this, Flatsy, but bear with me. I think Ruhif believes what he's saying. And so as someone, as an outside observer, third party operator here looking in, I would love to have a neutral platform, and I would love to see whatever 10th Man Rising or whoever you put forth as the best celestial navigator on the subject matter tear down Ruhif, or potentially, right, Ruhif actually destroys it the other way. Now, I know you guys don't believe that's possible, and I get that, but ultimately, at the end of the day, I just want to know what is freaking true. Do you know what I mean? And I know it's very obvious for you.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and settle this.
Roll Tide.
The reason why Ruhif is on here right now, Roll Tide. The reason why Ruhif is on here right now is because the people that would dispute him and bury him, well, he thinks so anyways. The people that are on here wouldn't be able to do what we have done tonight. So,
can I just? Sorry, go ahead, Flatsy.
Go ahead, Timbo.
Yeah, just a blind spot. Like the celestial navigation thing. Yeah, like there's other ways for you to prove that the Earth is flat. Like, yeah, you just say celestial navigation. You need a triangle. You need a flat surface. You need a triangle. You can only get that from a flat surface. Yeah, they do it. They've done it before they even thought about the world being a sphere. They traveled by boat. They used the stars. They used elevation angles, which you get from a flat surface, and they did it for, let's say, thousands of years before it was even considered to be a ball. So, without them even thinking about it being a ball, they were sailing on a flat surface. Always have been, and they always will be.
Sure, and I totally believe that. Yep.
Yeah, but that's, all right, we go. But, there's no measurement of curvature. There's no measurement. There's three things that make their ball. There's curvature. There's movement, rotation. Movement around the sun as well. And there's gas pressure.
Of the Earth.
Yeah.
The spinning space ball. Yeah.
Yeah, those three things have to be a fact for them to have a globe. Now, these three things are not a fact. So therefore, you can conclude that there is no curvature, there is no rotation of the Earth, and there is no open system where we have gas pressure. Like that. So
next to
yeah, go ahead, Fletcher. Oh, you're all right.
Sorry. No. Timbo, you were on a roll. You're right. What Timbo is saying is that there is no evidence of these three things that are foundational for the Earth to be a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. And no proof on these 3 points mean that you cannot accept them. You can't accept them as reality. Period.
Yeah.
That's right.
So they can sit here and they can talk their nonsense about celestial navigation can only be done on a globe, which is nonsense, by the way, because it requires right angle triangles to be able to even take the latitude lines that they derive from these elevation angles from Polaris. So they can sit here and they can tell you that it's this or that. It doesn't matter. It is what it is. So they can tell you what it is, and they can be wrong. It's funny. It's so funny. Oh, that's why I'm laughing. This is why Flatsy over here is laughing at Ruhif, because he either doesn't understand or he does understand, and he wants to confuse people. Yeah, he wants to confuse people to think that it can only be done on a globe. It's nonsense. It's actually nonsense because it can only be done on a flat surface of the Earth.
So if you look at the first image he sent me on dip correction, let's just go there for a second.
It doesn't matter. The dip correction that he's talking about is your eye level to the horizon and to the surface of the earth. That's the dip
Right.
correction. So you're taking
Fair enough.
the
No.
sextant.
I'm with you. I'm
You're
with you,
taking the
Flappy.
sextant, but listen, you're taking the sextant that you're doing the measurements of the angles from and taking it down to level. That's the dip correction. He's telling you
Agreed.
that the dip correction is because of curvature. It's not. It's not. It's stupid that he would
No, and
even say that.
what I'm
Because
asking is,
why would he say that? It's angle.
yeah, what I'm asking
ahead.
is on a point of refutation, right? So my first knee-jerk reaction, and this might be, and Timbo, please chime in. This might be incorrect or correct, but my first thought when I see that image is, well, first of all, you're not properly ascertaining the GP of the star because you're not at a right triangle angle for the GP, right? Because if you look at that angle, it's pointing off, we'll call it northeast, right? Off of the globe. And so how are you properly ascertaining your GP at that point? So that's my first thought. But then to your point, Flatsy, I think, is that in the first place, this is begging the question with R, right?
Correct.
And so
Yeah.
how do you have R to begin with, right? And then we go to the
Exactly.
Aristophanes or the
Oh yeah,
Alberuni
yeah, yeah.
or whatever, right? So,
Yeah, and we can always just refute that easily because nothing was ever directly measured. Nothing was directly measured. So they can sit here and they can say, "Oh, this was derived from blah 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 blah," but no, it wasn't. It was, hey, assume that there's a globe first, then assume something else, and then measure the shadows. You're not directly measuring the curvature drop over distance. This is the problem. I'm just gonna go ahead and say this. I know it sounds like I'm belligerent. I'm not being belligerent. I'm
no,
seriously
I
amused.
appreciate it. Yeah.
I'm amused by his attempt to dissuade other people because what he is saying is so stupid. It's funny, okay?
Yeah. The fascinating thing, Blind Spot, is that people like Gruhef start from the conclusion that they live on a
Exactly.
ball. So all their
Exactly.
premises or all their assumptions or their presuppositions or their
The fact
Texas
that they have
sharpshooter
assumptions.
or their reverse engineering are based off the fact that they live on a spinning ball. Captain Cook in the late 1700s assumed he was on a ball. He used celestial navigation, assuming he was on a ball, and he was off by 30, 40, 50 miles per day because he assumed a ball using celestial navigation. So everything they do is already determined to be a ball, and they build everything around the conclusion that it's already a ball. An intellectually honest person would go, I don't know if it's a ball or a plane, and I'm going to do my experiment. I'm going to do my test and
Bruhip will
measurements.
tell you that he did it both. He did it both ways. He just, when it was a flat Earth, he discounted the air. He was like, "Oh no refraction from anything whatsoever." He is being very misleading because our point that we come at primarily is that the fact that refraction, not even refraction in Snell's law or anything like that. So the atmospheric conditions, and not even the atmosphere, because that's a paradox, because the air can't take a
Your shape.
form
Yeah, no, I'm
of
with you. I'm with
shape.
you.
Okay, so the air can distort what you're looking at because it is very thick, especially when the sun is, um,
On the
when
horizon.
it's denser. When it's denser, the air is denser. The sun seems to react to the air much more than it does to thinner air. So when you're in a cold climate, or if it's colder or less dynamic, you can see what the air is doing with the sun much easier than when it's hot and dense.
Yeah, as well. What
humid.
Jim and I talked about yesterday about when's the best time of year to get those. We'll call them black swan, right?
Okay,
Shots.
yeah, but I'm just saying, like, they like to spout the whole refraction. They don't even know what refraction is. They don't know what that is. You know, when you put a pencil in water and you don't, if you're blind, you don't know. Okay. When you
I'm
put
legally blind. I'm not totally blind, Flatsy.
Okay,
I can
okay.
still see a
I
little
don't
bit.
know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Why are
I'm
you
not
yelling
trying
at
to
me?
judge you.
No, I'm joking.
When you put when
A
you put a
pencil in water, it
pencil
kind of
in
bends.
water,
Yeah, I get it. Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
when
yeah.
you put a pencil in water, you can see that the pencil isn't like apparently where it is uh, to where it
Yeah, it's optical,
actually
right?
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. They're trying to apply that to the air, dude. They're trying to apply that to the air, dude. Which is
Yeah, moisture
fucked
in the air,
up.
light bending, all that stuff, right?
That is fucked up that they do that though. Because it needs what does Snell's law require? It requires two media, right?
So I've heard. Yes.
Okay, so Snell's law requires two media. So that destroys their ability to apply it to the air. Okay? So let's go ahead and whistle past that graveyard. They like to whistle past graveyards, let me tell you. Let's go ahead and get past that. They can't apply Snell's law, refraction. So they have to apply terrestrial and refraction, which requires the radius of the Earth, by the way, mind you. So 7/6R. Guess what R is? Guess what R is in that terrestrial refraction? Guess what it is?
3959?
Yep. Yep. Yes. So they can adjust everything so much so that the radius of the Earth could be millions of miles. They can see their own ass according to terrestrial refraction. And that can account for the curvature. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
For sure.
It's bullshit that they would mathematically infer the radius of the Earth without verifying the curvature of the Earth first before they infer it in that equation. It's messed up, and I hope Ruhif and Ocho are in here right now. I don't know because I haven't checked. But we know your game, buddies. We know you're full of shit.
Is it true that refraction wasn't even a brought up concept until the Black Swan photo? Is that true?
We were spouting that refraction was the reason why you can't see the horizon like you would be able to see it on a clear day. That was our argument first.
Yeah.
And then
was,
they
refraction was a
piggybacked
flat
off
Earth.
that shit. They piggybacked off that shit and made the claim unfalsifiable to begin with. So that's the problem. You don't make a claim unfalsifiable. You need to be able to falsify any claim, period. So
So it was
when
a
it
flat
comes
Earth.
to any, sorry, go ahead, Timbo.
No, you're
No,
right.
I'm following Timbo. Yeah, it was flat Earth first, and then they
Yeah,
hijacked. Yeah.
So it was the claim was that the horizon is apparent. Yeah, so that was our claim. So for them, in order for them to have a ball, they have to have a physical horizon. Now the problem is the horizon is never in the same place on any day. So then how do you get your physical horizon? So then they changed it around to it's refraction. We go, okay, well, how do you get your ball? If the horizon is never in the same spot, then it's apparent and not physical.
Yep. It's not the geometrical horizon. It's a
that's
horizon.
right.
Yeah.
Precisely. So here we are, still arguing over if the horizon is geometric or apparent. Our argument is that it's apparent, and theirs should be that it's geometric, but they want to hijack our argument and say that it's apparent and say that it's also geometric but apparent, which is bullshit.
Yeah, it's really, really bad. If you say it's an apparent horizon, then you say, well, it's an apparent horizon because it changes every day. But the glober will say it's apparent, but we know it's there, so it's also geometric. So they assume it's there. See, everything with their fairy tale globe is an assumption. Copernicus looked up into the sky without a telescope, and he decided that it was heliocentric if you believe he lived. And so, all of us can go out and look into the sky, determine what we want, if we go out with the idea of what our conclusion is before we even start.
The moon is at my
let me ask you this.
right now.
Yeah, and first of all, Jim, I've only spoken with you for a few days, but I really respect you said. And again, Flatsy and Timbo, this is not to take away from what you guys do, but Jim, you're very reasoned and well researched, and I really appreciate the conversations you and I have had. But I'm curious, and I know, Jim, that you're, I'll say, relatively new to the flat Earth scene, if we'll call it that for now. But maybe Flatsy and Timbo, you've been here longer, so to speak, and I'm curious.
Actually, I haven't.
Okay, no, fair enough. I'm curious why 2015? Do you know what I mean? That sticks. If Copernicus is, what are we talking? 1490 something, 15 teens, right? 1520s. And this heliocentric model is posited or pushed forth, right? Go ahead. You get what I'm driving at, right? Like why 2015?
Yeah. Can I answer?
Yeah, please do.
Okay. So the problem is that the things that are pushed in mainstream are not challenged, and if they are, they're silenced. So you can't challenge the mainstream narrative without being silenced. And if you aren't silenced, that means that you're not over the mark. If you are silenced, that means that you are over the mark. So you have to.
So let's talk about silencing real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Bear with me, Flatsy. Right. So first of all, I'm totally on board, especially circa 2017, right? Whatever, even 2016, 2015, right? The cancel culture, yada yada, or whatever. But what about 1742, right? Or what about 1694? What was the mainstream? What was the silencing mechanism? Were there not people at that time who were refuting the pushed forth heliocentric model at that time?
Okay,
and again, this is all conjecture. This is all conjecture. I got
you. I can give you. I can give you articles where this was disputed, and people were persecuted for spouting this kind of nonsense. But that's working in their favor today. So they're acting like, oh, it was persecuted, and we couldn't speak about this because it was, the way that it's disputed in history, you can't actually judge that. You can only judge off of what reality presents.
No, and that's why I said it's conjecture, right? Because who knows, right? But I'm curious, Timbo. What were you?
I was just going to say that you've got to look at how the information is let out in those times as well. So what have you got? You've got who's controlling the information back in those times, and you've probably got the church and other places like that. So how many people were able to read in that time as well? So you've got books, books given out to only educated people. Yeah, well, they were burning. You weren't even allowed to read the Bible in sometimes as well. You were burnt at the stake. So
So what about? So, and I don't know how old you are, Timbo. I'm 44. Flatsy, Flatsy, you're probably like 32. Sorry, maybe 28. And so I'm thinking, how was it that? And Jim, you as well, and Helio, if you're still around. How was it that we went through grade school, right? And we went through middle school or whatever, and none of us pre 2015 really questioned that narrative. And look, maybe in other words, what's the spark that hit 2015? What
I don't
was
know.
that?
I can't answer you that. I can't answer you that question. For real,
It's
there's
speculation
no
Sunday
answer.
still, right? Somewhere. It must be. I'm
Yeah, but
speculating.
I can't even speculating. I can't give you that answer. I don't
Mhm.
know what it is, but people needed to look into the past and kind of push back on the narrative. People needed to be able to push back, and that's what we're doing now. We're pushing back on that narrative because it doesn't
I
make any
sat
sense.
down. I sat down to dinner with my wife and my daughter today, and I had my daughter pull out her phone, and I said, "Look, what you need to do is go look up logical fallacies and pick 3 of your favorites, and then give me examples." And we sat around the dinner table for half an hour, reading through every single logical fallacy, reading through the definitions, discussing it, debating it, and it was so beautiful. It was such a great moment, and it's like that's what we should be doing. You know what I mean? And
Hey, excuse me. Hi, everybody. The point is that there was some technology that came along in like 2013, 14 that allowed us to do some stuff that we had never been able to do before, is collaborate on a large scale with a large amount of very smart
No, I think you're right. YouTube really took its stride,
and
I think that had a
took
big
off, and
yeah.
it just gave us fucking tools we never had before, and that's why it took off.
Yeah, and it was earlier.
Here's the thing.
Hang on one second.
Here's the thing.
It was earlier than 2015 as well.
Yeah, it was like
Yeah, it was.
2013. The iPhone came out.
No, it was even earlier than that. The globe has been
Only
something that's
2012,
been
you know.
disputed
No, but we're just
for
at
a
the
long
moment we're just talking
time.
about the information that came out from YouTube. Like it was. I would say 2012 was the big kind of coming out. Yeah.
Yeah, but once we got together and started questioning it together, is when it really fucking took off, because everybody was bringing shit to the table. That
No,
none
it's
of
a
us
good
ever
point,
heard
right?
of.
You think about the 1600s or 1700s,
Right.
Right.
They didn't have
Everyone
this
is disparate. You got to send a horse for weeks to get a happy birthday card to your mom, right, or
Yeah, no
whatever.
one
And
cared.
so
Yeah.
the collaboration that technology
Yes.
allowed come that time, I think that's a great. And is this Cherokee? Who is this? I know your voice.
Flat Earth Professor, dude.
Flat Earth Professor. Yeah, and we had a great night the other night, but you sound like the Cherokee guy too. So yeah. Anyways, I think that's such a succinct point, is that it's because of the collaboration and being able to share those ideas and then propagate those quickly to other people. Whereas now, unfortunately, with the YouTube algorithm, whatever, we can't do that per se. But nonetheless,
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about the algorithm anymore.
I got
it
here.
matters that
I
the
got here.
whole.
Right.
It
so.
matters. Okay, well, here's what matters most. It's that things that aren't true are being challenged now. So they were being challenged then. They were being challenged then. They were just being overshadowed by the narrative that needed to be pushed.
Someone else.
Today. We're still dealing
Someone
with
else
that
mentioned this
today.
point. Sorry, Flatsy. I apologize.
No, I just want to let you know that we're still dealing with that kind of thing today.
But I think part of the equation. This is something my wife. This is something my wife often says, which is, if you think about, and bear with me, these might be unpopular opinions, so I'm not trying to offend anyone. But if you think about
No, you're probably going to be right over the mark.
That's pretty hard to do in this room, man.
the various causes, right? The various causes that we see out there, whether it's BLM, whether it's transgenderism, whether it's climate change, or whatever the cause might be. My wife's concept about this, and she's had it for years, and I agree with her, is that, look, no longer, we live in this lap of luxury. We live in the safety net of welfareism or whatever, and no longer do we need to worry about trying to freaking feed the kids. We don't need to worry about surviving, or whether or not Betsy the cow is going to make it through this mating season or whatever, right? Or, whatever rural kind of anecdote you want to use there. Back in the day, back in the 1800s, early 1900s, that's what families were concerned about.
Exactly.
Yeah, the accolades of people that were living prior to us, they had the knowledge that we don't have today.
Yeah, and my point is that, look,
if that they had today.
If I'm worried about putting food on the table for my kids tomorrow, the last thing on my mind might be, whether or not we're on a globe or a flat plane, and whether or not it's stationary. Because right now, I need to go get a bowl of freaking rice. You know what I mean, or whatever the case might be. And
but you got to admit that that's sad. That's so sad that we can't even get down to the basics of where we live for it to matter to people on a scale that we're living in this kind of climate today. It really does matter. This is the base knowledge of everything that we have to put up with. We have to put up with a lot of shit besides like where we live. But if you can get to the point that you understand where we live, you actually have more wealth than the billionaire that lives in what is it
West Palm
in
Beach or whatever.
California? Yeah, okay, those guys. Well,
and I think it was maybe it was Jim that mentioned. I don't know if you're still here, Jim.
Jimsy.
You might have mentioned it earlier
Jimsy
today. But
will tell you about the wealth that we all have. We all have wealth. We have to understand it first. It's our foundation to know where we live first.
But Flatsy, you're an enigma, right? In that you're a female that is part of this community, so to speak, right? And I think it was Jim that brought this up earlier today. And I'm thinking about my wife specifically, right? My wife and I talk about this. In fact, it's getting to the point where she's getting annoyed with me for spending so much time talking about flat Earth, right? But she just. I don't want to say she doesn't care. It's not quite that she doesn't care, but it doesn't, at least mentally, impact her, right? What is she cared about? How the family's doing. Are the bills paid, right? Or whatever her normal day-to-day activity. That's what she's concerned about. And so now, me as a guy, if now that I've stumbled across this, if you will, I'm thinking, let me tell you, I need to fucking know. I need to know. It's not optional. I need to know. And it hits me so deep that I need to know this. And look, this is why, and I know it annoys you, Flatsy, bear with me. This is why I need to give Ruhif a shot, or someone like Ruhif, because at the end of the day, I'm not here for platitudes or for hopium or whatever. What I need to know is it damn true? Period. End of sentence. And that's why I'm here in the first place. Right.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get to before. Like, what is it that you want to know? You just ask. What's your question? What's your dying question that you need to know, and start from there.
And listen, I've been listening to the FED guys, as you guys know, and been spending a lot of time here on 24/7. And so there's very few things that I have any doubt about. And I know this is going to sound crazy to all of you, so don't get mad at me, don't get annoyed. But
no one's getting mad.
The concept, I look at it, and look, I talk to my dad, and the concept, all of these people, quote unquote, I'll put air quotes around it, in space, right? Whether it be the ISS. Look, I don't believe the moon landing, fair enough. But low Earth orbit, right? Are there satellites up there? Are there people up there, right? Have we accomplished?
Let's look at that then.
Where's Elon Musk going, for fuck's sakes, right? And all this stuff. Is everyone involved in this?
Yeah, about half an hour. We can get through this. We can get through this pretty quick.
I'm totally down, right? And
all right, let's do it. So your question that makes you question the flat Earth is space, yeah?
Outer space.
Let me phrase it this way.
Yeah.
I'm like 98.7% flat Earth, right? Like it's a very small question, but it's like in the back of my mind, right? It's just this like tingling, like, are you sure, blind spot, that you're not being misled? Right?
I'll let you know that
it's the devil on the shoulder,
The last thing for me to go was outer space.
And I get the gas pressure argument. I totally get it. In fact, I presented to my dad and I said, gas pressure for the container. And he's a mechanical engineer, so I know he gets this shit, right? And I get it, right? But then gravity, shit.
I don't understand where your problem.
If we show you,
I don't know either, Flatsy. For the record, just to be clear, I don't know either. That's what's weird about it.
So
if we show you many things, if we show you many things that that show that they're faking the ISS and going to space, Why would they need to fake these things going around on harnesses, CGI images?
I've seen them all. You know, it's like I know, dude.
I really don't understand where you're where are you hung up at?
Where I'm hung up at, Flatsy, is that I'm 44 freaking years old, and for 43 and a half years of my life, I've been told one thing.
Yep.
And for a couple of months, I've been hanging out with you fools, right? And I mean that endearingly, right? It's like it's a deprogramming. You know what I mean?
Can I address this really quick? Okay, I'm 31. Okay, I am pretty young. I'm gonna go ahead and give you that, but I'm not that young. I'm 31 years old, so I've believed in the globe for at least 29 years of my life. So
I got you all beat.
you have to be able to drop your ego. It's all about your ego. And understand that, you know, you've been fooled, you've been tricked, you've been bamboozled. So what? We all have. It's not like you're alone in the game of being bamboozled. So you're hung up on being bamboozled, buddy. Why are you hung up on being bamboozled? It's easier to fool a man than to convince a man he's been fooled.
Yep. Right out.
You know,
right out.
that rings true. It really does. And thanks for saying that, Flatsy. I think that does help me. And again, Timbo, no offense, that does help me more than the dude floating through the ISS feed with the harness attached, right? It's actually because I think she's right, because I've seen the evidence, right? It's not that I haven't seen, and again, moon landing, dude, 10 years ago, fuck that. You know what I mean? 9/11, my wife and I even talked about it tonight. In like 2002, we're already on 9/11, right? And so,
who cares about?
Robot and
it's just a matter of taking that final giant leap for mankind. No, I'm just joking.
It was the last thing for me to go. Like I couldn't, because I was really into space things. I was Star Trek. I've seen every single episode of Star Trek.
Yeah.
You know, like I loved space. If you look at my roles, I've got.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
This is something my dad had presented to me, because again, I'm pushing him on it right now, and he's going to be 70 this year. You know what I mean? I'm talking to him about it, and I'm starting to make him ask questions. But what he said is, he said blind spot. That's not my name, but that's what he said. And he said, he said, what about, look, the Japanese space, the Norwegians, the Swedish, the Germans, the Chinese, are they all in on it?
Who cares? Here's the motive. Who cares about the motive? It only matters the evidence presented. So who cares about the motive?
So let's
when you go to court.
Let's answer his question.
Yeah, but when you go to court,
I'm just being honest, Flatsy. I'm just trying to put it out there, right? It's
cool.
I get what you're saying for sure.
When you go to court, though, you don't present the motive; you present the evidence, right?
Well, I've never been to court, but I imagine yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm saying, like, imagine you're going to court with this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter about the motive; it matters about the evidence, right?
No, and Jim, this is why I want to buy a P1000, right? Because I want to. It's one of those things where I can see the black swan photo, but it's like I damn well
jumping around.
No, go ahead.
Let's talk about it. So I don't think we've actually finished one conversation yet. Everyone's just jumping around all over the place.
A little bit. Yeah, you're right. Bring it on.
All these space agencies. So imagine, NASA starts, right? And they go, all right, they fake space. They're making a lot of money doing this, yeah? So, the other countries catch on. They get some technology from NASA, they borrow some stuff like that. They say, okay, you've got one, we've got, they tell the higher ups, they say, okay, this is how it works. We'll give you these things, and this is a way that you can rip off money from your country. This is just a scenario, yeah?
No, I actually have a counter scenario. I'm curious what you think about, but go ahead. Yeah.
You can rip it. You can control your people and keep them on a spinning ball, and you can actually steal money from them at the same time. And they'll all believe it because everyone's doing it. Yeah? So they start doing it, they realise how easy it is, and then all of a sudden that country's got a space program. But they all donate money to NASA. Why do they all donate money to NASA? We've got a space, an Australian space thing as well, but we donate money to NASA.
Wow.
For projects.
Yeah.
Japan, they donate money to NASA. So why is everyone donating money to NASA?
Well, and what do you think about this argument or this point along the same vein, which is, and this is what always struck me, right? And so Bart Sibrel, right, Moon Man, like the pioneer, we'll say, of moon landing debunking, right? And so he puts forth that I saw this video, right? So first rocket launched, whatever, Soyuz, right? First rocket in space, orbiting. Yeah. Soyuz, it's Russia. First animal in space, Russia. First person in space, Russia. Right? So, and he goes through like these 12 things that Russia accomplished first during the quote unquote space race.
Have you watched any of those fucking videos they put on?
But hang on. So the point here, and I'll get back to that flat Earth for sure. But the point here is, what I always argue is, and so it's 12 things that Russia does. Boom, 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 boom. And then number 13, U.S. lands on the moon. Now, hang on, fuck that. There's no way that they beat you
behind win, dude. It's a come
exactly
from
right. It's the underdog, right? And so, but now, what's more intriguing for me is think about Russia today. I mean, 2023, July 2nd, Russia today. Who do they hate right now? The freaking West, especially the U.S.
That's only what you're told.
Okay, fair enough. It's Speculation Sunday still somewhere in the world. It's probably not here. Yeah. Probably need to go to bed. But anyways, and so theoretically, let's say, fair enough, Timbo.
What's to say all those people, all the leaders of these countries are not mates?
But hang on. So let me throw the point out there and then refute it, for sure.
You know, they fake these wars and they make money out of it again.
But if I'm Russia or China, wouldn't I want to, quote unquote, send someone to the moon and put my flag next to the U.S. flag 6 inches higher?
They're all in on it.
But they're all like, let it go. We'll get there. We got to raise some more money, man. We're all going back to the moon. China's going back. They're going to make it right. Yeah. Elon Musk wants to go to the moon. We got a lot of people going to the moon right now. It's a lot of
people. And no one's going.
Once they figure out the Van Allen belt, of course, yeah.
We got to figure out that pesky little bugger.
The problem is, like, they feed you this information that these countries do not get along. Now, where are you getting that information from?
From them.
Yeah. Exactly. So what have we learnt in the past about listening to what they say?
Not a good idea.
They're not telling the truth, are they?
Man.
So why do we all of a sudden believe what they tell us about all these countries not liking each other?
Right.
I don't know about you, but all the Russians I've met are really nice people.
Dude,
all the Chinese people I've met are really nice people as well. So it's obviously not the public. So
sure.
They just make these false kind of we hate them, you hate these guys, we join together, we're making an alliance. And that, just all this crap stuff that people walk into and believe because the news tells them that.
Yeah. So let me throw one more. Yeah. Let me throw one more scenario at you before I start slurring my words. Too bad. But,
You're good.
But what I think about, and bear with me, guys. I know this is not popular in this community, but I'm a traditional Catholic. And I love my faith, right? And I love Jesus, right? And whatnot. But one of the things I've seen happen with the Catholic Church, specifically when it comes to the U.S., well, when it comes to the U.S. pushing their propaganda, right? And